And we're now live on YouTube, so you can gavel in whenever you're ready, Councilmember.
Great. Well, good morning. This is the Committee of the Whole Budget Oversight Hearing on fiscal year 2022 budget, all education agencies with government witnesses. Our public witnesses testified about these agencies on June 3rd, 2021. And so today we are looking forward to hearing from our government witnesses. I am Brooke Pinto, Ward 2 Council Member, and I'm standing in for Chairman Mendelson this morning. This hearing is on the A track and can be viewed on the DC Council website, the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live, channel 13, or on the Office of Cable Television's website. Today, the following witnesses will be joining us: Zachary Parker, the president of DC State Board of Education; Dan Davis, chief student advocate from the Office of the Student Advocate; Serena Hayes, the ombudsman from the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education; Shana Young, the interim state superintendent from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education; Paul Kine, the deputy mayor for education; Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, the executive director of the Public Charter School Board; Rick Cruz, the chair of the Public Charter School Board; and Louis Farabee, the chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you to all of our government witnesses today for joining us to continue our discussion on how we can best support DC students and families in the fiscal year 2022 budget. I know that after a long and difficult 18 months of distance learning, our students and teachers are ready to return to the classroom full-time in the fall. This past year has shown how important it is to invest in our teachers and our schools. When our teachers are supported, our students are supported. I'm looking forward to digging into the details of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2022 budget today to discuss her plans on improving teacher training, especially for literacy, decrease classroom sizes, retain library positions, and increase access to outdoor space to improve learning. I'm especially grateful for Mayor Bowser's commitment to increase the at-risk weight and create new at-risk categories, and not to cut teacher positions in next school year. But we have much more to do to support our families. Teachers know better than anyone that we have a long road ahead to combat learning loss. And so we all must work together and be strategic to implement data-driven investments to best serve our young people in this budget and beyond. So I'm going to turn to colleagues for 3-minute opening statements. We have been joined by Councilmember Charles Allen of Ward 6. Whenever you're ready, Councilmember Allen, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Pinto, interim chair Pinto. So thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Let's just be frank. Over the last year and a half, we have all been through a lot. These have been especially difficult times for our students, for our teachers, for our families, who have tried to adapt to an entirely new way of imagining school. As a DCPS parent of a pre-K 4 and third grader myself, we have learned in ways that I couldn't even imagine possible. I've firsthand seen the challenges as well as the successes, both with my own kids and students, as well as their classmates. But I think once we're able to fully assess where students are, I think we're gonna find that some students actually thrived. We're going to find that some students fell behind, and still more students progressed, but at a slower pace of growth than they had been pre-pandemic. I think there were also huge gaps in students' ability to even access education during this time, though. Some of that was due to long-standing inequities, lack of internet, lack of transportation access. But some of those gaps in access were due, I think, to just not managing our technology well. As we move forward, I want to think about how we really truly address the gaps in opportunity for Black and brown families on one hand, and well-off white families on the other. It appears that in the budget, there's an increase in at-risk and English language learner funding. That's a necessary start, and I applaud it. I'm glad to see it. But now I want to know how this additional funding is actually going to supplement school budgets, so that we know, are we investing in additional supports above and beyond the baseline for students who need it? This year, as is almost always the case, the mayor's increased the per pupil funding amount. It's a great start. Again, I applaud that. But I want to know whether that actually translates to more funding for students once we take into account inflation, salary increases, rising costs, and those are other things taken into consideration. My understanding is that in real dollars, the DCPS budget will grow just slightly, while there will be even larger increases for the public charter schools. I want to know how that will impact students and teachers and principals as we ensure equitable outcomes for students who are most severely impacted by the pandemic. That investment in students will be ensuring that all students have the technology they need, along with a fast, reliable internet connection to use it. I think that was one of the biggest failings I saw during the pandemic, and I hope we're going to be able to fix that. I'm heartened to see the mayor has made significant investment in mental and behavioral health in schools. We're going to need that. I want to hear more about how those investments will impact our students, and to be honest, I still don't think it's enough. I see that we've got investments for safe passage. That's great. I want to know more about how we're going to get our kids to and from school safely, while many of our school-age students are still not eligible for vaccinations. Many students and parents will continue to be wary of public transportation. And I see that we've got new investments for our out-of-school time programs. This is going to be a big focus for me in this budget and over the next year, as parents are preparing to get back to working in person or just back to working at all after huge job losses during the pandemic. They need to know that their children are in safe, nurturing environments. Opening schools for in-person learning is a necessary first step, but it's not going to be sufficient. We need safe, affordable childcare for students under 3. We also need affordable out-of-school time programs for students in the hours between school dismissal and the end of the workday. I'm intrigued by the mayor's proposal to provide scholarships for students, but I'm also quite worried that an application-based program puts up too many barriers that will most acutely impact the families who need that scholarship. So I'd like to see us make those continued investments in out-of-school time programming and want to make sure the programming and funding is made available in an equitable manner. There's a lot to do before this fall. It's only a few weeks away, it feels like. And the funding we include in this budget is going to be a huge part of our preparation. I want to thank all the parents and advocates who've been here today to provide feedback and push our education agencies, as well as push this council to do better than we have over this last year and a half. We've got a long road ahead of us to address massive inequities, and it's of utmost importance that we ensure that we generously fund these programs that our students need most in the first year of recovery. Thank you, Madam Chair, and look forward to our hearing today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. We are now going to call our first panel of witnesses, and then we'll do 5-minute rounds. So our first panel will be Zachary Parker, the president of DC State Board of Education, Dan Davis, the chief student advocate from the Office of the Student Advocate, and Serena Hayes, the ombudsman from the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. Give everybody a moment to get organized. And Mr. Parker, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Council Member Pinto and members of the council. My name is Zachary Parker, and I have the honor of representing Ward 5 on the State Board of Education and serving as the board's president this year. Today, I'm testifying in my role as president of the State Board about our fiscal year 2022 budget requests. The mayor's proposed budget for the State Board is, in our view, inadequate, and we would appreciate the council's assistance in restoring the funding eliminated by the mayor. The State Board has a unique place in the development of the mayor's budget each cycle. By law, we are required to submit a need for appropriations, as you all are very much aware, for the mayor to include in her budget. In order to do so prior to the mayor beginning her internal process, we usually adopt the need for appropriations in September, over a year before the budget is set to begin. Unfortunately, the agency is still required to participate in the dependent agency process, trying to justify the maximum allowable ceiling request that has no connection to our need for appropriations. To be frank, the process is overly complicated, confusing, and incredibly opaque. In our opinion, the DC official code is clear that the mayor is expected to include our need for appropriations with any recommendations she might want to make without changes in her budget. I would like to ask the council to provide language in this year's budget to support making it clear in this intention in the DC code provisions. The State Board works tirelessly to elevate and amplify the voices and experiences of district residents to improve equity and educational outcomes for all students. As we noted in our performance oversight hearing, the State Board has produced a number of reports based on surveys of stakeholders as well as issues of importance, and we've strived to update our current education standards. As the council is aware, our constituents have long demanded a greater clarity and improved communication from the city's education stakeholders. That is why we spend a great deal of our time ensuring that we provide the public and our sister agencies, including many that you're going to hear from this morning, a wealth of information from surveys to requests to proposals, focused on pressing educational matters. Earlier this year, the state board conducted a survey of more than 1,000 DCPS and public charter school teachers, representing every single DCPS school and the majority of public charter schools. Teachers responded to questions on topics such as their experience in the virtual setting and their reflections on students' learning. Inclusive of the experience of special populations, their comfort level of returning to in-person learning, the support they need in both virtual and in-person postures, and items related to well-rounded education and teacher retention. The survey measured a specific moment in time when the district's teachers were beginning to return to in-person learning for term 3, receiving their first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine, and reflecting on nearly a full year of virtual learning practices. It was our intention that the survey's results guide the identification of strategies and policies that ensure teachers are supported and retained, and more broadly, to promote stakeholder engaged solutions to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. We recently released our principal survey report, which captured the opinions of DC public school principals and school leaders about how to best spend federal funding allocated to states due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The survey captured information from nearly a quarter of the district's principals and school leaders. Just over 40% of responses said they would have to reduce school-based staff without federal funds. The council heard last week from public witnesses that schools are preparing to cut vital positions like librarians, reading specialists, and music teachers, and more. Principals and school leaders, even with an influx of federal funding, are still having to make choices now that rob Peter to pick Paul. I have attached a copy of the principal survey to our testimony so that the council can review our findings. In a few weeks, we will be releasing the most recent update to our groundbreaking teacher retention research. We found astounding rates of teachers leaving classrooms in the first report published back in October 2018, and we're pleased to find those rates lowering in the second edition published in October 2019. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was clear that DC Public Schools was focusing on the issue, which we appreciate. When the third report is made public, we will share a copy with the council, and we look forward to sharing information with the public and the council on the state board's future research efforts, including DC's educational governance structure, proposed changes to our DC school report card, and more. I am pleased to report that the council, that the two-year process to rewrite the district's social studies standards is now in the writing phase. I want to thank the team at OSSE for their continued partnership and commitment to this work, and especially district teachers that are doing the writing. The mayor provided a new full-time equivalent for the state board in the fiscal 22 budget proposal, but very little funding for the position. It is our intention to use the position to establish a dedicated employee to review and supervise updating education standards more regularly. But in order to do so, we will need an additional $80,000 in PS funds from the council to supplement the $30,000 provided by the mayor to cover the full salary and benefits for this E5-6 position. It is incredibly important for students to learn more about history and culture, moving beyond a heroes and holidays model with lists and dates based in white European mindsets. We owe it to our students to not only ensure that what they are learning reflects their own culture, a mirror, but also helps them understand other cultures, a window, and fully providing this position will help us ensure that we're able to fulfill this promise to our students. Finally, I want to thank and take this opportunity to make clear that the budget requests of the Ombudsman and the Chief Student Advocate have the full support of the State Board of Education. Both offices are severely limited in their ability by lack of staff and appropriate technology, and we urge the council to find the funding requested to fill those needs so that these two offices can play the critical roles that are needed to ensure families and students return to classrooms safely and parents are able to navigate our new normal. Council members, I want to express our gratitude on behalf of the State Board of Education for your strong support over this past year. We are confident that the product of your support, a vibrant independent agency working on behalf of district residents, is worthwhile. We have a lot of work planned in the coming year and look forward to our continued partnership ahead. I'm proud of the State Board's work over this past year. It is made possible due to the tireless work of my elected colleagues and our student representatives, and because of our amazing staff. I want to thank the dedication and appreciate the dedication of our staff, Alex and Dr. Darren Fleischer, Malayo, Caitlin, Roma, and John Paul, enabled State Board to meet the needs of our students and families over this past year. This has been a strange year to say the least, and I'm hopeful that the lessons we learned about what worked and what did not will inform the decision for the years to come. At the end of the day, we must ensure that the students have every opportunity to recover from the effects of the pandemic, academically, physically, and mentally. The State Board will do what it can to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. Next, we will hear from Dan Davis, the Chief Student Advocate from the Office of the Student Advocate. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto. Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, council members and staff. My name is Dan Davis. I'm honored to lead the work of the Office of the Student Advocate as the Chief Student Advocate. Our office supports and guides families navigating our complex system of public education in the district. Every day, we work to ensure that family and student voice drive the decisions that shape their educational experience. Our focus remains on clarifying systems, reducing barriers, and providing resources and avenues of access for families. Office continues to support families in 2 distinct ways: operating our Request for Assistance line live Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., resource development for students, families, and stakeholders, as well as trainings, workshops that help students and families connect their knowledge to power. This school year to date, we supported over 500 unique requests for assistance, representing families from all 8 wards seeking assistance, clarity, and resources to help them access the best possible education available. Families whose students who have special needs contact us the most, regardless of sector or neighborhood. These requests share a similar narrative that the skills mastered prior to the pandemic seem to be fading, that the schools are not sharing the same urgencies they have, and that the solutions offered are not what's requested. In more than a few instances, schools and families can't get on the same page after light reminders from our office that both parties want the students to succeed. Although some families need to pursue their IDA's procedural safeguards, we are confident that the schools can move forward. Families far too often need an advocate or outside support to help LEAs become more collaborative in the search for a solution. This current school year, we also saw a substantial increase for requests for assistance from district residents needing help locating school records, transcripts, and diplomas to obtain IDs, benefits, employment, or to further their education. The process for obtaining these documents involved lengthy waits and far too often resulted with an inability to locate requested documents. Failing to provide that documentation has had profound and immediate consequences for those district residents. Like our schools and many others, we pivoted in response to the pandemic, relying on tech solutions to stay connected with students and families. But we also connected with partners to get resources and supports into communities lacking access to technology. We developed materials like our go-to guide and other supportive learning resources. We delivered materials like our go-to guide and other supportive learning resources to the short-term family shelters, the family success centers, and several CBOs hosting learning pods and hubs across the district. As social distancing restrictions are eased, our office continues to distribute resources in English, Spanish, and Amharic across the district to schools, community organizations, and district agencies. We retooled how we host trainings, workshops. We retooled how we do training workshops not only moving to online platforms, but also seeking stakeholder organizations, partners, as co-hosts. From board-based parent groups to parent-teacher organizations, and even connected with student-led community-based organizations. We hosted SPED Know Your Rights workshops with the Ombudsman for Public Education in both Spanish and English for parents. We reviewed our Safe Passage report with student groups across the city, hosted virtual learning workshops for multi-generational guardians, and co-led sessions on supporting families with attendance challenges for service providers. We expanded our digital footprint by prioritizing virtual engagement with families by growing what is available on our social media platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We're making all the information and resources that we produce to be mobile friendly and accessible via using link trees and QR code technology. We continue to develop new resources for families, including the Behavioral Health Toolkit to help families navigate the school-based behavioral health system, launching the Parent Empowerment Series on understanding your school budget, and providing virtual learning support trainings for families setting up pods as Podding 101, families trying to understand the basics of remote learning. In January of this year, we released a detailed report on safe passage in the district titled Safe Passage: A Student's Perspective. Our office spoke with and surveyed students regarding their safety traveling to and from school prior to the pandemic. We are currently in the process of scaling that effort this year to capture not only students, but guardians' concerns of student travel. We plan to release a report in the fall follow-up that reflects students and families' concern around safe passage as we move towards a full reopening of school. When asked at FY21 what OSA can do to help the district as the pandemic expected to cut revenue and belt tightening will occur, we gave up staff increases, cut our supply costs, shelved staff development, and pushed off scheduled computer replacement. We didn't ask for any enhancements that were needed, like an additional FTE to support students and families, nor a secure database that can store student and family information we could collect while assisting. When asked again for FY22 to find cost savings, when we all assumed belt tightening would continue, we cut increases again. We reduce our supply spending and plan to limit operating costs to make do with what will be available. Our FY22 budget will allow us to fulfill our mission to guide and support students, parents, and families and community members navigating the public school system in DC, but it doesn't allow us to connect with all the students and families that could be accessing our services. We will continue to work to fulfill our mission, but the lack of investment will result in less tools for families, limited support for households with unique learners, and the reduced scope for engagement within targeted communities we need support the most to recover from the impact of the pandemic. Substantial obstacles for families existed before COVID-19, and those barriers will continue to magnify as we recover. As schools welcome back students into the building this fall, families understand a lot was missed this past school year, even in the best virtual learning environment. More than 60 LEAs in school year 21 and 22 will offer each student and family a path that we all hope will lead to the student's recovery. However, we expect families to get assistance and support navigating that path. We project in school year 21-22 an increase of families seeking support and clarity about their rights, school policies, and how to navigate the return to the classroom. The work of our office is made possible through the invaluable commitment of our 3 FTEs and 2 part-time fellows. Last year, nearly 4,000 families, students, community members were impacted by our outreach, virtual events, requests for assistance services. But we continue to meet barriers in scaling our impact due to staff size limitation. Our 3rd FTE was allotted to us in 2017. Despite our demonstrated impact on families across all 8 wards and our increases yearly in requests for assistance, we have not had an addition to our staff in nearly 4 years. To meet the current demand for services, our staff often works beyond office hours and do not have the capacity to continue to develop, implement, and support more initiatives throughout the city. Recently, the strain on our staff was felt more intensely when one of our staff went on family, resulting in 2 people operating the day-to-day responsibilities of our office with assistance from 2 grad student fellows. Adding another full-time employee will allow us to avoid stagnation by increasing our outreach and allowing our staff to focus on meeting the needs of students and families who need it the most. We must have the resources to properly safeguard the personal information shared with us by students and families. Our office currently collects and stores student and family information in Excel. We have never had access to a secure database to house data we collect. All data management occurs manually, from unduplicating, cleaning, sorting, to trend lines, and reporting out. The effort to manage and maintain data integrity is staff time intensive and saps resources that could be better utilized supporting students and families. We hope that funding for FY22 will allow us to retain and incentivize staff who stay committed to supporting students and families during the pandemic with opportunities for merit increases. That the budget will allow the office to grow and support more district residents by adding an FTE, and we will have the resources to obtain a data management platform that will allow the office to maintain data we collect securely. Before I close, I want to thank the council for your continued support and encouragement of our office. The growth of our office and the expansion and support we are able to provide is possible in part thanks to your support of many council members and staff. By sharing information about our office and services we provide, about our office and services that we provide. I thank you for this opportunity to testify and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Next, we will hear from Serena Hayes, the Ombudsman from the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Serena Hayes, Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office housed within the State Board of Education. Our purpose is to serve as a neutral and external resource for current and prospective public school students, as well as their caregivers in the resolution of concerns and complaints regarding public education. We use the amalgamated data that we collect to identify trends and make policy recommendations that further students' best interests. The conflict resolution processes we employ range from the smallest degree of intervention to the highest degree of intervention, which for us usually looks like a mediation. We spend a lot of time on the phone with families and schools discussing concerns. We coach caregivers on how to advocate for their children by providing information, helping them to organize their thoughts before they speak with the school administrator, or helping them to draft a letter. We schedule and attend meetings, which includes IEP meetings, safety plan meetings for students who experience bullying, and communication plan meetings. Even when we're unavailable to attend meetings at the request of a family or a school, we use coaching to help ensure that the family is properly prepared and confident going into a meeting. In addition to our casework, we do partner with government agencies and family-centered organizations. An example of that is our partnership with the Office of the Attorney General that we've had for the last 2 years. The program that we partner with is it's called ATTEND Mediation Programs, and the goal of ATTEND is to prevent and reduce truancy by identifying barriers to attendance and connecting families to the available resources in the city. We do intend to continue this partnership into the next school year. In my full testimony, I've cited a few other examples. Partnerships like these have allowed our office to connect with families who might not have otherwise heard of our office and about our services. And at the end of the day, the core of our work is our case management. When we perform our casework, we log activities within our database system, which is QuickBase. The data that we track includes summary of caregiver complaints and identifies the relevant topics that come up. We log each activity performed on a case and include the summary for each activity that we performed. I'm going to give you an example of what that looks like that really shows that our existing database system is really outdated and very limited in its automaticity capabilities. So caregiver John calls our office, our intake line, maybe at 7 o'clock in the evening. The next day, we log the missed call as a screener. We attempt to return John's call, and John does not answer, so we leave a voicemail message. The attempted return call is logged as an activity. We wait 2 days and try to call John again. This is also logged as an activity. On the second return phone call, John answers. The successful call is logged as an activity too. We then update the contact information to ensure accuracy and collect contact information and demographic data. Once we've determined that John's concerns actually meets our case criteria, we conduct a full intake consisting of about 16 to 32 questions, depending on the issues that arise. Next, we send John an email requesting that he sign a consent form that allows us to access his students' records. That email is also logged as an activity. When John responds with the consent form, that activity is also logged. All of this is happening before we even get to the substantive casework. There are additional problems with our database system that I also describe in full in my testimony. But the bottom line is that we desperately need a new database system. That there are other offices within the district that do a lot of case management that have much more advanced databases that have the capabilities that we need. Over the past several years, we've reported that the most frequent complaints we receive from caregivers involve concerns about bullying, student safety, special education, and communication and engagement. During distance learning, we experienced a huge decline in our bullying and student safety concerns. Special education complaints remained relatively steady, while complaints concerning communication and engagement ballooned. As schools prepare for in-person instruction, our office is preparing for an influx of complaints. The primary issues that we're concerned about are special education and bullying and student safety. By and large, students with disabilities didn't receive the services and accommodations that mirrored in-person learning while schools maintained a virtual posture. While we understand that many schools and LEAs provided the best services that they could under the circumstances, caregivers have contacted our office to report that their students have regressed during the last 16 months. Consequently, we are anticipating a surge in special education complaints whenever students do return to in-person instruction. We're also concerned about the bullying and student safety cases. So we manage these cases, and when we manage these cases, we really have two foci. The first piece is to ensure that the alleged victim is and feels safe. But that second piece is to address the mental health and educational needs of the alleged aggressor. While COVID decreased the opportunity for mental health and academic needs to actually manifest into the form of alleged bullying, COVID did not remove the underlying needs of the alleged aggressors. During distance learning, we received calls from families experiencing housing instability, food insecurity, and seeking assistance with the restoration of benefits. Students are vulnerable, and many of the concerns that manifested in school buildings have been latent or playing out in the home. Once students return to in-person learning, we'll once again experience high call volume around bullying and student safety. Pre-COVID, it was normal for our office to handle over 40 bullying cases in just 1 month. We anticipate that bullying and student safety complaints will return at least to pre-pandemic levels. As a result of the pandemic, public education has evolved. The recovery efforts vary from LEA to LEA, but also vary within the same LEA. Our office is tasked with understanding variances between policies, and we often bear the responsibility of explaining those policies to families. Every new policy creates another potential basis for a caregiver complaint. We must be prepared to address the concerns that will inevitably arise in response to an evolving educational system. To help our office effectively meet families' needs, I am asking for additional staff, in addition to funding for a new database system to increase our efficiency. I take pride in our office being a resource to families across the district, and I thank you and also welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes, and thank you to all of our witnesses on this panel. We're going to do a round of questions, and for colleagues who have joined us, I will do a 5-minute round, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Trayon White, then Councilmember Christina Henderson, and then Councilmember Robert White for a round and opening statements. So, Mr. Parker, thank you for your comments about how important our librarians are to our students and to our families, and that continues to be especially true throughout the pandemic. One of the pieces of pushback we received from the executive last week during our budget briefing was that schools wanted and needed the flexibility to make determinations around their own staffing on an individualized basis. And so in your view and expertise, what positions do you think should be mandatory for each school, and where do you think flexibility should lie for each principal?
Sure, thank you for that question. I would agree that autonomy is important for leaders. It is important for them to be able to make the best decision for their school buildings, but what we're finding is as budgets are constantly crunched, leaders are having to make difficult decisions around, do I keep a science teacher or the librarian, or do I have a counselor or the librarian? And so I can tell you in Ward 5, I think we're up to now 3 of our schools or DCPS schools that are without a librarian. And I would, as I said before, like nurses, I would encourage the council to explore mandating that librarians be required in each of our schools.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you also, Mr. Parker, for your comments about the report on teacher retention, which is a huge challenge in the district. What do you think some of the best ways are to increase our teacher retention rates?
Yeah, what we constantly hear from our educators in both DCPS and public charter schools is that they want to be heard and want to make sure that their voices are honored. That came up, as I alluded to in my testimony, as teachers were being forced back into school buildings, many of whom would say against their will. So that would be one way, honoring and finding places and spaces to center teacher voice. I would say 2, honoring their craft. The performance evaluation systems on the DCPS side came up quite regularly in the feedback that we heard from teachers. And this onerous sense of accountability. And so I would argue balancing support with accountability and ensuring that teachers feel that they have the supports and resources needed to do their jobs effectively.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of your work. Ms. Hayes, Can you share a little bit more about the volume and types of cases that you've been receiving most since the start of the pandemic? Because now that our schools are returning to full-time in person in the fall, are you expecting these cases to increase? And what types of cases are you hearing about relating to reopening?
So there are a couple of different questions within your question, so I'm going to try to hit them all. I'll start by answering around call volume and complaint types during distance learning, and then I'll move to what we're hearing sort of as we transition into the next year, and then I'll also hit on what we're expecting for next year. So the first part on our overall call volume during distance learning was actually much lower than usual. So we're probably about 50% of what we usually see within a year. The case types that we're seeing typically involve special education concerns, and that's been consistent like sort of throughout. As I stated in my testimony, we weren't really seeing any complaints about student safety and bullying, which makes sense because the students were not in person. And the communication and engagement piece, where we have a lot of calls about parents really trying to understand various systems, and trying to have a deeper understanding of what the expectations actually were during distance learning. As we transition into recovery mode, really what we're seeing are concerns about regression and parents trying to look for services to meet their students' needs. We're also seeing complaints about bullying and student safety have already started to increase within our office. And actually, as soon as we started to make the shift for some students to be in person, we started to see the bullying and student safety cases start to come up. Our call volume over the last couple of months has actually matched what we've seen in our previous years. So we do fully expect to either hit the same numbers we hit last year or exceed those numbers. I think I hit all your questions.
I think so too, and all in a minute and a half. Impressive. Well, thank you very much. I'm out of time this round, and we're next going to go to Ward 8 Councilmember Trayon White. And if we can put 8 minutes on the clock so Councilmember White can make an opening statement and then have a round. Councilmember White, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. All right. Thank you this morning. Budget oversight hearing, a number of government agencies that's going to be testifying today, so I'll be brief. And I don't have any. It's a top priority of mine, and for so many in the district. It's the strength and fabric of a strong community, and so I'm closely monitoring all allocated funding towards education for the FY 2022 proposed budget and advocating for communities and students that need it the most. Under the Public Education and Learning Acceleration, the budget promises to deliver 3.6% increase to the uniform per student funding formula and add new weights for at-risk English language and overage students is a positive step in the right direction. Given the learning loss suffered by so many of our students due to COVID-19 pandemic, an increase in funding is definitely necessary. However, it is also important that we recognize the number of students, especially in wards 7 and 8, who were behind prior to the pandemic. There's been an achievement gap historically in the district for Black boys in the city. So we have to figure out ways to do more. Funding for the summer enrichment programs is a huge asset to ensure that we curb the gap in learning. And I also heard Dan Davis talk about the Safe Passage Home, and safety is also a priority in this budget. Under childcare, the budget promises a stabilization grant and back to work childcare grants for a finite number of licensed childcare centers. We must ensure that these grants are awarded with equity in mind to support healthcare facilities for the businesses and communities that need them the most. I know that drafting the FY 2022 proposed budget was a mammoth undertaking. I applaud the mayor's office and the city administrator and chief financial officers and all that went into getting this work done. However, it's critical that we hear from district residents to address the concerns about providing funding where it can be best served, always with equity in mind. During the last week's budget oversight hearing, we listened intently to questions and concerns from our constituents, as the council has been doing regularly, as I have been also doing in Ward 8 via Zoom and through Facebook. Today, I'm hopeful our government witnesses can and will address the many questions and concerns that our families, parents, students, and also some teachers have about returning to classrooms in a safe, productive environment. I want to thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for your leadership this morning, and I look forward to hearing from the additional witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. And if you have questions for this panel, Councilmember, you can go ahead now.
Yes, I did want to ask about the Ombudsman's office. Just historically, I was one of the advocates to help get the Ombudsman's office set up. I wanted to ask, how many staff does the Ombudsman office currently have? And I heard her ask for Ms. Hayes said she need additional staff. What is that additional need and what positions are they for?
Thank you for that question. So currently we have 4 full-time staff members, so 2 assistant ombudsmen, 1 program associate, and then myself. We also have 3 fellows in the office who work part-time, and they primarily help with intakes. What I'm looking for is a 3rd assistant ombudsman to help manage our cases. The other thing that I'm looking for is an intake coordinator. And my hope is that I can move the money for the fellow positions and into the intake coordinator position so that council would be paying for the difference in that. We desperately need the staff in order to manage the cases that we have and to be present for families. And I can't rely on part-time. I can't rely on part-time. That's not going to work.
So let me ask you this, Ms. Hayes, about how many students are you seeing in a school year?
In a typical school year, we get roughly 1,000 complaints, and that translates into about 600 some cases. This past school year, during distance learning, we've gotten, we have about 200 some cases just for the year. And I don't have the number for the actual contacts that we've had this far for the year.
Okay.
I'm sorry. May I also add that oftentimes we'll get a complaint that is logged for a family that might, or for like under the parent, and that might have multiple students that like we might be working with, to support the, all 3 of the children or 4 of the children. But that may not necessarily be logged as a different case, depending on what the issues actually are that come up. And I just received a text message from my staff. So this year we've had 322 total contacts.
And so are you all facilitating now virtual meetings? How's these mediations or cases handled during this time?
Yeah, everything is virtual. And part of it for us is, of course, the comfort of the families, the comfort of the schools. We follow what they're doing. So if the school is doing, virtual mediations, we'll follow suit and do virtual. And it's worked sufficiently, but we are looking forward to being back in person.
And I don't know what's going to happen with additional funding for budgets. I want to put that out there. But when you say 1, how will 1 alleviate the pressures and stresses of trying to address the needs of the family? Why 1?
1 staff member? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you say 1. You're trying to transfer to a full-time from part-time.
So I'm trying to create an intake coordinator position that's full-time. And right now we're relying on fellows to do it, and they are working part-time schedules. So let's say if we don't have coverage on Thursday afternoons, I've got to pull an assistant ombudsman to do phone coverage. And that means they don't have time to do the cases. So that's why I need 1 intake coordinator and I need a 3rd assistant ombudsman. So it's still 2 positions that I'm asking
2 positions. For. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I want to go to Dan Davis real quick. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Parker. Always on point, always needed. Mr. Davis, you talked about safe passage. Have you all been in communication with the Gun Violence Prevention Office and also the WAN's office and walking through some of that before we get back to school?
Yeah, so we have been in contact with the the one's office. We haven't had time yet to have, I guess, formal meetings with the folks from Building Blocks and the gun violence office that was recently stood up. We are in current contact with the DME and their proposals for safe passage and the funding that they're putting out.
It's like I can barely hear you.
Sorry about that. Is it better, sir?
I don't know yet.
So I'll try to speak louder. Yes, so we are in contact with the one's office, and we haven't yet to have formal meetings with the folks from Building Blocks, nor the gun violence office that was recently stood up. We are in constant communication with the DME about their safe passage efforts.
All right. See, I'm over my time. I'll digress back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White. Next, we will turn to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson for 8 minutes for an opening statement as well as a round of questions. Go ahead, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, who is up early, chairing a hearing. I want to thank you guys for being here today, and I want to extend a thank you to all of the people who testified last week. I'm going to keep my statement here brief because I want to get into some questions, but I do want to start off by sending my condolences to the family members and friends of Clark Ray. As the DC State Athletic Association director, he was a tireless champion and advocate and used the power of athletics to bring people together. His legacy will live on and he will truly be missed. I know that they are testifying later today, so I just wanted to send my heartfelt condolences to his staff. We've heard from a lot of teachers, students, families, advocates who were able to assess the past year. And I hope that we can incorporate the testimonies received from those witnesses towards solutions that can be used to best support our students as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. It's interesting when we send our budget priorities, if you will, to the mayor's office, at least for new council members, that was a process that we had to go through in February. And lots has changed since then. And my thinking on some things have also been informed by folks on the ground, folks like you, the state board, the ombudsman, the student advocate, in terms of what you've been hearing over the past year from constituents who have been reaching out to you in a more direct way for help and for hope. And so as we go through the questions today with the government witnesses, I'm really looking for not only how we stabilize our K-12 sector, but how do we, do stabilization for our childcare sector and for our students who are about to graduate and our early childhood centers, and stabilizing safe passage and out of school time. There are just so many different things that we have an opportunity to get right this second or get right in this year. And I don't want us to miss that opportunity to be truly innovative as opposed to just doing the exact same thing. And so, with that, I wanted to ask some questions about the budget for all three of your offices, which kind of comes under one. So, in the budget book, which is, I know sometimes it's off or whatever, but that's the documents that we have. It says that the State Board of Education is supposed to be getting an additional FTE. Mr. Parker, is that going to the state board office? And if so, what is the function for that person?
Great question. We did receive an additional FTE. As I mentioned in my testimony, we did not receive sufficient funding for the FTE. So we received roughly about $30,000. And so our stance is it depends. Say it again.
I said $30,000 is not a person. That's a fellow. Or someone.
We would agree.
Okay.
And so our position is clear that we really want to support our sister offices. Obviously, with one additional FTE, that's not going to meet their requests. And so we are wanting to see what the council is able to do. If necessary, we are willing to move that FTE position. Ideally, though, the council would be able to meet our sister offices' budget requests, and we would use that FTE position moving forward for education standards review, so that we would have a staff person to conduct the work that we're doing currently with social studies.
Okay, so they ask, I guess specifically, and I'll get to Ms. Hayes and to Mr. Davis here, but in terms of the state board piece, you know, it's not just yay, thank you for the one FTE, but also like you actually need to give us more than 30, what, oh, here it is, $33,600 so that we can actually hire someone for a living wage that will take that position.
That is correct.
Okay.
But I want to stress that we believe so deeply in our the ombudsman and student advocates requests that we would ask you to prioritize their additional staff requests before fulfilling that one.
Okay. So Ms. Hayes, I heard yours, one assistant ombudsman, one intake coordinator. Mr. Davis, I apologize. I came in a little bit late in terms of your testimony, where it shows that you currently have, hold on. 5 FTEs who are currently working in your office. Is that accurate?
3 FTEs and 2 part-time fellows.
Okay.
And
what do you need?
I would, at this point, I would need an additional FTE. I need another student advocate. We are at the point where we are spending more time just trying to manage what we have and not really able to expand with all the families that could be connected to us.
Okay, so that would be like what, an assistant student advocate position?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Parker, I think you probably know how this works more than perhaps your colleagues on this front. Have you provided the committee with a number? Not just the FTEs, but the overall dollar amount of what you all are looking for? Because I didn't hear that in anyone's testimony in terms of like, what is the number?
We have more of a range, but I can consult with Mr. Hayworth and get that number to you.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot. I said that a lot yesterday. I was like, okay, y'all want more, but like, what's the number? Because I could pick.
What I could tell you is generally for the state board, we came in roughly 200,000 below our need for appropriations. And so it depends on whether some of those gaps are filled, whether this position is filled. And so that's why we say it's a range. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. So when you talk about the need for appropriation, the request that you all sent to the mayor's office, it included some MPS dollars, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Or requests?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was that? What was that amount?
I will get, I'm gonna add, can we turn to Mr. Hayworth? He can give you the particulars. I'm not sure if he's on the line.
Okay, I don't see him on the Zoom here.
He's saying he is on. Sorry, if you can come back to me just while we figure this out. I will also ask him to give the exact numbers, but he would be able to speak more to that detail. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Good morning, council members. I appreciate being elevated to the panelists. We do have those numbers in our enhancement requests, which were provided to committee, and Councilmember Henderson, I'll make sure you have a copy of those as well. Generally, we are only able to hire in the accepted service rather than career service. And so our positions are generally in the ES5 to ES8 range. And so the range that we hire in, and this is done by agreement with all 3 offices, is in the mid-range of those positions. So for a position that is at 80,000 to 90,000, we would need around 110 to 120,000 to provide benefits for those positions as well. Those were done through enhancement requests rather than entirely included within our budget, because that is the way that we have been instructed by the mayor's office to present those requests.
Got it. Okay, that was very helpful. I'm over my time. I will just say this because I don't think that the chairwoman is going to do another round. I think that your offices do great work, and I would agree with your assessment, Ms. Hayes, that I do anticipate there will be a lot more families who are calling on you in the next school year, and we want to ensure that you all have the resources necessary to be responsive, as well as help those families who are in need. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. Next, we will hear from at-large Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember White, you'll have 8 minutes as well for opening statement and a round of questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I want to thank all the panelists. I'm going to forego an opening statement because I have questions for all the panels, but I start chairing a hearing at noon, so I'm hoping I can get questions in for everyone by then. Let me start with Mr. Davis, picking up on the discussion about your office's budget and the staff size. What I heard in your testimony, and it makes complete sense, is the strain on your current staff for your operations, and I'm very sensitive to that. I guess I would ask for more clarification on what specifically the higher budget or additional FTEs would provide for residents. So what would be the difference from the perspective of residents for an increased budget for your office?
Right. So for an additional student advocate in my office would allow us, one, to connect with more residents that need it the most. So part of the way we connect with residents is by engaging with residents and meeting them where they are. So going into the communities, making sure that we are present in school buildings, making sure we are present at family events, making sure that we are able to, one, beyond just connect with outreach, being able to be present and help families right then and there. In addition to that, our student advocates also manage our request for assistance. So families that do call our office will be able to receive that one-on-one hand-holding support as they navigate whatever concern that they have, be it attendance, be it SPED, be it student safety. Our student advocates are able to, are a jack of all trades that are able to help families get from point A to point B fairly quickly.
So right now, you're not able to help enough students, or you're not able to help students quickly enough? So
right now, since the last time we had an additional FTE added to our office was in 2017, and we hovered at our same mark of students that we've been helping. So we steadily increased from around 300 to 400 cases of requests for assistance a year, and now currently we're at around 500 cases or 500 requests for assistance. We come in contact with about around 1,000 families every year in person touch, and we want to be able to increase that number. And so the more touches that we're able to have in the communities, the more people will be contacting us for requests for assistance, and the more people will be able to more students will be able to support. And so right now we're struggling to get over that mid-range hump of 500.
I may come back to that, time permitting, but both you, Mr. Davis, and you, Ms. Hayes, mentioned IT needs. Have you all been in conversation with Octo, and if so, what have they said?
So for my office, we have been in contact with Octo. There are current platform that we would like to use for our secure database is Salesforce. And Salesforce is currently used in several other offices by city government. So our build out costs for Salesforce would be around $25,000 with a yearly licensing fee for three to four staff members around from anywhere from 8 to 10.
So our office, we actually have a new meeting set up with Octo at the end of this week, but I've also been in the process of doing a market analysis and speaking to vendors about to get quotes and learn about different capabilities. And so far, I've been quoted two ranges because it's a two-step process. The first part would be the design and the installation and integrating legacy data. And that piece alone, I'm getting quotes that range from as low as $12,000 to as high as $30,000, but it's a one-time fee. And then for the ongoing use of the software, I'm getting quotes as low as $8,000 and as high as $30,000. And for the first year, it would be paying for both, and then after, just the ongoing fee.
Okay. One of the concerns I have government-wide, but I don't know how it would apply to your offices, is that there are a lot of significant IT programs that are funded, and these are incredibly sophisticated programs. And what we find with a lot of frequency is that agencies use only a fraction of the capability of these very expensive programs. But you all have analyzed what's out there and feel pretty confident that you know what the agency needs.
I feel confident that I've analyzed what's out there. I mean, the meeting that I have set up with Octo at the end of this week is they will be providing me with sort of this is what I can get elsewhere and tell me how you can meet this need. So, I mean, I'll provide follow-up information if it's different from what I've already said. But we've been in this process of having conversations with Octo about how to improve our current system. And don't get me wrong, Octo has been they've actually been really great and helpful. I think that one of the things that I've noticed is that I have to know what I need when I go to them. They can't like just tell me what I need. I have to actually know that, and then they can tell me if they can meet the need or not. And I think that piece, I don't speak IT, so I think that sort of disconnect may be something that not just my office is experiencing, but other offices are experiencing too. And yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, similarly, in my office, we're fairly confident, but I think we're currently using Excel as our database. So our database is non-existent. And so any tool would be an improvement.
Mr. Parker, obviously we heard from a couple hundred public witnesses last week about various needs within our public and public charter schools. Were there any particular issues that stood out for you that you think, I mean, some of these are big systemic needs that really need to be led by the administration. Were there things that stood out to you that you think the council could fix or tweak in the budget to meet those needs?
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier to Councilmember Pinto, I think this push around librarians for all students is a low-hanging fruit for the council. I also think making sure that all of our schools have the resources necessary and moving away from, as much as possible, this one-size-fits-all funding approach. I think I heard several people speak to that. I would also just say what we've heard the state board via our principal survey is that principals want increased flexibility to be able to meet the needs of their school communities. And so as much as that's possible and allowable, I would encourage the council to explore that as well.
I appreciate that. One interesting point Chairman Mendelson raised during the hearing was sort of a competition between making sure that each school has a position like a library and giving flexibility to schools. So do you have thoughts on how we can do both? I mean, we could fund more money for a librarian, but then a school principal may say, well, we have a greater need. So how do we kind of square that circle?
Well, I think the question is around the role that librarians play. The board is really interested in literacy. And I see this as part of a literacy revolution that is needed in DC. And so I'm happy to follow up with your team to just talk a bit more about how we should not see this as a competition, but librarians are an essential part of a literacy program for any student.
I agree. That's a good answer. I'm inclined to agree with regard to the importance of librarians and how important that is to other academic pursuits. I'm a little bit over time. Thank you very much to all of you and all your teams. Let me also extend my heartfelt condolences and warmest wishes to the State Athletic Association, friends and family of Clark Ray, a really, really good brother who is gone too soon and will be missed. Chairperson Pinto, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White. And thank you to all of our witnesses on this panel for your testimony and your consistent advocacy on behalf of our families, who really need that support and partnership more than ever. Thank you for your continued work. We're going to move on to our next panel, where we will hear from Shana Young, the interim state superintendent from the Office of State Superintendent on Education, Paul Kine, the deputy mayor for education, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, the executive director from Public Charter School Board, Rick Cruz, the chair of the Public Charter School Board, and Louis Farabee, the chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. We'll give everyone a moment. All right. First up, we will hear from Shana Young, our interim state superintendent. Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of the committee and the whole and staff. I am Shauna Young, the interim state superintendent of education. I'm pleased to testify before you today on the fiscal year 22 budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. Last week, Mayor Bowser presented her FY22 budget and financial plan. This past year and a half has been a time of unprecedented challenges, but we are coming back from the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic together as a community. We have been able to continue our work to deliver critical services to our residents and protect our most vulnerable neighbors. The mayor's budget makes vital investments in education, affordable housing, health and human services, economic opportunity, and public safety to ensure that we can recover stronger than ever. OSSE works with child development providers, local education agencies, including public charter and DC public schools, community-based organizations, and education partners to ensure success for all district residents from birth to adulthood. OSSE works urgently and purposefully in partnership with our education and community partners to sustain, accelerate, and deepen the progress for DC students. The mayor's FY22 budget supports the work necessary to maintain a high-quality education for all district residents, from infants and toddlers to adult learners. OSSE's total operating budget for FY22 is approximately $687.8 million across both federal and local sources. Most of this funding is passed through to our LEAs, child development facilities, and other partners. The FY22 budget makes investments required to meet our statutory obligations, to move forward on meeting the ambitious goals outlined in our strategic plan, and to make a significant impact in our district-wide efforts to recover from the pandemic. The shift to remote learning was critical in our response to the public health emergency, but the student experience was uneven. Students are best served in our school buildings with our educators, and the proposed budget makes significant strides in welcoming them and their families back safely. It also makes investments needed to meet academic and social needs. Just over a week ago, I was pleased to testify before you on our efforts to recover and accelerate learning loss. At that time, I shared with you many of the efforts we are undertaking at OSSE, as well as many of the investments we will be making through the set aside for state education agencies, through the Elementary and School Emergency Relief Fund. Through the $56 million set aside to OSSE through the two most recent federal laws funding ESSER, OSSE supports our priorities of safe reopening, student and staff well-being, and accelerated learning. Allocations made to OSSE through ESSER will be added to other citywide federal coronavirus relief funds to maximize impact. We've heard clearly that we must provide students with additional instructional time and support to help them catch up on valuable content missed over the past year. To that aim, OSSE will invest $3 million of its ESSER 3 funds with just over $10 million from the city's federal coronavirus relief funds in both FY21 and FY22 in high-impact tutoring. The funding will be used to establish standards for tutoring services, make subgrants to partners, and monitor academic progress. We believe that this effort, combined with the efforts to improve curriculum and instruction with our ESSER funds, will make a real difference in helping our students make up lost learning. From day one, the Bowser administration has prioritized affordable, accessible, and quality infant and toddler care. We set a high bar for quality through our health and safety regulations, raised subsidy rates consistently over time, and provided an array of supports to help childcare workers improve their practice, comply with health and safety requirements, and support business operations. The pandemic has certainly tested the early childcare sector, and we have taken numerous steps to stabilize the childcare market. To date, the district has allocated and is currently distributing nearly $25 million in local and federal relief funding for child development providers, for those who participate in our subsidy program and those who do not. And our investment will continue as we recover from the pandemic. We have also leveraged the district's existing investments in the child care subsidy to create a stabilization subsidy rate for subsidy child care providers during the public health emergency, and invested in shared services supports to improve the sustainability of the child care sector. The mayor's budget makes a series of enhancements that will ensure that the early child care sector returns stronger than ever. Using coronavirus state funds, the mayor will invest nearly $8 million in back-to-work child care grants, which will support childcare facilities in areas most affected by the public health emergency. These grants will preserve the supply of childcare seats and limit price increases for families who are returning to work. Further, through coronavirus state funds, the mayor will make another $5 million investment in the successful Access to Quality grants, which are capital grants to build or expand facilities and increase the supply of infant and toddler care providers in shortage areas. These grants are estimated to create 500 more childcare seats. To ensure that childcare providers have the staff they need to operate and grow, the mayor's budget provides a $1 million enhancement from local funds for the Child Care Worker Recognition and Retention Fund to support early childhood educators in meeting credentialing requirements. These funds will be matched with federal dollars from the Child Care and Development Fund to provide retention and/or education bonuses for early childhood teachers. The budget also makes a one-time $4.2 million enhancement in the Pre-K Enhancement and Expansion Program, or PKEEP, which supports CBOs providing pre-K services that meet a high bar for quality. This appropriation will update funding to reflect increases in the Uniform per Student funding formula. We will further build on these investments with the $68 million in federal child care relief funds that will be used to help providers remain in operation during and beyond the public health emergency. Further, we will look to provide enhanced supports for the early childhood workforce and to update subsidy rates to comply with federal requirements. We have recently completed stakeholder engagement on the use of these funds and look forward to distributing them later this year. With all of this support, the District of Columbia will remain a leader in our nation for our efforts to provide high-quality childcare to our residents. Economic downturns like the one we are experiencing have the power to disrupt the lives of workers, make it harder to afford rent, utilities, food, and other necessities of life. That's why the Bowser administration has prioritized creating pathways to the middle class, because we know that good-paying jobs in today's economy require education past high school. In our most recent strategic plan, OSSI set the ambitious goal that 1,100 more students would enroll in higher education on a path to complete a 2- or 4-year degree. And the FY22 budget makes a historic investment towards this effort. Last week, the mayor announced the DC Future Tuition Assistance Program, which will leverage $12.8 million in coronavirus relief funds to provide awards for residents to attend community college and some 4-year institutions of higher education. The awards may be used to pay for tuition, fees, books, and other support services, and aim to support up to 8,000 residents. The mayor also announced the College Rising program, which will provide to and through mentorship for 300 low-income high school students and first-time college goers each year, as well as fund 250 new dual enrollment opportunities for students. The program is intended to help students who show strong potential to succeed in college but need the additional exposure, support, and mentorship to make it happen. This $1.5 million investment will come from $1.3 million from revenue replacement for government services and $200,000 from ESSER II. We are also pleased to see that the president's proposed budget includes $40 million towards DC TAG and proposes increases to the annual and lifetime maximum amount for grants. Pathways to the middle class depend on making sure that students are prepared and aware of in-demand jobs, and the mayor's FY22 budget makes a significant investment in that effort through reimagining high schools, work-based learning environments. This $29 million 4-year investment begins with $11.5 million investment in FY22. Through this program, we aim to support 1,200 high school students enrolled in college and technical education, career and technical education with internships. Further, we will expand early career and technical education program to 20 middle schools over 3 years. And we will launch an advanced technical center, a regional hub of CTE programming and innovation that will be able to serve up to 600 students in programs of study such as licensed practical nursing and cybersecurity. Many of our students face tremendous obstacles in their lives, and those have the power to adversely impact their academic outcomes and future endeavors. Sadly, the pandemic has exacerbated these obstacles for far too many. We must do everything we can to reduce these obstacles so that students have an easier time accessing education. The FY22 budget includes a $500,000 federal enhancement aimed at supporting students in crisis by investing in additional staffing to expand capacity at the Department of Behavioral Health for mobile psychiatric services. The budget also includes an $83,500 enhancement to support the school-based mental health program with evidence-based curricula and programming to support responding to trauma. Further, the FY22 budget sustains important programs that address barriers to education, including the School Climate Fund, created through the Student Fair Access to School Act. It also maintains funding for Restorative DC, early literacy grants, community schools, 21st century schools, and the Healthy Schools Fund. These longstanding programs, combined with the supports from ESSER funding, will go a long way towards making sure our students have the tools and supports they need to return to school and learn at their highest potential. OSSI has a deep belief and commitment to ensuring access to accurate, accessible, and actionable data, and it has been a pillar of our strategic plan over the past 6 years. In March, we were pleased to be afforded the opportunity to share OSSI's story of growth and progress in our education data system, for it's a story that we're excited and proud to share. Our data processes and systems have leapt forward significantly. These systems will never be perfect or finished. They will be continuously improved to meet our needs. That's why the FY22 budget includes a $4.1 million capital investment to continue work to improve our infrastructure and respond to the significant public interest in more access to data in our schools. The FY22 budget also includes a $225,000 enhancement for My School DC to support data improvements necessary to upgrade systems and continue high-quality service to families in the school lottery. OSSI administers the non-public tuition program, which provides funding and oversight for special education and related services for children with disabilities who are placed in non-public settings. The FY22 non-public tuition budget is approximately $59.5 million, which is a net decrease of $784,000 due to fewer students being served in non-public institutions. This reduction preserves the spending level for individual student payments and will not impact services. OSSI remains committed to ensuring that students can be appropriately served in the least restrictive environment. OSSI's Division of Student Transportation is charged with providing safe, reliable, and efficient transportation services that positively impact learning opportunities for eligible district students. OSSI DOT never stopped providing service for students that needed transportation during the pandemic, and we are anxiously waiting and prepared for all students to return to in-person learning next year. OSSI DOT provides services for more than 3,100 students to schools along nearly 500 bus routes, traveling more than 27,000 miles each day. The FY22 budget includes approximately $116.8 million for OSSI DOT, which reflects a $3.8 million decrease when compared to the prior fiscal year. This decline reflects savings attributed to vacancies, and OSSI is committed to continuing our work without interruption. Further, the capital budget continues to support the program through the renovation of a bus terminal at W Street Northeast and provides funding for our routing and scheduling system that will finally allow for parent tracking of our school buses. This budget will allow OSSI DOT to ensure quality transportation services in FY22 and beyond. The Mayor's FY22 budget positions OSSI to make significant, strategic, and impactful investments in education for our residents from birth through adulthood. Collectively, these investments will support our efforts to get our students back in school safely where they belong and ensure that we have the vital support services needed to ensure that our hard-fought progress in increasing academic outcomes is not lost. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Young. And I want to thank Brooke Pinto for starting off the hearing. That was very helpful to me. We have a 10-minute round of questions. I don't know if there'll be a second round. Let me begin, Superintendent Young, with some questions about early childhood. I want to try to move through these quickly because of the time. According to OSSI's pre-hearing questions that we submitted, the $1 million for provider scholarships are local dollars. But according to the budget book description on page D115, the $1 million is ARP funds, American Recovery Act. Which is it, local or ARP?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate that there are a number of fund sources here. The recognition fund and retention fund includes both CCDF federal funding and local funding as a match.
Okay, but my question is about the provider scholarships, and there's $1 million for that?
Yes, I'm sorry. There's $1 million in local revenue replacement funding from the city, and a match that will also be provided through our allocated CCDF funds from federal funds that are delivered to OSSI.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand, but I'll see if my staff does. Is it recurring?
These are funds allocated in FY22 and FY23.
So it's 2 years. And why not use this money to fund the bilingual childcare providers trying to obtain their associate degree at UDC?
We have a number of scholarship and incentive programs, and so we anticipate that this funding will be eligible for a number of different pathways. And so OSSI provides some scholarship programs specifically for providers, but we want to make this available to childcare providers who are pursuing their degrees in a number of different ways to ensure the greatest accessibility.
So what I take from that is that some of it could be used for those going to UDC, but you want a number of different, I think the phrase is pathways, and therefore you don't want the money just going to UDC.
Yes, it could be. I anticipate that it could be used for childcare providers enrolled in those programs, but we would like to make it available to folks who are not necessarily enrolled there as well.
I want to ask about child care provider salary increase. According to the mayor's budget testimony, the budget includes $18.5 million for a pilot to increase the salaries of child care providers. However, this pilot does not seem to be included in the FY22 budget. Explain this pilot and why numerous advocates have testified about the need for $60 million in local recurring funding for child care provider salary increases.
Oh, excuse me. So I think we are really proud of the investments across the early childhood spectrum that take us from relief through recovery, through building and sustaining a strong child care sector. The investments in FY22 include investments in our child care workforce for, as you mentioned, both scholarships and incentives for direct payment to child care providers for retention as they're getting that education, as well as significant relief and recovery investments for our child care providers to ensure that they are open, able to hire, and able to staff up. The child care pay pilot is, as you mentioned, planned for FY23, and we would use this year to work closely with our stakeholders to help design that program in a way that would be the most successful with the child care providers and allow us to have the learnings from those investments and have the most impact for the quality pay pilot as it's implemented in the next year.
So if I can, sorry to interrupt or almost interrupt. So it's not in the FY22 budget because you're going to spend FY22 developing this program and then it will be the FY23 budget.
That's correct. That's the proposed plan.
And so we had a hearing last week, public testimony on schools, on your budget, on childcare. Numerous advocates testified about the need for $60 million in local recurring funding for childcare provider salary increases. Why aren't we doing that this year? Is it simply because we don't trust that it will actually go to salaries as opposed to some other use?
I'm specifically unclear as to the proposed program for the $60-something million, but we think that the plan for establishing this child care pilot in coordination with scholarship content and incentives is a strong step forward towards the path that we're all interested in taking, in building a high quality sector and sustaining our child care providers in staying open and as private businesses, and in investing in our child care workforce and in wage pilots that we can pressure test the effectiveness of and scale over time. And so, as I mentioned, the pilot that we are planning would be coordinated using some of the same steps that we've talked about jointly before, looking at a compensation study, working based on the cost of childcare modeling, coordinating with our child care providers on the format or administration of a grant or subsidy rate that would that upon a commitment of a child care provider would set a income level for their workers, and then measure that progress based on the participation of providers in that, and then be able to scale over time based on what we're learning.
I have to say I'm having a hard time following that. I think there are two questions here. One of them is, where does the $60 million come from in terms of how was that calculated? I know that's not your figure, But I think that's one question. And the second question is, a lot of my colleagues and a lot of advocates feel a sense of impatience that there are childcare providers who need the money now. They're working now. To send them, you'll get a pay raise a year from now, which actually means October of 2022. It's more than a year. Just doesn't cut it. So if a colleague of mine decides to take, let's just say $60 million out of the council's budget and put it into childcare, because we're going to do that now, why not?
Well, I think there's a couple of different things that frame into how to think about the childcare sector and effective interventions and supports. As you know, childcare sector involves approximately 400, the licensed childcare providers in DC involve approximately 470 or more independent private businesses. Our childcare provider, that runs from a small single home provider or a large corporate childcare center. We have, as a city, put forward more than $25 million in relief funding that goes to those childcare providers to enable them to stay open, scale, and retain their staff. And there's a significant amount of funding in our current budget to continue that investment in helping to ensure our childcare providers are open. Wages, again, vary according for many of those childcare providers based on qualifications, based on the size and scope and profitability of the center. And so when we think about investing in childcare wages, we have to use the policy tasks that we have on hand. These are not, these providers are not employed by the city. They're employed by these private businesses. And so we are interested in supporting childcare providers to stay open and be able to hire, as well as to use what are functionally grant or subsidy rate incentives for those who accept a grant or are participating in the subsidy program. To incentivize those providers to pay a wage that is slightly higher. And so the pay pilot allows us to design that program in coordination with those stakeholders to ensure that there will be the greatest uptake, for example, and to set up systems that will allow it to be sustainable over time. There are lots of considerations when it comes to setting rates and requiring businesses to pay those rates, including sustainability of the sector, passing on costs to private providers. And we want to be able to be thoughtful and use the data and information that we are collecting related to pay scales, et cetera, as we do that. And so we think this is a strong way of doing that, as the relief and recovery funding is flowing over these past couple of years to then implement the pay pilot in the following year.
I'm going to leave it there and turn to the next member, Councilmember Allen. And you'll be followed by Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Trayon White, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Go for it. 10 minutes.
All right. Yes. So I want to start off with Superintendent Young. You said in your testimony that students are best served in our school buildings. Given that many parents still feel unsure and insecure about sending their children back to school, what are you doing to make virtual learning a strong option as well? Until there's further return back to school, we must provide learning for students through all mediums. And what kind of support services are given for those who are still hesitant? And trust me, we're trying to get our students back to school, but we want to make sure we provide all quality options.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. A couple of things here. One is we have provided the outline of eligibility for an online option, and our LEAs, including DCPS and charter schools, are working to meet that need for the students who are eligible via high quality virtual programming based on the learnings that they have received, that have taken place over the past year. And that includes how Our teachers are dedicated to virtual learning classrooms, the modes of instruction, delivery of high quality education with the same volume, the same rigor next year. And we anticipate that all of our LEAs are making plans for how to address those needs specifically for the students who are eligible there. OSSE is also committed to a significant amount of professional development for our teachers in these different kinds of modalities of delivery.
Question, you said eligible. What makes a student eligible?
We've put forward guidance related to the medical eligibility, and there's a form that our LEAs and families have in which there is required consultation with the child's specific doctor or pediatrician.
So it's eligibility requires you have a medical reason why you can't attend, correct?
That's correct, according to the current policy. I will say that I think it's obviously and clearly been an enormously challenging year for so many of us and for our community. And I think it, as you mentioned, is going to take a lot of commitment from us and from our educators in our community to engage with parents and families about what their concerns are, and to make proactive steps to share all of the hard work that our schools and our teachers and educators are doing to prepare to see students again this fall. And so I know I've been working significantly with our school colleagues, with the chancellor, with our charter leaders to talk about what we can be doing in the education sector and with you all as well and other members of our community leadership to engage families, to encourage them to come see school buildings, to talk to educators who are waiting to see our children, and to increase access to things like vaccination. That's our responsibility as leaders in the city to ensure that people have all the access, all the knowledge, all the hand-holding, all the support, all the places to talk and learn and share to ensure that our families and communities can have as much access to their school as possible next year.
Okay, thank you. And also in your testimony, you said that OSSE will expand early career and technical education program to 20 middle school over 3 years. I think that's needed and been needed in the city for a long time, and a deep dive on how we can get students and residents to industry that are flourishing in the district. But I wanted to know, how will the programming be distributed among schools, and is there equity lens you are using in areas that are in a deficit when it comes to adequate programming, especially around trades?
That's a great question. I'll give a high-level answer, and then if I can, call on our Assistant Superintendent for Post-Secondary Education, Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, to share a little bit more color. But I will say, yes, broadly, we're very excited about this programming, as the mayor mentioned, to reimagine high school, but begin even in middle school, to expand career technical education experiences so that students can have a sense of what is out there for them, as well as internships for students and the Advanced Technical Center, which will be an actual school-based hub for that work. And we are consistently, when we're looking at these opportunities, focused on making them available in an equitable manner to particularly where access to those opportunities are needed most. Dr. Mitchell, you want to chime in here?
Sure, you are absolutely correct. The funding will go to schools that have CTE programs of study. And as you know, we have CTE programs of study in 20 high schools across the district. We are looking forward to increasing our support for those schools as they implement programs of study in schools like Woodson and Ballou, Friendship, all of the comprehensive schools that have programs of study in CTE.
Okay, and I do know of some of the ones we have. Did we expand on any of those programs in this new budget? Because I know at one point Ballou had the hospitality program, and the auto mechanics program. I didn't see it functioning in 2019. Can you speak to that?
Well, I can tell you that our programs of study, the plan is to increase our support to go deeper into the programs that exist. I don't have a list in front of me of the programs that are at, particularly at Ballou, but the internships that will happen will be connected to those programs of study and will enhance the experience that students have. We can get you of all of the programs of study happening at Ballou, though.
I'm sorry, can someone get that information and send it to me also with Anacostia, because I do know they had the police cadet program.
Yes.
And in the last 3 years, only one person actually went into the police department, which is a concern for me. I'm trying to figure out what are the barriers, why are people falling behind, like why with that. So these programs are good, but we want to make sure also, as you would like to as well, I assume that they get the certifications they need, they get into these careers, get into these jobs, get into starting their own businesses and thrive, and not just having for the sake of having them. I'm not sure if that's happening.
That is absolutely our intent, and we will get you that information tomorrow.
Okay. Also, Superintendent Young, you talked about the 1,100 ambitious goal of 1,100 more students enrolled in higher education for complete a 2 to 4 year degree. Can you give us a little more information on the plan of how that's going to roll out and be effective?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, specifically in this year's budget, we have a number of very specific programs that we're really excited with, that will add to the current work that OSSE already does related to supporting students in high school and in enrolling in post-secondary work. First, we are investing in the DC Futures Tuition Assistance Program, which is similar to the Mayor's Scholars Program. It will provide awards for DC residents to attend community college and local and some local four-year institutions of higher education. And it will support both scholarships and support through enrolling and persisting in college. In addition, for the college, right, that's approximately $12.8 million in this year, in the FY22 budget. The College Rising program, this is a to and through mentorship work for approximately 300 low-income high school students and first-time college goers, as well as more investment in dual enrollment opportunities. So it's broadening and making more full that high school experience and supporting our high schoolers getting to and through college. And that's in addition to the work that we just talked about related to the reimagining high schools overall and investments in CTE. So we think this provides a really robust portfolio of supports to make high school itself, to gain traction and fullness to the high school experience, and then help students actually enroll and persist in college.
Thank you. Last question. I'm often concerned during this virtual learning process about students dropping out. We had students dropping out of school during the traditional school experience, and more so now. What kind of guidance are you all giving to the LEAs around engaging and re-engaging those who have may potentially drop or have dropped out?
Yeah, this is an extremely important area of work and something I think we share your concern about for this year and entering into next year. So for us, there's the continuing to engage and retaining our student work, which we have requested that our schools provide plans for in their continuous education plans, which are due to us in June, specifically how they are continuing to engage and retain their students year over year into next year. And we will be continuing to think also about the ways that OSSE can redeploy its services and supports for our schools to really make that push and coming back into school next year. And then when we say re-engagement at OSSE, that is more along the lines of folks who have already significantly disengaged or dropped out of high school. And we're continuing to work with our re-engagement center to reach and try and find access to students who may have stopped persisting in high school and to connect them back to an educational home.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Allen, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Superintendent, and to the OSSE team. I'm going to try to hit two different items in my 10 minutes. So let me start with this. When we were at the public performance oversight hearing, one of the things we talked about were the student universal health certificate forms. And I think we were a little surprised, shocked maybe. 65 schools, it was reported, had 0 completed health forms on file for this school year. Now, we all know this school year has been atypical, and so it's been challenging, but 65 schools with 0 represents thousands and thousands of students. So as we think about this upcoming school year, how is OSSI and how does this budget help support getting towards compliance for the requirements for students to have their current health forms? Because it feels like we're not only, it feels like it's almost always a challenge in a regular year. We're going to have a heck of a lot of catch up that has to take place. So what is OSSI doing to help make sure that those forms are in order? And are we still in a place where 65 schools have no forms on file?
Yeah, thanks so much for this question. And just so I have a couple of thoughts on this and some examples of the kind of technical assistance and training we're providing to schools. I think that first, the Universal Health Certificate is the documentation that schools are requested from families, but it is not a prerequisite to attend school. Vaccinations, childhood immunizations are, and sometimes just as like the Venn diagram, so to speak, the health certificate is the way that we document those immunizations. So this is to us is both an issue of the paperwork, which is important, and the actual immunization, which is also important. And similarly, there are significant gaps in the number of students who are missing their pediatric immunizations. And we think this is concerning, as we have all learned over the past year. We need to make sure our children are receiving the routine vaccines. And we are working directly with DC Health, as you know, the health department, to help reinforce that requirement. And we are doing a couple things with schools. One is we have some guidance and forms that we have shared and had some professional development and sort of learning meetings with our schools. As well as some guidance and we have ongoing health calls with our Division of Health and Wellness, as well as our health leads at schools, to talk about how to connect families with their pediatrician or medical providers, and in what way we can use our school staff to make those links, to reiterate our communication back to our families and parents. And we are working with DC Health to help ensure and continue to make access. But I agree, it's going to be quite the challenge, and we need all the public support we can to reinforce this requirement to help families make those appointments over the summer.
I appreciate that. And certainly there's lots of messaging that we can be doing in outreach. Do we have the ability to use federal funds though for things like health vans, back to school health clinics where we actually bring vaccines providers to the school community, to the students?
Yeah, right now I will have to defer to DC Health as the health agency related to that, because the actual administration of those types of things is not out of OSSI, but we coordinate very closely with them. Right now, the kind of vaccine clinics that are available at the schools are only related to COVID. And for routine pediatric immunizations, the medical community recommends and suggests that families go to their routine medical provider or clinic. But we continue to be working very closely with DC Health to support families in getting to their medical home, or any other creative ways that our health agencies want to interact with our schools. We continue to be supportive.
Got it. All right, and then thinking ahead to a point once we are past emergency use authorization, when we get to a place where it's permissible to require COVID-19 vaccine for school attendance, what is your thinking currently about adding COVID vaccine to our list of other required vaccinations for school attendance, either for students or for staff?
My opinion is wholly dependent on the guidance that we get out of the health agencies. And so we continue to rely on our health agencies to help make those decisions and mandates. And then we work very closely with them to help share information, enforce, and support our community in meeting those requirements.
Okay. I will just say that it seems like if we believe that we need to be drug testing volunteers for marijuana, it sure seems like we'd want to require a COVID vaccine for people working with vulnerable children. All right, let me switch gears my remaining time to out of school time programs. I know we've talked about this a good bit. I think this creates, in a good year, in a normal year, we already have gaps in terms of being able to meet the need and the demand. Out of school time is so important. Quality programming, supportive programming that helps students, it helps working families, all around, it's good. But we know we don't have enough of it. So as we think about this budget, does this budget eliminate the gap that has existed pre-pandemic in terms of the amount of programming versus the amount of demand and students who are seeking a seat?
Well, we're really happy that this budget has a number of strong investments in after school, both in the summer and in the traditional year-round after school. First, we're very pleased to see that we have maintained our budget, our funding level for the 21st century before and after school programming coming out of OSSE, which is a grant program. But in addition, we have significant amount of funding from the federal relief funds, a little over $3 million for after school, before and after school, and a little over $3 million for summer over the next couple of years that we will be working with the DME's out of school time office to administer grants for. So we are hopeful that actually, as you mentioned, really expands access to these programs for our providers to make sure that more kids have access to that.
And Michelle, I'm going to try my best not to cut you off. I just know I only have limited time. I completely agree. We want to expand access. What I'm trying to get at is, have we assessed, have we been able to identify what that gap is between demand and supply? And does this budget, well, I agree, it's a good thing and it's expanding. I think we could expand more, but it's a good thing. Does it close the gap? Does it eliminate the gap? Or are we think we're still going to have more demand than capacity that we can create? Again, with a caveat, even though we're expanding capacity, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I actually honestly don't have that data in front of me related to specific demand numbers, but I will follow up with the DME's out of school time office and potentially be able to get back to you on that, because I just don't have that data in front of me related to like quantitative demand numbers for out of school time. But I agree with you. We certainly have more demand than supply, and we're committed, as I mentioned, to continuing to close that gap.
Yeah, and we'll certainly follow up with the DME when he comes up too. One of the things in the oversight, or I can't remember if it was oversight hearing or one of the fall planning hearings, but I talked about the concern being that, especially for those schools that no longer are in Title I status, that what we're seeing is that out of school time programming costs will become very difficult to be able to, for families who previously had relied on those Title I funds to be able to afford a lot of those programs. And so while families of means will be able to, pay for that additional, programming that's going to take place out of school in the afternoons, there's a scholarship program that's being created. And is that a completely DME scholarship program, or is that with OSSE? Are you doing that together? Can you help me tell a little more about that?
Yeah, I defer to the DME to talk more in detail because it will be administered out of their office, and I believe the out of school time office. The intent is to provide scholarships to families to access that type of programming, but I don't have all the details. I will say that we also do encourage our LEAs to use their funding, Title I or otherwise, to make those programs available equitably. And I know you mentioned, I think it was maybe in the learning loss hearing, some of the challenges that can come when you are potentially waiting on delivery of that, scholarship before you can access it. So I certainly have heard that feedback. I know the DME did too, and we'll be thoughtful about how we can be responsive to that. But the specifics on the program, I'll have to rely on the DME.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate you took that from the hearing, and so thank you very much. I'll reserve that then for the DME. I just think that it's having been, in that hallway watching those signups take place. I think that the idea of a scholarship may have merit, but I think from a practical standpoint, it's going to end up creating a barrier where we're going to see families not be able to actually get that programming because there's that delay. And if at a time when we're trying to reduce barriers and remove barriers, I think we got to think about a way to get that done just a lot more quickly, easily, equitably. And I think that'll be a way to do it. And I'll ask the DME that. So thank you very much, Superintendent. I appreciate your time. And let me turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Good morning, Superintendent. Dr. Mitchell, don't go away because I have some questions about the secondary. I want to start on the DC Future Tuition Assistance Program. As briefly as you can you explain what's the difference between this new program and the Mayor Scholarship, DC Mayor Scholarship Fund that already exists?
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell. Go ahead.
Sure. So there are some differences in these programs, though we see them as complementary. Mayor Scholars enable students to attend institutions within a radius of DC, which means students have a little bit more choice than they will have under DC Futures. DC Futures is designed to support students going to University of the District of Columbia and a few other select institutions within the District of Columbia. That is a major difference. Both programs are designed to be supportive of DC residents that are older and that may not have citizenship. The other difference has to do with the maximum award amount. Mayor Scholars, the maximum award amount is $2,000 per semester. With DC Futures, the maximum award amount can be higher than that.
Can I ask really quickly? So I understand for the DC Futures, I'm assuming it's if you're pursuing a 2-year or a 4-year degree. Is this something that if someone was looking to get their associates in like early childhood, they can get a scholarship through DC Futures?
Yes, DC Futures is indeed designed to be supportive of programs that are that lead to degrees in fields that are in high demand. So in the District of Columbia, certainly early learning would be one of those areas. Other areas might include business management, might include fields in the health sciences, IT, things like that. So DC Futures is very much designed for specific fields.
Okay, and what's the maximum award? What's the maximum award that someone can get? Or I don't know.
Yeah, the details haven't been quite worked out, but right now we are assuming that the maximum award is about $4,000 per semester under DC Futures.
Okay. I'm going to put a pin in this, but this is all I'm going to say. And you know this, Dr. Mitchell, right? In the philanthropy space, there are a lot of scholarships that are available to helping people get into school, whether it be that first year and those kinds of things. There are very few opportunities to help students who are in an emergency bind, specifically in those sophomore, junior, senior years of like, hey, I need $500 to pay off my bill, or hey, I have to come home because of X, Y, or Z. And frankly, when we look at sort of the totality of where students are going when they're graduating, they're not all staying in this radius here. And so, right, you know, we have students going to Virginia State and to Hampton and those kinds of things. And I'm just concerned that we're adding additional money, which is fantastic, but we are limiting the number of students who can actually be helped by this program. And so I hope that we can talk a little bit more, because the BSA language gives me heartburn a little bit in terms of this particular piece and in terms of its restrictions. And so if we could talk a little bit more about that later, that'd be great. I want to turn to talking about high dosage tutoring, Superintendent. My understanding is that OSSI is getting an enhancement of about $10 million that's supposed to go to high dosage tutoring. Will those be provided as grants to LEAs or grants to CBOs?
It will probably be largely to CBOs, but some to LEAs. So the vision for our high dosage tutoring includes several components. The majority of the funds will go to CBOs, but some may go to targeted LEAs, either through a third party or through a sort of a consortium model for LEAs that may need slightly more intense supports to administer or support a program in their schools. Where they may need more volume, for example, or it may be actually helpful for an LEA to have like a team on site to help administer for more children.
Okay, so
in addition,
sorry, I'm I got like 5 minutes. In terms of the money going to CBOs, is it going, I guess, with the assumption that you have a particular relationship with a school already existing, or is this to build capacity for new programs that don't exist yet?
Both. So we think that there's a need first for providing seed funding to expand tutoring partners who need funding to recruit and train partners, in addition to funding over time the CBOs to partner with individual schools. And we really think it is the role of OSSI to invest in places where there may not be providers now. For example, or their providers may be very small, like dual language, for example, tutoring, or other areas particularly related to students with disabilities where there may not be robust providers, that we think there's a need to grow that service.
Okay, is this federal funding, the 10 million, or is this local dollars?
The funding for the tutoring is $3 million in FY22, $3 million of ESSER funding that has been dedicated to OSSI, and approximately $10 million of coronavirus locally allocated funds, so federal funds allocated to the district.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not, I don't disagree in terms of the need of high dosage tutoring, but at the same time that we have this $10 million pot here, I also have schools who are cutting people. And so I have to ask the question, is a tutor better than a teacher, or is a tutor better than a librarian, or is a tutor better than that? And so I'm saying that in a rhetorical sense, you don't need to.
Well, if I can say quickly, it is very frequent that these models in which the tutors are teachers, and so that is actually an effective model that may see some investment. The tutors can come from other outside tutoring, but it is also possible that tutors that some of the funding can be used to pay teachers to participate in tutoring activities.
Okay, so the funding can be used for your side job, tutoring, but not your main job, being a teacher. You see where I'm going with that?
Well, I'm just suggesting that there are multiple high quality models of high dosage tutoring that are viable and considered high quality.
Got it. Okay. Let's just go really quickly to stabilization. Had a lot of conversations with some adult charter LEAs who, as you know, from the enrollment estimates, are seeing quite a bit of a fluctuation in terms of what is anticipated. Although I think one could argue what is anticipated is a little bit of, we're all kind of looking at a magical crystal ball here because of how things might change over the summer, how families, when their children get back in school, now they feel like they can go back and get back in terms of their particular education. And I don't know if this is necessarily a question for you or if it's a question for the DME, but we are providing a stabilization for DCPS schools, but we didn't provide a stabilization to adult charter schools who don't have access to the federal funding in the same way as our K-12 LEAs, because that money is distributed via Title I. So I'm just curious in terms of OSSI's thinking in terms of, out of all of these budget pots that we have, we didn't provide any additional supports to our adult charter schools who are doing some critical work in terms of building the workforce here.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to clarify. Actually, OSSI did use significant funding from its first 2 rounds of ESSER funding to create an ESSER sort of equivalent stabilization grant to all LEAs who did not receive funding through ESSER, including adult charter LEAs, LEAs that did not receive Title I funding, et cetera. And so we have actually made those stabilization funds available, and over the next several months, we will make a second round or a third round of stabilization funds available for our LEAs who do not receive ESSER relief funding, probably using SOAR, a request to use federal SOAR funding to do so. So I agree that the work that our adult LEAs are doing is critical and important, and we have attempted to make relief and recovery funds available to them, and I believe that they also received a hold harmless in their enrollment this year. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with them as they serve their students in the next year.
Okay, so that hold harmless piece that you just said, that's not what they are,
Councilmember.
I understand. Okay. Are we gonna get another round, Mr. Chairman?
There'll be a 5-minute round.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Robert White, followed by Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Superintendent Young. I do, as I start, I think the line of inquiry that Councilmember Henderson made around the high dosage tutoring is an important one. I agree, and I think most of us do agree that we need tutors, and frankly, we're going to need them more than we have. But we are still hearing, to her point, from schools that are losing teachers, librarians, and no one on the administration, no one in the administration has been able to assure the council or the public that schools are not going to have to cut any position, so they won't lose funding. But with inflation, they may not be able to afford all the folks they have. So how do we square that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm not particularly prepared to answer questions about the DCPS budget, so I'll have to defer to my colleague, the Chancellor, later on. I will say, related to tutoring though, one of the reasons why our investment is so large here is because it is one of the single most tested and most research-based interventions and supports that our children, that we know works for children in accelerating learning. School is filled with content, and more time with content with trained professionals to help students recover what they may not have learned yet, or more time to learn lessons and accelerate that learning is critical. It works across the board, and particularly for our students that need it most. And there are clear standards and models in the way that works, as well as folks gearing up to provide it. And we think that investment is really some of the most evidence-based and critical for helping our students move forward. So that's the reason that it takes such a prominent position in our relief and recovery efforts over the next several years.
All right. I agree with everything you said. I just still believe that schools have to be able to cover those basic positions first. But the tutoring component of the budget is a little more than $10 million. There's one FTE associated with it. How is this one person going to manage this project and budget?
Yeah, I think we do anticipate it may take more, and that we would organize OSSE's resources to support that over time. As managing this project at OSSE, we would work that position would be working very closely both with the Deputy Mayor's Office and with our local education agencies, as well as the CBO nonprofit community, to be helping to set standards, coordinating expectations for data and information gathering and programmatic evaluation, administering grants to our nonprofits, and coordinating that community of practice and or communication between our LEAs and providers.
How many organizations do you anticipate participating in the tutoring program?
I don't have a set number. We're really eager to help our organizations at scale, but we know that there may be some pretty large partners and some smaller partners that need to grow, as well as mentioned before, some specialized partners that we'd be interested in growing and investing in areas that are most needed. So I don't have a specific number involved, but we do want to make sure that we're using funds efficiently and effectively across the district and meeting the needs of our schools.
Would the tutoring happen during the school day or outside of normal school time?
I think in an ideal circumstance, tutoring happens inside or quite adjacent to the school day. And in that case, we know that we have LEAs who have been coordinating with local nonprofit partners to do some things called a design sprint, between looking at scheduling and figuring out how to fit in extra tutoring time that does not take away from other educational and social activities during the day. There are, though, effective tutoring models that happen sort of school adjacent, right before and after, for example, with partners that work very closely with the school so that they know the specific needs of students and their educational progress and pathway.
How are you going to assess the success of the program?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it really is an area that we would invest significant amount of resources and time into evaluating. We'd anticipate that for any investment that there be a requirement for a programmatic tracking and evaluation, which would include understanding which students are getting what intervention, from which provider and what type, as well as interim student achievement data, as well as ideally identifying the summative outcomes on a future state assessment. As well as just sharing of lessons learned, which, attendance and other related outcomes for students, so that we can know and adjust if we see some things are really working, adjust our strategy over the time that we'd be investing in this.
I guess I still didn't track the what you'll measure to know whether it's working or whether some programs are working.
Sure. So one thing, there's a number of different ways that our programs here could be measuring. One could be on interim or formative assessments that a school is administering, or that the tutoring program itself is administering. If we want to understand what a reading level of a child is when they start, we can measure it later to see if they're growing and how much they're growing compared to other students who don't have an intervention or who have different types of interventions. Over the longer term, we would be looking at our statewide assessment. That obviously is a much longer process, so we don't want to only rely on that. And we may also be able to look at things like attendance or discipline rates of students. So ideally, when a student is provided really high quality academic interventions and also social interventions with adults that care about them in small settings, that those other things would see tangential improvement as well.
Okay, so the council, one of the things on the table is whether the council is going to move ahead with this $10 million funding recommendation. I think it's hard to argue against tutoring. It's really hard to argue against it when you call it high dosage tutoring, but it seems that at this point, we don't know if the tutoring is going to happen during the school day, before, after. We don't know how many organizations are going to run it. We don't know how we're going to assess the success of the various participants in the program. So this makes me uncomfortable about the fact that we may be doing something that sounds good and it's hard to oppose, but it doesn't seem like we really have a plan or strategy. How would you give me comfort around that?
Yeah, well, I think the things that we just discussed are our plan. We are saying, though, that we have to either compete or make grants for those things. So I cannot, just decide off the top of my head, here's the 5 people we are going to work with. Our plan is to make specific investments in our providers, as well as specific investments in schools and LEAs that may need specific, more high dosage interventions, investing as well in research and evaluation. And we will be doing that beginning this summer, as well as the next 3 school years, which we think provides a really solid foundation for ensuring that all of our students who need it or want it have access to this accelerated learning. We feel confident that this is a strong path forward, that it provides all the students who need and want it this access to one of the most tested methods of intervention and support for learning. Those things we know, these are known unknowns, in that we know the next steps in the path we need to get these concrete. We will be taking them once that funding is available, and we will be investing in that funding so that our providers can scale up and our schools can begin that programming.
For early childhood education, it looks like most of those dollars are one-time funds. Do you anticipate that there will be any recurring dollars put in to provide supports for child care centers post this budget?
So the proposal for our portfolio of supports for child care workers takes place over the next several years. And what we are talking about here is including the recurring budget at OSSI for early childhood education, including the recurring approximately $120 million subsidy budget and the recurring amount of supports for quality in the OSSI and affordability supports in the OSSI budget. In addition, it includes these investments for facilities grants, back to work childcare stabilization, subsidy stabilization, and other types of relief and recovery efforts that would encompass the next 3 fiscal years, 22, 23, and 24.
Do you know how many childcare centers have closed during the pandemic, or alternatively, I guess better, how many seats we've lost?
Yes, actually, we have had fewer childcares close over time, and compared to previous years, and more seats created over the past year, which is not a, which is, I think, maybe unusual or is not necessarily expected. So over the past from FY 2020 through 21 to date, we've seen 17 childcare centers permanently close with 13 new licenses issued, which means, maybe a childcare went under a new ownership. Whereas in FY 18, for example, 26 permanently closed. So we've actually, and over the past year and a half, 20 and 21 fiscal year, we've seen 35 newly licensed facilities. So we've actually seen an increase of licensed capacity a little bit over the past year and a half. Not all of it, as we've mentioned, has been accessible every day due to other types of restrictions, but we've actually seen more stability than we would in a normal year.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilmember Silverman for 10 minutes, followed by Councilmember Louis George.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Good morning.
Bunny, I'm back with you, girl.
Let me ask a big picture question, Madam Superintendent. So first and quickly, can you name the three, or what do you consider the three biggest things in this budget that closes the achievement gap?
I think our tutoring work, I think laying the foundation in our early childhood for high quality childcare overall.
Okay.
And I think our investments in access to and through college and preparation in high school.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to return to those in a second. So big picture, what are the three big things that this budget does to address the social emotional challenges that came up during the pandemic?
Well, OSSI specifically, along with related investments across the other public health agencies, is supporting the Department of Behavioral Health in access to care at schools in a number of ways, as well as some local investments in training schools for crisis response and intervention.
Okay. Those are three things or one thing?
Oh, well, those are that's a number of smaller investments that go into the larger strategy there. I would say also OSSI's investing some other ESSER funding related to our supports for school culture and climate, but I'm trying to keep it brief for you.
No, I appreciate that very much. Now, I remember there was a June 7th deadline to submit a spending plan to the Department of Education on ESSER funding. Is that correct?
It's actually not a spending plan for ESSER funding. It's a report related to ESSER. It's a report required in order for us to receive the last third of our ESSER funding related to what OSSI and the state is providing in terms of supports for our LEAs. Included in that report is some language related to some of our priority investments with that ESSER funding, but it is not a spend plan for the ESSER funding.
I see it. And has the council gotten a hold of that report?
It was submitted yesterday and is posted on our website. We'll be happy to send you the link to that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me ask, as my colleague, since you named the high dosage tutoring as one of the sort of game-changing things that's being done in this budget, let me continue on that. I know several of my colleagues have asked, but honestly, I'm still hazy about the mechanics of how this works. So first, the most basic, the money. So the mayor has described 13 million in funding. And am I correct in hearing you that there's 10 million in FY22 and 3 million of ESSER, and is that in FY 2021?
There is, hold on, getting my crosswalk for you. There is, in FY22, $10 million of coronavirus local, federally allocated local coronavirus funding, and $3 million of our ESSER funding that's allocated through the state in FY22.
Okay, so they're both in FY22.
Yes, the proposal is the 13 total in 22, 10 in 23, 10 in 24, and then 10 beginning in FY 21 to make those foundational investments right now, as I mentioned before, related to expansion of those CBO programming that would be administered through the DME's out of school time office to support growth of and expansion of the program so they can serve more schools.
Okay, so who will get access, or who will get this high dosage tutoring? Like, is it going to be evenly applied throughout the schools, or are we only going to target certain schools? I'm still unclear exactly who will get the high dosage tutoring and who won't.
Yes, so the goal of our grant making related to this is to ensure that our CBOs are partnering with LEAs, that LEAs have access to partners that meet their needs, specifically incentivizing students at the most risk, or students or groups of students within a school who are demonstrating that they have learning gaps.
But let me pause you, Madam Superintendent, because there's just a lot of jargon here. So are we going to identify certain schools? I'm sorry, I'm not as much in the education sphere. So are we going to identify certain schools? I would say especially schools in wards 5, 7, and 8. And are we going to assign CBOs to those schools? Or, what about if there are students who are behind at a Ross Elementary or Ward 2 or Janney? Are they going to have access to high tutoring? I guess I keep hearing, and I know that's the language you speak in, but it's like, sure, we have a lot of students who are concentrated in certain schools who are Black students, largely some Latino students who are way behind. And I guess I'm hearing LEAs and this and that. I want to know, like, are we going all in at a Malcolm X Elementary? Are we going all in, at a Brookland Middle School? Like, what are, like, exactly how do, I've heard you with Councilmember Henderson and with Councilmember White, and I really tried to pay close attention, and I still don't understand how this is going to work. And it sounds like it's the premier program to help level the game here and change the game. And it still sounds kind of vague.
Sure, let me just try and give a couple of concrete examples. I appreciate you asking because I do want to give examples here. So I think to my answer to your question about who gets it is both, and there are schools in which a robust set of tutoring is needed for many, many students, if not all students. And there are schools which may not have as high of a population that is designated as at risk, with students who need support catching up. And both schools should be partnering with a high quality partner, or in some cases, funding their own teachers to provide tutoring to those students who need it. So an example of a model for this would be for us to say, tutoring club, that's a made up thing, tutoring organization number 1, we would like to provide foundational funding right now so that you can recruit and train more tutors. And over the next several years, we will give, tutoring organization A and B and C grants to partner with a school to do a big program for many or most students, or to provide tutors for those students who identified as furthest behind, who need that help to accelerate, even if they're in a school which on its face may not appear to have as much broad need. Both.
So Councilmember White asked this, but I'm going to ask it again. My understanding of the best practices of this is to have like reading specialists, to have teachers, not volunteers, like trained educators who are the tutors. So are we going to have trained educators who specialize in reading and math, or is it going to be, and these programs are very good, but is it going to be more like Reading Partners and Everybody Wins, where you're dealing with volunteers?
So I think the most important thing is whether someone is volunteer or paid, and I believe frequently the folks are paid, it is the highest standard that we want our tutoring organizations to meet is that the individuals providing the tutoring are trained in what they are supporting to tutor. Now, that does not necessarily mean that you need to be a credentialed, licensed reading specialist, but that does require some training. And so that is another thing that this funding would be used when we are providing it to tutoring organizations that are scaling up, is that they may find smart, competent people who, with some training, can provide that training in math or reading, not just math or reading, though. It may be in other areas as well.
Okay. One final question is for our students and parents with special education. So I constantly hear from our parents who are parents of special needs kids that the transportation stinks. I can't, I'm just going to put it in my very clinical assessment here, that we don't have people who are trained to deal with some of our students. And then second, they've just been left behind in COVID, and it's been impossible for them. So what does this budget do for our special needs kids?
Sure, you raised a couple of different things. And first, I'd just like to reiterate my pride and gratitude in our 1,400 unionized transportation workers, many, if not most of whom are DC residents, who have been essential workers through the past year in taking our students throughout the school year to school, and being trained in safety and working directly with our parents to take our kids who are, as you pointed out, at the most need to the school building every day, even during the pandemic, and are getting ready right now to receive more of our students moving forward. You know, our budget next year is slightly lower than this year. It reflects a personnel cost savings. We are paying close attention to this, to our Division of Student Transportation budget, but we think it is sufficient to maintain both our health and safety, our training, our compensation of our employees, and as I mentioned, some of the technical investments we're making to better have things like bus tracking and infrastructure to better be responsive to parent needs. So we are looking forward to the beginning of the school year, and in partnership with our LEAs, getting our students with disabilities to school next year.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Louis George for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think many of my colleagues have already asked about high dosage tutoring. So Superintendent, I want to actually go talk a little bit about early childhood. Let's go through the funding for childcare because the numbers aren't quite added up. And you all had mentioned before that subsidy rates would also be able to increase. And I want to see where that is because I think subsidies rates are how we create long-term funding stability for early childhood. So first, where can we find the 39.8 million stabilization grants in the budget, and how is that showing up by funding source?
So if you're referring to the child, there's a number of things that we use the word stabilize for. So I just want to be clear. Child care stabilization grants as it relates to required relief and recovery grants through CCDF funding is in the amount of 39 million. It's from CCDF. I may have to ask my budget folks the specific place that it shows up in our early childhood budget. It is a line item potentially under grants, but I will try and get somebody to hand me that piece of paper, the specific line in our budget where that exists. That 39 million and change will be is in the FY22 budget as a whole, and 90% of it will go directly towards relief grants for childcare, both participants in subsidy and not participants in subsidy.
Okay. And so where are the paid bonus lines showing up? Like, what are the funding sources? Are those reoccurring funding lines, i.e. like not the ARPA lines?
So our incentive pilot and our recognition and retention scholarships are in FY22 and FY23, and they consist both of CCDF funding, that's funding that goes through the OSSI budget, and it is through the revenue replacement federal allocation citywide. And my staff is just mentioning to me also that the CCDF funding that is federally allocated to via OSSI to the district's child care relief is not fully loaded into OSSI's budget in the budget book yet. That's a CFO technicality matter. It will be. We're working with them on the technical correction.
Okay. And so sort of, if you know, what specifically will that translate to, I guess, in terms of dollars amount providers can plan on for their budgets? Is that like a $2 per child, $10 per child? Yeah, I know there are different rates for different levels of care, but what's the average increase for like full day quality care, for example?
Right, so the funding that will go to raising specific subsidy rates is actually separate than the stabilization grants. The grants will go to everyone on a couple of different formulas. We have it took some time to get guidance from the federal government regarding those requirements, and we have received that guidance and have been engaging with our stakeholders. And so it will roll out in a couple of different grant making programs. That is separate, however, from the other investments in the subsidy rate. That will be $10 million in FY22 and $10 million in FY23, and that we will allocate to the entirety of the rate table according to the cost of care study. And so every rate will change some, but I don't have the dollar amounts for you right now.
Okay. And then when we last spoke, I noted being confused about how the 1 million or 3 million pay bonuses next year, or even 9 million the following year, would close the pay disparity gap for early childhood education teachers, which I think some of our witnesses noted last week, at least a 33% penalty for being an early childhood education professional. And so I think it's pretty galling for our budget documents to say we need a pilot sort of to examine the effects of compensation bonuses to pay wages commensurate with education credentials. I think it is well documented that the higher pay improves retention and quality, and would be okay with any, and really would we be okay with any other profession routinely underpaying their professionals for their education and years of experience. Many childcare providers testify that investments in the budget do not go far enough or target support in the right ways to right the inequities of our current teacher pay structure. And so I asked one of them to send me their OSSI paperwork to see if we could work through the tracking and enforcement barriers that OSSI has noted a number of times. And so I just want to get a sense of, I guess I'll read out some of the information required on their prospective subsidy budget agreement sheet. Each year, childcare providers must explain in detail every employee's salary annually and hourly, how much of that is funded by OSSI subsidy dollars, in addition to all their general operating expenses. Plus, every quarter, childcare providers must file employee wage reports for unemployment and paid leave insurance purposes. Why is this level of information and coordination between providers and DC government not sufficient for determining if providers are paying the wages we expect them to?
So I appreciate the question, and I think there's a number of different issues that you raised. So one is the documentation of our current subsidy providers, of whom subsidy providers are approximately half of the childcare providers in the district. The other is related to compensation, which, as you noted, there are varying levels of compensation for childcare providers based on the employer. Some childcare workers childcare workers have many different employers, and those employers pay different wages. And then there's a question of our investments specifically to in this budget related to relief, recovery, sustaining our childcare providers to be open and also pay wages and increase and incentivize other wage raises and the methods we have to do that. So I think, as you mentioned, the documentation is on one hand from our subsidy providers, but the methods or the pathways forward and our investments are related.
If it's a matter of tracking, I think paperwork better. Is that simply a new staff role we need to hire for? I mean, how do we track pay rates for charter schools? What mechanisms do we use there to say, hey, we're giving this sum of public dollars, here's our salary scale for teachers, please pay this rate that we believe to be reflective of someone's credentials and qualifications?
I think you point out a couple of interesting things. One is how different the K-12 education sector is from the childcare sector, and also that we don't mandate salaries for charter schools, particularly in DC, DCPS. Is a different story, certainly, through their negotiated compensation for their employees. So with childcare, as I mentioned, this is approximately 470 to 480 private businesses in the district, each with different compensation plans, and some are more robust than others.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you on that. As I said at the public witness hearing, the challenge seems imminently solvable. So, let's solve it, because I think here's what's at stake: not just good living wages for our educators who are overdue for pay with dignity, but this is also about the quality of education our children receive and how we set them up for success. And I think we've got to get this right, and we can't afford to delay really any longer. We talk about, birth to 3, we talk about those critical years, and we have to do something for the early child care educators profession, and make that happen. So I appreciate your remarks on that, and look forward to seeing us be more diligent about making this happen. I don't know if I have time left. Where am I out of time? If not, I'll go to my in the next round. I'll have some more questions.
You have a minute.
Oh, good. Okay, so great. I want to ask a question. How many teachers have completed their requirements to earn an associate degree? So how many center directors or childcare business owners have completed their requirement to hold a bachelor's degree, and how many still need to do that? And I'm asking because the follow-up here is this year's $1 million scholarship fund enough to close the gap?
That's a good question. I don't have that data in front of me. I'm happy to follow up with you on it. We do think that, this is one of many scholarship efforts that OSSI has. So the funding this year will be additive to the other types of scholarships that we provide over time. And we think that this will help support the existing. And we would anticipate continuing our existing local and federal investments even beyond the enhancements this year over time, because we always want scholarships and supports for our early childhood workforce to be available. We don't consider that to be a one and done. This is an acceleration of that, and more funding to retain and to compensate our educators, but it is not certainly end here.
Okay. How does this $1 million scholarship fund align?
Councilmember, you had a minute. You no longer have a minute.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Che.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I primarily have questions for the other government witnesses in the way this hearing is set up, and just really a relatively small couple of questions for State Superintendent, and they're around the issue about nutrition. And I see in the budget that there's $1.5 million to OSSI's Office of Healthy Schools and Wellness, a reduction of over $1.5 million, and a reduction of 5 FTEs in OSSI's Division of Health and Wellness. And as you may know, in last year's budget, the council had to reverse hundreds of thousands of dollars in cuts to school breakfast programs, Healthy Tots and Healthy Schools, and for environmental literacy. And everybody knows that really, student health and wellness is all the more important now, because of the public health emergency. And I want to understand what the budget means in this area. So I'm also told that there are some small reductions, but the cuts are really much smaller than they appear, and few programs are going to be affected. So just so that I can understand, could you tell me the exact effect of OSSI's budget for 22 on school nutrition programs?
Sure, and thank you for this question. First, related to the positions, those were previously vacant positions, they were not being used. And so the cut here is really on paper. That funding that had been sitting on those positions is being reallocated towards the other work that we're doing in this area. And so I just want to reassure you and others that there are no RIFs or positions being cut here. And so I think broadly, there are some one-time funding in the health and wellness budget in OSSI that was not renewed. But we are working on sustaining the focus of our budget and our grant programs and reevaluating the best ways to strategically meet the needs of our community, especially during the recovery and sort of reimagining schools period. And so particularly, for example, in this last year, which we would anticipate continuing to model in FY22, we combined a number of grants to expand the reach and impact of programming, to promote the integration of health, agriculture, environment, nutrition into lessons that resulted in high quality and engaging opportunities for students. And so we anticipate that we are able to continue to put forward a number of these grants despite the small reductions across a number of different areas.
Okay, and if you could, I would like to know, sort of specifically these one-time funding items that were not renewed, if you could tell me what they are.
Sure, I can look through here. I mean, I think that there was a one-time enhancement for environmental literacy and wellness that was not renewed. That was last year. It was not renewed into FY22. There were other sort of net increases related to federal and funds and carryover. I may be able to refer and follow up with you or the committee on some of the very specific lower, like line item numbers, if that's helpful.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. The other thing is, I see there's this increase in the Office of Nutrition Programs, about 2.4 million. And I'm told this isn't a shift in the budget of funds from one division to another, but actually new programming. And can you just tell me what that funding will support? If I'm reading that right.
Sorry, I'm looking through.
Office of Nutrition Programs.
Yes, I mean, I believe that most of this is related to the federal increase between additional funds for federal nutrition programs. But let me actually see if I can call on Harris or Jason on my team to chime in here specifically to the line item you're requesting, if they can be unmuted. Because I believe that this is related to the federal, some access to federal funding rollover. Paris? Paris
Yes,
is
yes,
AFO.
this is Paris. Yes, and so the 2.4 increase is a combination of things. You have a 1.5 increase in local, and again, a $3 million increase in federal funds, as well as a 900 increase in dedicated taxes. And so that also includes the 1.5 million reduction from the early literacy program. And so again, reduction of healthy tots, the 283 in the literacy grant, as well as some one-time wellness grants, 440,000. And
so other than continuing some of the things we already have, is there going to be new programming because of this money? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Broadly, I think this is a combination of some cuts and some net shifts in the loading of federal funding. So it should not represent a significant increase in the availability of programming. It's much more of an even related to sort of the shifts in some of the federal and direct taxes, the way it's loaded into our budget. But we would not consider this, for example, to be an enhancement specifically.
Okay, well, I would thank you for getting back to me about some of those specifics, because, as we go through the budget, this is an area that I've always been interested in, but even more so now, because as I said, the whole gap between, people who are able to have proper nutrition and access to nutrition and the benefits of good nutrition, and those who are not has only increased during the pandemic. And I want to make sure that we're not losing ground and maybe even gaining ground. So if you could get back to me about that, I'd appreciate it. And I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to try a second round of 5 minutes each. With regard to the high dosage tutoring, Superintendent Young, when will OSSI be distributing the grants?
The most immediate grants in this current fiscal year, we're coordinating, we will coordinate with the Deputy Mayor of Education's out of school time office to make the first and most immediate grants. The remainder of the grants will be distributed sometime over the next several months after we confirm access to the budget to invest in tutoring in both FY22 and beyond.
What can we do to ensure that some of these groups like Literacy Lab and City Year know now if they'll be receiving funds in order to plan for next year? Next year is what, 3 months away?
Yes, 3, 4. Yes, so I think that's a great question. A couple of things. One is we're very aware that there's been other local philanthropy that is helping to get this process started for a number of our partners in the field. And we think that that's a critical component as our government is working out our future budget to have our local generous philanthropic support to support some of those partners. And our ESSER funding is also available to schools and LEAs who wish to use some of it to begin to partner with those schools. Sorry, I forgot the rest of your question. But in terms of the timeliness, we anticipate it going out both now and to be sustained over time.
I may want to come back to that after the hearing. I want to ask about charter facility funding. According to the mayor's budget presentation, $10 million is included in the budget for charter facility grants. Is this the same $10 million that OSSI has already awarded in May of this year, or is this an additional $10 million that's being included in the FY22 budget? If the latter, where are these funds included in the FY22 budget?
It is the latter. It's a separate $10 million for charter school facilities that we intend to distribute as a formula grant based on the number and scope of facilities that a charter has. That funding is currently loaded in OSSI's operations budget for FY22.
It's in OSSI operations.
Yes.
Have somebody get back to us and tell us exactly where.
Yep, our folks will reply. I'm looking right now to see if I can find the line item, but if not, my staff will follow up.
I'm running out of time. Why not increase funding for community schools?
We're really pleased to see that community schools is sustained this year. So it is not a reduction at all. We're going to continue our current existing partners as well as make that grant available for another round in the next year as we have. So we think that it's a critical program, but we are also, as I mentioned, investing in some more targeted programs that are focused specifically on relief and recovery, while also continuing our support of the community schools program.
How much does a community school cost? Is there an average cost?
There is, well, I don't know how much it costs. I can tell you how much we contribute. I think the average community schools grant is in the several hundreds of thousands of dollars per year over a couple of years at a time, but I might have to follow up on the specific amount for you.
Okay. At the May 26th roundtable on school reopening and academic recovery, you testified that OSSI is going to conduct a citywide audit of current literacy curricula and provide professional development and training on the science of reading. I asked you at that roundtable how this comports with the dyslexia bill, and you indicated that you had to review the dyslexia bill and get back to us. So I'm asking again, how the professional development and training that OSSI plans to provide is different from the dyslexia bill, or is it the same? And why not just fund the professional development and training portion of the dyslexia bill?
Yes, thank you so much for pointing that out. And happy to come back to you with some answers. So the training is related but different. Our work related to increasing literacy and science of reading training for all teachers is related to our investments in curriculum and instruction across the board, across the city, and aligned with our statewide literacy plan. Those things are slightly different than what the dyslexia bill required, which were very specific training requirements and training specific to dyslexia awareness and identification, and as well as, and some of those costs in that bill were related to OSSE's costs, and some were not related to OSSE. But the specific kind of professional development is different.
I'm out of time. Councilmember Allen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in the interest of time, to keep things moving, I don't have any questions. Just one quick comment, just to kind of piggyback on yours around the community schools. I don't think just sustaining it is sufficient. I do think that's an area where the council needs to look at being able to add more funds. The programs and grants we're going to do can be very effective and good parts of it, but community schools are a sustainable model that really works with families where it meets them where they are, really looks at the holistic needs of a family and the students. My kids have been in a community school model, and I have seen them in practice in many places. So I just will echo your comments and questions about that. But otherwise, thank you, Superintendent Young. I know I've got some DME follow-ups based on our conversations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Trayon White for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I don't have any additional questions at the moment. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, and that's fine. I'll move to the next council member. Thank you. Councilmember Christina Henderson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, I wanted to follow up on some questions really quickly about special education transit and the decrease that we're seeing in FTEs, particularly routing and scheduling, as well as the Parent Resource Center and Communication and Outreach Administration. I think you've said a number of times during this hearing, right? You're anticipating having a lot more students who are coming back, and are you all confident that these positions are not necessary and it won't result in a drop in terms of customer service, as we've already had some challenges in the past?
Yes, thank you for that. We anticipate that we will be paying very close attention to this right now, and if we perceive that there are any needs, that we will certainly re-review that. We do carry vacancies in OSSE DOT every year, as we have turnover and are working very hard to recruit, and especially after this year, where we carried somewhat more than usual. And so we've been working very closely with the CFO and the budget office to ensure that we have what we need. But of course, we're going to be paying very close attention. And if anything changes, then obviously we will make a request. But we think this is sufficient at this time.
Okay. I understand that there's about a $175,000 decrease in the in OSSE's school safety and positive climate fund. Can you explain a little bit in terms of the reduction that's happening there? Obviously, as we're anticipating more school, they're gonna have more students. There's just some things that schools are gonna need to work through on school climate. So is this the appropriate time to be making these cuts, or are they going to something different?
I believe that this was the cut sustained from FY21 related to an external research evaluation. And so it should not impact the outcomes of any of the existing programming, and that work will be completed in-house.
Okay. In a similar vein, where in the FY22 budget for OSSE are we providing some additional resources to schools as it relates to SEL and mental health?
Yes, we anticipate a couple of places that exist now, and a couple of places for future investments. One, through our Division of Teaching and Learning, we have a significant amount of ongoing work related to professional development for climate, culture, and effective interventions for teachers. Our work in our Division of Health and Wellness also significantly invests in this work by working with our communities of practice related to behavioral and mental health and our Project Aware work. And we are also reserving some funding from our ESSER state set aside to continue to invest in climate and culture work. Some of that is to be determined based on the uptake and effectiveness of some of the interventions right now.
Okay. And my final question is more one around oversight and transparency. So, right, OSSEs has a lot of federal dollars that you're dealing with, a lot of it going out in grants to CBOs, a lot of it going out in grants to LEAs. I understand that LEAs have to submit a particular plan, but in terms of the ongoing review over next school year, how does OSSE plan to ensure that, one, the LEAs spent the money on what they said they were going to spend it on, and two, that it actually had impact versus just, contracts going out the door?
Yeah, this is a great question and a really important one as we think through massive amounts of funding into the system, specifically for relief and recovery. We do know that significant amounts of funding will be used for immediate needs, and then, as you mentioned, some of it will be for longer term investments. So we do a number of sort of tracking and monitoring efforts specifically related to our grants management, which I could kind of go on about for a long time, but it's a lot of technical reporting by LEAs.
Right.
Some of that is also reported to the U.S. Department of Education. And then we are also thinking about investing our own state set aside and other things into research and evaluation, even beyond what our LEAs are investing in.
Because I don't see, you got a lot more money, but I don't see that you all add in any additional support to your grants team to sort of track and manage those dollars.
Actually, we are using some of our state administration funds to provide grants and or monitoring efforts through investments in people and other types of technical resources. Yeah,
right.
For our
And then
administrative side.
Really quickly, the capital investments to the data systems. What new enhancements are coming online for FY22 with that money?
Yeah, we're really excited about this. We will be working on a number of activities related to data standards, system integration, technology infrastructure monitoring, and business process re-engineering, which means that we will be, an example of some of those things will be integration of our K-12 activities with early childhood and new special education enhancements, specifically types of data access portals that we're building internally. Master entity management systems, which have to do with the internal structure of how we collect and share out data for all the different organizations, schools, CBOs, et cetera, that we're working with, and specific kinds of customer service oriented business process management to make it more efficient and effective to work with our stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White, 5 minutes. Councilmember Silverman, 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, let me follow up first on a question the chairman asked about the dyslexia bill. So how much does this budget fully fund it? What is funded in it?
This budget does not specifically address the dyslexia bill. This budget makes different kinds of investments in literacy and training for our educators.
Okay. What of the bill is funded?
At all? I'm not sure. I don't actually know the status of the funding of that bill. I'm not sure it's funded. I don't.
Okay. So, does the budget fund professional development on the science of reading? Like what does it do that helps students with dyslexia?
So the investments that I was speaking about earlier with the chairman relate to the investments of OSSE's ESSER set aside that are specifically related to increasing the quality of instruction for literacy across the district. And so that includes a number of professional development and credentialing opportunities for our teachers,
okay,
as well as training and aligned with our aligned with the city's statewide literacy plan.
Okay. Let me follow up again on the high dosage tutoring. So as I understand it, we are largely going to grant this money to community-based organizations. Now, will these community-based organizations be required to work with our students? Like, let's say there's a student who's really struggling and might be acting out and so forth. Is that CBO mandated to help that student? I mean, we've seen, I think in the charter sector, some selective help of some students. So what will that CBO be required to do if they receive this money?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have evidence of what you're talking about any school providing selective academic support to students, but I do think that, one of the things that we expect when we award or an LEA awards a nonprofit, a community-based organization funding, is that they are working with the students who need that the most, and that they coordinate with the LEA on behavioral expectations and supports for students so that they're not inappropriately excluded from that. And if that means that those CBOs are getting training not just in literacy, but also or math, but also in appropriate ways to engage with our students and to ask for support if those adults need further behavioral support, that would be appropriate.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is that DCPS has a mandatory obligation to help students, whereas CBOs don't. So I'm concerned that there might be selectivity in who's helped and who's not helped.
I would certainly hope that's not the case, and it would be our expectation that a CBO would be working with a school, and the school would be coordinating and ensuring that the students that need that help the most are receiving that from their providers. Absolutely.
Okay. Finally, for our adult learners who are eager to get into or either get into or get back into the workplace, how does this help adult learners in literacy? What does the budget do in terms of adult learning and literacy?
OSSI is sustaining our robust investments in our adult and family literacy work. We have a large grant that incorporates the adult education work with a number of providers, and that funding will be extended and continue to sustain that investment. And it will include that includes a couple of different parts of that program, including literacy for those adults entering into those programs, as well as ongoing continued education toward credentialing for other adults.
I see. This is the IENT program, Integrated Education and Training.
Yes.
Okay, and we're just flat funding it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Innovative Adult Literacy Program. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to get to the data infrastructure capital project. And sort of as a follow-up to what Councilmember Henderson just asked, I'm glad to see the 4.1 million investment improving OSSA data infrastructure. But given that all of the funding is in fiscal year 2022, can you outline what you plan to accomplish with this investment? And will it be done by the end of fiscal year 22? And I know you just mentioned a lot of technical fixes, but what sorts of data elements or collections are we adding or improving with this investment?
Yeah, thank you. A couple of things. This is part of a multi-year capital plan that OSSI has committed to over time. So what I'm describing here is the investment for this year, as you mentioned, because it is 1 year, and we anticipate that the work that I'm talking about here today would happen over FY22. A couple of different things. This is, as I mentioned, is part of our broader plan. There are steps that we take every year to broaden and expand both the data collections and the capacity to do that, to collect and share it over time.
Okay, so what will we be collecting and reporting on next year that we aren't able to do now?
Some of the investments that we are working on right now are capital investments in our early childhood space to replace outdated systems and have much more comprehensive early childhood data that is collected in a common place and linkable to our K-12 space. And that is a capital project that we're working on right now, as well as potential future enhancements to our special education data to be able to collect more and more efficiently report out on it. In addition, I just wanted to say that not outside of the capital investment, I think we mentioned this, council member, I might have mentioned it very briefly in the last hearing. We plan on investing significant amounts of our ESSER funding, of our federal education funding outside of capital to begin to lay the groundwork for things like course collection, which would not be completed in FY22, but we would begin to lay the groundwork so it could be completed in potentially the next fiscal year or so after that.
Okay. So I just want to go through a few things to see if they fit within it. Will we have teacher, I believe you said at the May 20th hearing that you don't plan to collect student grades. Is that correct?
That's not something that's on our agenda at this time, no.
Okay. And why are we not collecting the student grades?
In general, student grades are expected to be collected at the LEA and school level, but not necessarily a helpful thing. It's not as prioritized at the state level compared to some of the other things that we've talked about, including course collection or teacher-student linkages. Teacher-student linkages and course collection would be higher on our priority list there.
Okay. So will we have teacher licensure and demographic reporting from all schools when this work is complete?
Actually, we anticipate having that before this is complete. I actually meant to mention this to you that we anticipate publishing robust annual reporting on our teacher data following up on the one from 2 years ago, but an annual report beginning sometime before the end of this calendar year. So we won't wait. You don't have to wait till the end of the fiscal year for that.
That's great. What about student course data, the student course data and teacher linkages?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we're making investments now to do the groundwork to be able to do that. This, as you know, like it's a lot of information that's coming from a lot of different places at once. We want to get it all standardized in one place. It takes multiple year runway to do it, but we're investing that money in beginning in FY22 to lay that foundation.
And I'm assuming the college persistence and graduation will be a part of this.
College persistence and graduation and college persistence exist in some ways already in different types of reporting functions. So it might be a slightly longer conversation about in what way those things are available to whom and when and how, but that is information that we do collect already, and some of that's on the DC school report card.
Okay. I want to go to Aussie DOT for a second, similar to what Councilmember Henderson was asking, but in a different vein. I know Aussie DOT's capital budget includes $19 million for bus replacement. And it's under progress assessment. It says the project is progressing as planned. And it says Aussie DOT expects the delivery of 144 school buses by, I think it's 12/31/2020. So far, 2021, so far, Aussie DOT has received 3 buses. And so that doesn't sound like we're making much progress. When can we expect to have all of our new buses?
I believe that we have them now, but I will actually ask my assistant superintendent, Gretchen Brumley, to join us. We are very proud of our fleet at Aussie and our investments over the past several years, and our ability to maintain a high quality and up-to-date fleet. But I'll just ask Gretchen to
that would be great. And since Gretchen's coming on and the chair's going to come on.
Councilmember, the time has expired. Miss Gretchen can respond.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hi, Council Member. In response to your question, yes, we have received them all. We've received all 144 buses. And so we're excited to roll out that new fleet. Thanks for your question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Che for 5 minutes. Councilmember Che. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. And hello, Acting Superintendent. According to the budget narrative in the budget book, there's a $4.23 million one-time increase to support enrollment in the pre-K enhancement and expansion program. How many additional slots will this allow?
This will actually fund the existing slots that are currently available. The Pre-K Enhancement and Expansion Fund, as you know, sets a rate that's that's provided to some pre-K providers in exchange for meeting a bar of quality, and it is pegged to the UPSFF rate. However, we need to enhance the budget over time as the UPSFF rises. So too must the allocation to the pre-keep. So this right sizes the budget to ensure that we have the appropriate amount of funding to fund the current scale.
So we're
And
not
I'm trying to find
expanding.
that for you, but I don't.
No, that's okay. So we're not expanding is the point. We're right
I
sizing.
don't think so at this time.
And it's one-time money though, right? I mean, it's 3 years out, but how do we sustain that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think we're really happy to have the investment for FY22, and we'll certainly be looking at that for future years as well.
We've also heard from some in the childcare community that the compensation salary scale study has been completed by OSSI, but not released. Is this true? Is there a plan for release?
There was actually, there was work on this compensation done prior to the pandemic and prior to some subsequent changes to the scales towards which we were comparing it. It has since become outdated. We are currently reworking the compensation study and plan to release it this summer along with the cost of childcare modeling study that is also required every couple of years. So they'll be released together over the summer.
Okay, what are the range of salaries that you're looking at for the updated plan?
I don't have that in front of me. It's related to professionals in the K-12 educators space, but the comparability varies depending on credentials required.
Got it. But K through 12 educators.
Pre-K educators in public schools.
Got it. Will the future change in subsidy rates be likely to translate? What will the future change in subsidy rates be likely to translate to on a per educator basis?
So the future change in subsidy rates will be based on the cost of childcare modeling study, and that will result in the rates that a family gets, or that a center gets reimbursed for a family or for a child.
Okay.
And that will change depending, and that will be updated based on that cost of care model, and the subsidy rate tables are a couple of pages long, and it will depend. The rates will all change commensurately, but I don't have that detail quite yet.
Okay, and you said summer, so it's June. So when in summer are we thinking? I know it's not technically summer yet, but
I believe in August. I believe the reports will be available in August.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairman. May I have a gold star, sir?
You'll get 2 gold stars. I have a couple more questions.
Someday you'll tell us what those are redeemable for. Thank you, Chairman.
They're not redeemable for Bitcoins. I have a few more questions, but I'll have to send them in writing because I'm trying to keep us all on schedule. Thank you, Superintendent Young. As I said, there may be some follow-up that we have. So you're excused, and I'm going to call the Deputy Mayor for Education. Okay.
Thank you.
Give me just a moment to figure out the agenda order. I sometimes get a little bit confused, but what I want to do is have the Deputy Mayor for Education and spend about an hour, maybe an hour and a half max with the Deputy Mayor, and then the Charter School Board for about an hour, and then DCPS, our target is 3 o'clock. So I'm sure, Deputy Mayor Kine, that you would appreciate having singular focus on you by the County of Columbia.
Chairman, I'm happy to participate in whatever manner you deem most appropriate.
Don't encourage me, because I could think of some other manners. So why don't you proceed with your statement, and then we'll have questions from members.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to you, members, staff, members of the community. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm the Deputy Mayor for Education, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Just under 2 weeks ago, Mayor Bowser presented a fair shot, the fiscal year 22 budget and financial plan. Alongside her fiscal 21 supplemental budget and federal stimulus spend plan, I'm really excited that the mayor has delivered a budget that will lead the district into our first year of recovery. And it is my pleasure to share the details of those investments with you today. It is impossible, of course, to discuss this budget and its formulation without acknowledging the context of the pandemic. COVID-19 presented us with entirely new challenges to address, but it also revealed the stark existing inequities within the district. With a deep sense of urgency to confront those realities, I charged agency directors in the education cluster to craft innovative, bold solutions in their budgets to tackle these complex problems. Even after the extraordinary work of our agency's budget teams to complete that task in a very tight fiscal environment, it became clear in the fall that we would need a more comprehensive whole city approach to fully review the district's investment opportunities. Through the leadership of the mayor and the city administrator, this idea gave rise to a series of thematic cross-agency proposals in areas as varied as interconnected, in areas as varied and interconnected as school readiness, learning acceleration, and inclusive jobs recovery. These cross-agency investments will be the focus of my testimony this afternoon. On school readiness, the centerpiece of our education recovery efforts focuses on school reopening. Getting students back into the classroom for full-time in-person instruction is the most important step we can take to accelerate learning. With increased vaccine availability, decreased community spread, and the enhanced health precautions we have in place, it is safe for us to fully reopen schools. Thousands of teachers, leaders, and school staff have worked around the clock to prepare schools for a safe hybrid model over the last 10 months. And we are grateful that more than 28,000 students are now receiving in-person instruction. My office has worked closely with leaders throughout the city to provide a number of resources to support this effort. We have issued strong health and safety guidance, convened weekly health and safety calls, made available health experts at the Public Charter School Board for on-call support, implemented a citywide COVID school testing program for students and staff, prioritized access to vaccinations for educators, coordinated more than 80 informative cross-sector LEA leader calls, established a $10 million charter reopening grant for assistance, and proposed a 3.6% increase in the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula foundation level. In addition to these more immediate baseline reopening supports, my office has also long championed the set of supports that ensure students are ready to learn, particularly with respect to their safety and mental well-being. In this budget, I am proud to say that we have invested in a larger scale suite of these resources than ever before, all of which have the potential to save students' lives, promote healthy lifestyles, and encourage youth empowerment and leadership. The centerpiece investment of our recovery youth safety work is the establishment of a safe passage program across 7 safe passage areas, providing over $15 million over the next 3 school years to get students safely to and from school and after school. Deeply informed by my office's work with community members, government agencies, and other stakeholders, this investment will impact students at an estimated 44 schools, with the goals of stationing positive, trusted adults with students as they travel to and from school and school-related activities, providing after-school mediation services to resolve and prevent conflicts, and reducing violent incidents involving students. In addition to this Safe Passage program, my office will invest $1.5 million over 3 years to provide additional training to 500 public safety personnel, including school security, school resource officers, and the Metropolitan Police Department and Transit Police Youth Division, on training topics such as restorative justice, identifying and addressing implicit bias, crisis response, and working with students with special education needs and severely disabled young people. Now, addressing youth safety is not just about intervention, it also includes prevention work that is best implemented through the proactive offering of a variety of out-of-school opportunities for young people. In addition to maintaining the out-of-school time grants and youth outcomes office's recurring local grants amounts, this budget includes a $1 million annual expansion to summer grants over 3 years, and a total of $3 million for additional summer work starting right away this summer. Further, we are excited to announce a brand new $1 million out-of-school time youth scholarship fund, which will provide up to $10,000 in individual scholarships to 50 at-risk youth per year to cover the cost of out-of-school time opportunities that may be cost prohibitive. As we shift the momentum back to in-person learning, we know that schools will need comprehensive supports to re-engage their students, maintain their regular attendance, and better address the mental health needs of their students, their families, and school staff. On the re-engagement front, this recovery budget includes a number of Everyday Counts attendance investments that I am excited to run out of my office, for a total investment of $2.7 million over the next 2 school years. First is our Everyday Counts Back to School media campaign, which we will launch this summer to remind families how to enroll and share expectations for in-person instruction in the upcoming school year. Second is the scaling of 2 successful attendance intervention pilots, attendance letters, and communication technology platforms to address and prevent chronic absenteeism. Finally, DME will welcome aboard an attendance analyst to manage these resources, support the Everyday Counts task force, and provide critical analysis capacity to our efforts to engage students on the importance of regular school attendance. While student re-engagement will help bring in-person instruction to life once again, we also know that students will need mental health supports and intentional social-emotional learning programming to positively reconnect and combat the social isolation, anxiety, grief, and other challenges resulting from the pandemic. Through the Department of Behavioral Health, this budget includes the expansion of the school-based mental health program to cohorts 3 and 4 for an $8 million investment in fiscal year 22 and $24 million through fiscal year 24. Additionally, this budget addresses needs for immediate support for students in crisis, as well as professional development and resources to support mental health teams with the implementation of research-based programs to support suicide prevention and trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Finally, families and educators have cited stress and mental health as a top concern during the pandemic, and we know that adult well-being is central to effective education and care for youth. This budget dedicates nearly $2 million in federal resources to support DBH's educator mental health and family wellness programming, helping the adults in students' lives to feel supported in their mental well-being needs too. On learning acceleration, while I and my education cluster colleagues have been happy to share our learning acceleration plans with the council over the last several months, I appreciate the opportunity to highlight some of the mayor's learning acceleration investments at this hearing as well. First, we must consider the broad scope of the problem at hand. An early study indicated that at-risk students had fallen as many as 5 months behind in math and 4 months behind in reading during the first 9 months of the pandemic. We also know that rates of high school credit attainment in the first term of this school year indicated a greater need for intervention. The stark fall learning loss data propelled our planning and pushed us to think boldly about the scale of interventions needed to support our students. As we prepare for the start of next school year, we know that there will be persistent challenges that we will need to address through a variety of strategic investments to accelerate students' learning following more than a year of remote and hybrid learning. The mayor's signature investment to accelerate learning in this budget is $41 million in centralized resources for high impact tutoring. While LEAs will leverage their own federal stimulus resources to implement tutoring programs for their students at the school level, this centralized 4-year investment will provide scaling grants to CBO partners with a proven track record of academic impact, build the infrastructure needed in operations, coordination, and evaluation for a program of this size, provide some additional direct grant funding to LEAs and high-demand non-school sites to implement this evidence-based approach to learning acceleration. It is no secret that the pandemic exposed inequities across our education system. High school students in particular have emerged as a group who need additional supports, and the mayor's budget approaches equitable programming for high school students in a number of different ways. First, in addition to the 3.6% increase to the UPSFF's foundation level, the mayor both increased the existing at-risk weight and created a structural change in the formula via a supplemental weight for students who are overage in high school. This new supplemental weight will infuse approximately $3 million new dollars in new recurring at-risk dollars for this student group, found to be furthest behind their at-risk and not at-risk peers in the 2020 UPSFF study, on top of the nearly $13 million resulting from the increase to the overall at-risk weight. Second, the mayor's budget includes a nearly $6 million investment in dual enrollment expansion, which will provide 250 new dual enrollment opportunities and a to and through mentorship program for low-income high school students and first-time college goers. Third, we are investing $29 million over the next 3 years to reimagine work-based learning through the expansion of middle school career exploration courses, the creation of a new career and technical education training center focused on nursing and cybersecurity careers, and the launch of 12th grade school year internships for 1,200 students. Through this multifaceted set of strategies, this budget will help ensure that our high school students are college and career ready when they graduate from our DCPS and public charter schools. Finally, across all investments, we know that families are key partners in their students' learning. As a result, my office will launch a 2-year, nearly $3 million DC Family Coach program to provide part and full-time family coaches in up to 30 public schools. Family coaches are family-centered partners who strengthen trust between parents and school staff, conduct outreach with parents who may have disconnected from the school, help families access the available resources in and outside of the school building, and create safe peer-to-peer communities. We look forward to working closely with school communities to place these family-facing team members and to ensure more robust family engagement and outreach from my office. On inclusive jobs recovery, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated economic inequalities in the district, and we know that Black and Brown communities, along with district residents without college degrees, have experienced disproportionately high rates of unemployment. With recovery as a catalyst, the district is investing $49 million in fiscal '22, focused on 2 critical shifts to reimagine our workforce system. The first is expanding paid opportunities for youth and adults to learn at work, because we know the best place to learn how to succeed in the workforce is through training on the job. Through an expansion of apprenticeships, including DC government apprenticeships, subsidized employment through project empowerment, and on-the-job training programming, more DC residents will have an opportunity to engage in paid workforce programs and learn the skills they need to succeed through employment. In addition to the work-based learning, middle and high school investments I previously mentioned, we are also expanding our youth apprenticeship programming so that young people have multiple pathways to compete in the district's workforce. The second major area of focus in reimagining our workforce system is prioritizing an employer-driven training system. Through an expansion of the DC Infrastructure Academy, which has demonstrated the effectiveness of this approach through successful partnerships with Washington Gas and Pepco, along with the launch of employer-led training partnership grants, the district will invest in training opportunities that are driven by employer demand. This approach will ensure that the residents who graduate from these programs have the necessary skills and experiences for DC's high-demand, high-wage jobs of the future. Across all of these investments, the district will provide paid workforce and training opportunities for more than 3,300 unemployed and underemployed residents in fiscal 22. Due to the unprecedented rates of unemployment caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly among residents without college degrees, we are also focused on driving a surge in high-impact credentialing. Through a $13 million investment, the district will provide funding for residents to earn high-demand associate's or bachelor's degrees at local colleges and universities, along with support in persisting to complete their degree. The district will also launch the Rapid Reskilling Fund, a $6 million initiative to provide more than 700 residents without a bachelor's degree the opportunity to pursue free training that results in workforce credentials in high-demand occupations, and through a grant to a partner organization, prioritize engaging and recruiting new high-quality training providers. Finally, it is essential to strengthen responsive employer job seeker connections. We are investing $4.6 million for career coaches to connect DC residents to the programs and employment opportunities that best meet their skill set and experience. Through this investment, unemployed DC residents will have an advisor in their corner to help them understand their transferable skills and navigate employment and workforce opportunities. Across all of these workforce investments, I again want to emphasize that programming and support is focused on supporting the communities that have been hit the hardest by the pandemic, particularly residents without college degrees and communities of color. As I close my testimony, it is important to reflect on where we were just a year ago as we presented the mayor's fiscal 21 budget to the council. We still faced considerable uncertainty last June as we wrapped our immediate emergency response efforts, ended the 2019-2020 school year virtually, and looked tentatively ahead to some modified phased reopening activities for parks, libraries, and other education cluster agency services. We could not have known then that widely available life-saving COVID-19 vaccines would be a reality in the spring of 2021, or that the district would receive significant federal support by additional COVID relief packages in December of 2020 and in March of 2021. And while we still face a tight local revenue picture, there are some early forecast indicators that we are heading in the right direction. The mayor's budget and financial plan represents the collective effort of the entire Bowser administration to ensure that we continue on that pathway to recovery together. The council is an important ally in this effort, and I look forward to continuing to work with you and the community to achieve our shared recovery vision for the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. We're going to try a 10-minute round of questions and see if we need more. Let me begin with this. We held a hearing 2 weeks ago where we heard from experts about how communities are experiencing hesitancy around the vaccine, which is adversely affecting families' decisions on whether their students will return to in-person school. My question is, what are you doing to increase community education around the vaccine and supporting families? And part of my question is, are you doing any reporting at the school level of the numbers of students and school staff that being vaccinated? So this could be a public health question, but I'm asking it of you because I think reopening hinges on the extent to which vaccine hesitancy will limit parents who want to have in-person kids.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for that extremely important question and one that we've spent a great deal of time on. Clearly, DC Health is taking the lead on working across the city to overcome what we're all referring to now as vaccine hesitancy. The mayor has directed us all to participate in those efforts. We've got vaccine buddies. We've got these community days of action. I myself have been out supporting residents as we've gone door to door to try to convince people that the vaccine is safe and that there are huge benefits to taking it. In addition to that, we are participating as a public school system in the program whereby we stand up vaccination centers and sites at schools, and those schools clearly push out that information to their own communities. We'll continue that over the summer. And very, very importantly, We have through OSSI and through our public school systems and agencies also been promoting information to families on the safety of the vaccine and the efficacy and importance of taking it. So we've worked with pediatricians and health providers. We've convened meetings of them. We've provided fact sheets and information to schools and LEAs for them to send out to their families. And as part of our Everyday Counts campaign over the summer, we are going to be sharing the safety of schools and including in that all of the information about vaccines and where folks can get them. So we are doing, I think, quite a lot to help overcome this important challenge.
The vaccines available at the schools, that would be for parents as well as for students, if the students are of the right age?
Yes, these are basically, this is the program with the vaccine exchange, where community-based organizations and other local sites around the city can sign up to be vaccination sites. So in those instances, they're available to anyone who comes to the site, including families and parents at the school and also young people.
And you're pushing for this to be at the schools. I don't mean excluding other sites, but that pushing to have schools.
Yes, because we think that schools are clearly trusted centers for communities, and we believe.
Well, let me interrupt you just because I'm running out of time. Making the COVID-19 vaccine mandatory for students?
Are you asking whether we are making it mandatory?
Yes.
No, we are not considering making the vaccine mandatory at this time.
Even though we make other vaccines mandatory for students?
That is true, Chairman, and you raise a very, very important question. We've looked into the idea of mandating that the vaccine be taken by folks in our community, and one very critical piece of this circumstance, apparently, according to DC Health, is the federal authorization of the vaccine being an emergency authorization, which makes it much less, municipalities and jurisdictions are much less able to mandate vaccines when they're submitted under this emergency authorization.
Well, I'm sure that question will be asked some more. Let me change the subject to attendance or truancy, in-seat attendance. We have not seen those numbers move very much. If anything, maybe they've gotten a little bit worse, and I'm not including this past year. Other than the microbuses and safe passage programs, what is the Deputy Mayor's Office doing to address truancy and chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman, for that important question. So you have named a couple of the very important efforts that we undertake for attendance. We think holistically about this upcoming year as one in which we have to do a lot of work to re-engage students that have begun to disconnect or have disconnected, and certainly to promote strong attendance when we're all back in the buildings in person. We are doing a number of things in order to accomplish this goal. So firstly, specifically on attendance, we are running our campaign over the summer to demonstrate what schools look and feel like. We're inviting families to come into schools. We're providing important updates from schools themselves on all that's going on to create safe and welcoming environments for families. So we're doing that. Secondly, we are investing in the expansion of a couple of evidence-based programs that we piloted out of my office, those being the attendance letters and the technology platforms that facilitate good, strong communication with families that LEAs have been deploying to a limited degree, but have found great success with. So we're investing in both of those things. In addition, as you mentioned, we've got our transportation investments, and we have invested quite a bit in safe passage work so that students feel safe as they travel to and from. We are investing through CFSA in supporting a new student outreach center, which will provide additional capacity for LEAs as they try to reach out to students that have disconnected or are disconnecting in advance of any punitive actions being taken against those families.
I'm going to keep moving. We may have a hearing on that issue in a few months. I see that there are additional funds for the family coaching program. You spoke to that in your statement. I want to ask, what will the family coaching program entail? What organizational partners will you be working with? What types of activities will they do with families? In which agency and with the family, in which agency will the family coaches be employed? And how will the coaches work with the families directly?
Thanks, Chairman, for the question. This is an intervention that we are particularly excited about. It came directly from our conversations with communities, families, and parents, and with LEAs and school staff, some of whom talked about the efficacy of these kinds of programs. There are some models in the city at a few schools that have these coaches, like at Marie Reed, E.L. Haynes, Yu Ying. They've actually got these programs in place. And so we talked with those coaches and developed the program based on the best practices. It is, in the first instance, a grant program that will have a coordinator, but will be funded through a grant to a community-based organization partner. We have anticipated that there will be 30 schools that will receive coaches through this program, 10 full-time coaches and 20 part-time coaches. And what we have learned about the importance of these coaches is, instead of schools communicating out through email or expecting families to engage, these coaches actually go to families. They do home visits with families. They understand from those families what their needs are. They convey vital information from the schools to those families, and they bring information back to school administrations to make sure that families are getting what they need. This can occur in communities that don't speak English as a first language. This can occur in other communities where you have families that are not fully engaged or aware of what's going on in the school programming. So the idea is they are true coaches, but they also convey information back to school administrations so they can better support the needs of families more fully, as those families support the needs of their kids.
So there are 30 schools that you anticipate, 10 full-time coaches. So let's take a full-time coach. How many families is he or she coaching?
We anticipate that that will vary school to school, but you can imagine that they are going to work to some degree or other with all of the families that are interested in working with them. So
with all the families what?
That are interested in working with them. So they will host small gatherings of families. They will go out to do home visits of families. They will make themselves available through office hours. They are accessible through phone call and email. So the way that this typically works is they are making themselves available, but they are also then identifying the families who have not been in touch with the school or with them and doing direct outreach on a one-on-one basis. And then a number of families will follow up and participate more actively. But the idea is that each of these coaches should touch all families in a school and a school community.
Well, that may be a flaw in the program, that it's the families who are willing to work with the coach, because if a family is truly disengaged, they may not be interested. They may not be thinking about it. It may be hard to recruit them to want to work with the coach. And if there are a lot of families, it may be that the coach is overwhelmed. I didn't have a question there, and I'm looking at the clock counting down. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Allen. I'm sure we'll be discussing this more. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. All right, I'm gonna go straight to what I just thought I heard. In response to a question from the chairman, you said that you're not considering having the COVID-19 vaccine be required, correct?
Correct.
Not even considering it. No discussion, not considering it.
Sorry, Councilmember, let me be more clear in my answer. I was trying to be brief with the chairman. We have certainly discussed the viability of mandating the vaccine for students, also as we've done across city government for workforce, for teachers, for other school staff. And we've made the determination that we are not going to mandate it for this coming school year. That was the fuller response. I hope that's helpful.
And of course, it's not a matter of if, but when it moves beyond the emergency use authorization into full authorization, which could happen. I mean, I'm hearing that could happen in August, September. Even with that, no requirement.
Again, Councilmember, I'm really happy to continue the discussion with you and other members of council. It would be certainly helpful for us to bring DC Health into this conversation. What I'm sharing with you now is that at this moment, we are not planning on mandating the vaccine for students or staff in schools.
All right.
And as you rightly point out, as circumstances change, as federal regulations change, we will continue to have these conversations. So we'll look.
Sure, but we shouldn't have the conversation fresh once we actually get that. I mean, I sure would hope that you're actually having a conversation for contingencies, saying, okay, once it becomes full authorization, then this is the decision tree that we go with. If we're just waiting, we're just constantly waiting until we're just chasing it. I just find it mind-boggling that we're trying to put forward a proposal to require people to do drug tests for marijuana that's legal and can't even determine if someone is impaired at the moment or if they used legally 2 weeks ago. Yet somehow for COVID-19, we can't do anything. The dissonance between those two things is just shocking to me. And when we think about people who are working with vulnerable children and the impacts that we've already seen, I just find that to be really hard. I guess let me turn to out of school time then. Superintendent Young really pushed most of these to you. So when I asked about, I think the investment, very excited about the investments coming into OST. I just think we can do more. One of the questions I asked Superintendent Young was, have we assessed the demand for our summer and school year out of school time? We know there's a gap between the capacity and what the demand is. Have we actually assessed that? Superintendent Young said she was unaware of an assessment, but then kind of kicked it over to the deputy mayor. So have you assessed what that overall demand for both summer and out of school time, school year would need to be?
Yes, thanks, council member. The Office of the Out of School Time has done an assessment, and what they determined based on the study, which I believe is publicly available, but we'll be happy to provide it to your office, was they thought for the summer, from remembering correctly, for the K-8 students, there's something like 25,000 seats of a gap, so between supply and demand, and something akin to, I think it was 8,000 or so for the school year. In high school, because largely of the Summer Youth Employment Program, they determined that there was no gap.
Okay, so for the gap that exists, does the proposed budget eliminate that gap?
It doesn't eliminate the gap. I think your next question will be, how close do we get? And I would say that's a question I've also asked. And that will depend on the number of seats that get stood up through the summer and the supplemental funding that we're doing. So we know that these investments will actually provided thousands of additional seats over the summer. My understanding is that based on the grants that are awarded to out of school time providers, the number of seats they actually provide fluctuates. And so we're waiting to see what that number is, at which point we'll be glad to provide it as we look to see how we can close the gap even further.
Okay, and again, I'm excited that we've got the increased investment there. I just think that it's going to still leave us with a gap. And we have seen, we know what it's like in a normal year, and this has been nothing close to a normal year. So we know how important and valuable these programs are and what the potential is there. And, when I think also about the way in which working families have been hit, the way in particular working moms have been hit, the more that we invest in our out of school time, the better. And I think will help us overall with that recovery. One of the things that you and I talked about in the learning loss hearing, and I want to come back to it again. I asked Superintendent Young about this, and she said, you're really going to take the lead on this, has to do with the scholarship fund for out of school time. And we talked about that at the last hearing. How many families, if you pursue the scholarship fund model, how many families will that be able to provide resources to?
I mentioned in my testimony, which I'm just referring back to now, the number of students. We think that this will touch up to $10,000 in individual scholarships to 50 at-risk youth per year to cover the cost of out-of-school time opportunities. So that's 100 students over the course of the 2 years that the funding is available.
Maybe I'm not following. Only 100 students?
So we should do the math. We can do the math together, but we're saying $10,000. Yeah, if they get up to $10,000 in a scholarship, then that's the $500,000 or the $500,000 for the first fiscal year. And then it would be the
same.
Sorry,
I just want to make sure, are we talking about the same thing about the scholarship program we're talking about for our out of school time programming?
Yes.
$10,000 scholarships.
we're saying up to $10,000 for students that have the need, and we have $1 million set aside to do this over 2 years.
I think we are missing each other somewhere on this. And so it might be that we have to come back on this, because that's hard for me to wrap my head around. We'd only be able to have 100 students over the course of 2 years. When I can think through how many kids at any number of schools in Ward 6 or anywhere else around the city. Why we're talking about a student being able to have access to our out of school time programs in the afternoons. Why do we go through a scholarship? I know we talked about this at the hearing. Why not remove barriers to not have to apply? Why shouldn't we be, again, I'm struggling with we're only somehow being able to hit 100 kids with this, but why would we even have a scholarship program when we know the need is there, and we're talking about just removing barriers and just getting the dollars out to the families in need?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. I appreciated your line of questioning last time we were together on this, and so I did go back and talk with the out of school time team on this. So I've got some additional context. So firstly, just to be clear on the 100 students, that's the floor, let's say, that's the minimum number if you've got the 10,000. So if students on average use less than 10,000, of course that number would go up. In particular, we've identified a need for students to access, in some instances, programs that are not made available by our out of school time operators. So think of other operators in the city that don't get OST grants, some of which have costs attached to them. And in particular, for some of our special needs students, where these are not programs offered by out of school time, we want to simply provide the funding to those families to get access to those other programs. So it's not the case that we could, in those instances, simply give more money to the out of school time operators to do it, because these are programs that they don't offer. Secondly, there's a small technical point with out of school time, which they cannot grant to individuals, but can only grant to organizations. And thirdly, a number of our out of school time providers already provide subsidized and sliding scales for families, which I think is an important part of this discussion as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know we also talked about this at the hearing around, for example, when we have a lot of schools so I have a lot of schools in Ward 6, for example, that were Title I, have recently lost their Title I. That doesn't mean there's not a significant at-risk student population at that school. And what happens with their after-school programming, their out-of-school time programming, is that if you don't have those barriers removed, then it's going to be the families who have the means, and I'm one of those. I'm going to be able to pay whatever the costs are to be able to get my kids into that program. But that's not going to be true for every kid. And if they have to wait through and go through a scholarship program, an application program, the practical reality is all the slots are gone. And so we end up with this very inequitable experience where the at-risk students aren't able to get into the same type of quality OST programming and what's going to be taking place there, but the kids and families of means will, and then we further divide that equity. And that's what I'm really concerned about. So with my remaining time, let me just kick that over to you for a quick response.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. And that's the reason that we are excited to stand up the scholarship program. I know you've raised some concerns about the difficulty some families may have going through an application process. I think we've seen in other circumstances how there are ways to expedite and make those things very straightforward. We know, as I said, that this particular program is designed to serve families that have needs for programming or desires for programming beyond out of school time operators that are typically funded by our OST grants. And so you could imagine it might look a little bit different from what you're describing. But in general, that's the reason we're doing it. And then lastly, I'll just say again, a lot of out of school time operators do indeed provide the kinds of sliding scales and subsidized support that we talked about earlier, which I think is helpful and does go some way to mitigate some of the challenge, the very real challenge that you're describing.
Okay, my time's up. I just feel like there's a serious disconnect here. I'll try to come back to that later. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Trayon White, followed by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Premier Khan, you said that more than 20,000 students are receiving in-person instruction. How many do you expect to be receiving that in-person instruction by fall?
Almost all, Councilmember. It's our goal that school is open fully in the fall, and that all students will be back at school in our safe learning environments. All teachers will be teaching from their classrooms. And we anticipate that virtually all students will be back in person in the fall.
You said, how did you come up with a 3.6% increase in the UP SFF formula? That number.
You're asking the question, how did we come to the increase in the foundation rate of 3.6%?
Yeah, I see the advocates had a number, the council had a number. There was always a number every year. I want to know, how did you all come up with that particular goal for the number for the student pupil spending formula?
Yeah, thanks, council member. It's a really important question and a very important topic. We typically look to see what we think is possible within the city's local budget, given the needs of our public school sector, DCPS and the charter schools. And we try to increase as much as we think we can. As you know, the public school budget takes the lion's share of the local budget. So the further that number goes up, the less we can do in other parts of the budget. So this year, as we looked across the overall budget and did the trade-off calculations, we determined that we could raise the UPSFF foundation level to 3.6%, which of course translates into an overall raise that's higher than that as it flows through the other weights in the formula.
Got you. Can you speak to at-risk funding? What is the government's, the district's plan to ensure that these dollars are reaching the students that need the most? I've heard that OSSE hasn't been pushing the envelope as much as they once were when we decided to have oversight on the money when it was misspent, according to how we looked at it. But I'm concerned about reaching the highest risk youth with these particular dollars.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. Again, a really important area, and I would encourage you to also ask the Chancellor how he's thinking about the new DCPS budgeting process going forward, which is in the process of a revamp, in part to address this exact question that you're raising, to ensure we've got greater transparency. And from my perspective, we are doing a few things. So first of all, across the charter sector, charter schools are required by the Public Charter School Board, who's coming after me, to report on how they're using their at-risk dollars and what evidence-based programming they're used to support those students. DCPS does something similar. You can see the line items in the school budgets about what their at-risk dollars are being spent on. It's not the entirety of their dollars, which is where it gets confusing, because they do hold some back centrally for resources and services that they think actually help support at-risk students, which I think is also a good idea. I would add one additional point here, which is this budget is really exciting for us in that we're adding an additional supplement for overage high school students. Because when we looked at all of our at-risk students, it was the overage high school students who were furthest behind. So we're adding a supplement for every high school student who's overage, and it is our intent to ensure that that money is well spent by the schools that receive it, and we'll be looking closely at that.
Okay. Yesterday I had a hearing, budget oversight hearing with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. And one of the areas of concerns for me was about public safety. We've seen an increase in the number of deaths amongst youth inside of our system, and also perpetrators of crimes. A lot of them being shootings and carjackings. You mentioned in your testimony that there were 44 targeted areas for schools for safe passage. What areas are these schools located in?
Councilmember, I'll be very happy to provide you with the full list of the seven safe passage areas across the city and the names of the 44 schools. We determined these specific areas looking at crime data and violent incident data, along with our public school data. And those are the areas that we are focused on for our safe passage work.
Got it. I would look forward to seeing that and give some input on that. You said that your office invested $1.5 million over 3 years to provide additional training to 500 public safety personnel, including security, school resource officers, MPD, MTPD, youth division. How do you determine the number of personnel to be trained, and what do you expect the outcome to be from these trainings?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember, for the question. We're really excited about this effort, largely because the idea came from students and young people themselves. We did a series of convenings and meetings under the auspices of a student youth group over the course of the last year. And one of the areas of concern that they noted for us was some of their interactions with public safety personnel on Metro and sometimes outside of their schools. So we worked with the head of Metro Transit Police. We've talked to the SROs. We've talked to MPD and others, security personnel. And we determined the number of 500 based on those conversations. This is a program which has 3 parts to it. So in the first instance, there will be training provided by the Institute for Youth Development, which currently does work with our out-of-school time providers. And that's training on conflict resolution and de-escalation, importantly, but also implicit bias to ensure that security personnel are not exacerbating or inflaming situations where they don't need to be doing that. And first of all, I don't mean to imply that they do, but rather that in instances where we can do some additional supportive training, we want to do that. And these organizations are very supportive of this work. We're also going to be doing some trainers. So these organizations like Transit Police and others actually do have in-house trainers that we're going to be supporting. And lastly, we are going to be building a curriculum and a set of training that we think is the most appropriate for any security personnel that interact with young people in schools and around the city, that will then have as a standard curriculum that we will expect for security organizations to use as they train up their own people.
Thank you. I do want to know, this is more of a comment than a question. I am concerned about our career and technical education programs in the district. And I think that we're in a major city, right? I don't know, I mean, outside of New York, you know, this is a lot of people come here to go to college, take on careers. And I feel like we have to do a better job of preparing youth and young adults for careers in key industries in the DMV region. You know, with Amazon coming here, the hospitality field here, security and policing, the health, you know, the hospitals we have here in the health industries. I feel like we are not doing a significant amount of progress with our youth and young adults preparing for these industries. While I applaud the mayor had an investment in DC, there are other careers that we need to focus on. And when I hear talk about programs and I visit them, what offer and what I see in person are vastly different. And partly and I have to say some of the younger people aren't taking some of these certifications and classes seriously. I have to say, you know, overall, I wanted to say to you, I want you know, put this on your radar that just the direction of the schools, along with the chancellor and the other LEAs, that we have an intense focus, because I've seen a significant drop in students going to college in the last 3 years. And that concerns me. If they're not going to college, they're not going to work, where are they going? And I'm afraid that too many are stuck here in the community trying to figure out their way, going to get a low-income job or no job at all, and perpetuating the narrative of poverty in communities like Ward 8, you know, and across the city. And so that concerns me. I just want to put that on your radar. It's not much of just a comment or observation from my comment and questions for Archie today.
Thank you,
So
Councilman.
I'll defer back.
Yeah, Councilman, I'll just offer a very brief response to your extremely important observation, and I'm really respectful of your advocacy on this behalf, and we are thrilled that we are working hard to both continuously improve the quality and accessibility of our CTE programming, which we do year over year. There's been a lot of work, as you know, over the past couple of years. And in this budget in particular, we're actually placing a signature investment in much more fully reimagining what high school can be. So that, for example, if you're a 12th grader at Ballou, you can spend a good part of your senior year in an apprenticeship or internship that actually supports your development. Over the summer, you'll get paid minimum wage to be part of that same work-based learning track. As you come up through school, starting in middle school, you'll get exposed to work-based learning opportunities, all in the high-wage, high-demand careers that we know are either here or coming to the district. So we're starting in our Advanced Technical Center with cybersecurity and some nursing professions. And then there'll be a third one that we determine later this summer. But I agree with you fully and appreciate your advocacy on behalf of those students.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson, followed by Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. I want to pick up first, starting in the line of questioning you had with Councilmember White about the 1.5 million over 3 years for the training. I'm having a hard time understanding why this money is necessary. DCPS is preparing to spend $17.9 million on school security. MPD has money for SROs. Are you telling me we need an additional 1.5 million to train in de-escalation and conflict resolution? Aren't these individuals already trained in these things?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. And I would say, they would say, yes, they do include those components of their training. I think our perspective is that each year, this is $500,000. Our perspective is that we need to ensure the highest quality training available in de-escalation, conflict resolution, in the ways that I described. And this is our way of ensuring we've got the coordination and alignment across all of these different agencies that will provide this really high quality training. So as I said, again, it's training in the first instance. It's train the trainers to ensure high quality training continues within the agencies. And then it's the establishment of a shared and aligned curriculum, if you will, in these areas.
I understand that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but if I have a conversation with Chief Conti, he will tell me that his school resource officers are highly trained. If I talk to the chancellor, he will tell me that the school security personnel in his building are trained specifically to work with youth. And now you're telling us that's not the case, that there's no curriculum for de-escalation or working with young people.
I'm not, hopefully, Councilmember, I am not telling you that. What I'm trying to share is that this is intended to be a complementary program that actually ensures alignment and that we're bringing the very best practice to all of these agencies to help support the work that they're already doing.
Okay, so here's the challenge that I have with this, because now I'm noticing that your agency is not the only one who has money for school security and MPD tucked in. Last week, I had a conversation with Director Bazaran in the Department of Behavioral Health. They have $10.2 million to train police officers in de-escalation and trauma informed. So I'm trying to understand why we need all this money, while at the same time, I have students who are telling me they don't want officers in the schools, but we're going to spend millions of dollars to train these individuals that you have already told us were trained. We'll leave that there. I want to ask some questions about the Career Coaches Program, the $4.6 million that I think you were talking to the chairman about. I'm trying to understand what is the difference between the Career Coaches Program and a community schools model? Because as you described in terms of the individuals who are going to be working with families to have what they need to ensure that, you know, if they need access to jobs, et cetera, is that not the same thing?
I think you're referring to the family coaches, Councilmember?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's the same thing. A community schools model, as you know, typically has a coordinator that works to ensure you've got different CBOs situated within the facility of the school that provide services either to the students or to the local community.
Is that not what the family coach is going to do? Provide information to the students or to the community, i.e. the families?
Well, let me try again. So the coordinator in a community school model typically coordinates among organizations like CBOs that live within school facilities. So for example, you might have a health clinic in a school and the coordinator actually works with the leaders of that clinic to ensure that it's there. Or it might have some after school programming like a dance club a dance organization or a dance troupe that comes into the school. And so the work of the coordinator is to coordinate amongst all these entities to ensure they're providing services from the school. And so their job is very school focused, and they're providing activities and resources that live within the school that people in the community can have access to. The idea of the family coach is actually quite different from that, which is one of the reasons we're so enthusiastic about it. And as I said, we were really excited to sort of develop this idea coming from our discussions with family members and with folks who currently do the work. And the idea of the family coach is they actually go out to the families and they bring important information from schools. They understand the system. They help answer the family's questions as they try to navigate the overall system on behalf of their specific child or children. And at the same time, they can then bring information back into the school building from those families and those interactions that helps the school administration do a better job.
See, I think that one of the challenges, and I'm hearing this from folks in the community, is that we have these new initiatives that are being launched, and yet we're not fully funding the things that we already know that families need, like out of school time, for instance. I mean, I looked up the report that you referenced. I mean, we haven't done a needs assessment since 2017 in terms of out of school time. So that 25,000 seat gap that you referenced was from then. And then you just said, like, the budget does not eliminate the gap that we know exists for the school year, but I'm gonna spend $4.6 million on family coaches that will help only 30 schools, where $4.6 million could help the out of school time budget, which hasn't increased at all. I mean, have we not done a needs assessment with our families to determine who is going to need out of school time for next school year and then try to fund that need? You're on mute, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. Many months of Zoom and still inexpert. I was just saying thanks for the question. It's really important, and it gets to the heart of this question of budget trade-offs and priorities. And I think what we tried to do across this budget is look at a whole number of areas of need that have been identified through research, such as you're describing, which is why we did increase the overall out of school time budget and increase the scholarship program.
I'm sorry, when you said increase the out of school time budget, are you including the $1 million for these scholarships as the increase?
No, we also increased the out of school time budget through additional summer grants and school year grants. So there are new dollars flowing in as part of the recovery into the out of school time budget.
Okay, so the budget books that we have reflects that the Office of Out of School Time Grants is going to see a reduction of $195,000. So that's why I'm asking, you're saying you're adding new money, but the documents we have does not reflect any new money.
Yeah, so there is new money flowing in. So I'll just first of all comment, the $195,000 reduction is for the New York Avenue shuttle, which, as you may be aware, was a program that is no longer needed because we no longer have families living there. In addition to that reduction, the out of school time office is going to see an increase for summer safety of $3 million over the next 3 years. It's got a DYRS partnership of $840,000 over the next 2 years. It's got the $1 million youth scholarship, and then.
But how many seats does that? How many seats does that result in for the school year? Because again, if I'm talking to a family, right, a working family, and you're asking me what I need someplace safe for my kid to go between 3:30 and I get off at 5:30 or 6. A family coach is great, but is the coach going to watch my kid after school? I just don't see that investment here. We're making these, I can appreciate the money we're putting in for scholarships because I know that out of school time is sometimes out of reach for families. But if there's no slot, then what does the scholarship mean?
Yes, so sorry, I'm just getting some notes from my team here as you're talking. First of all, the family coach program is $1.4 million. I don't know where you're seeing the $4.6 million, but it's 1.4. The ESSER dollars that are doing the funding for out of school time apparently are not in the budget book. So that's clearly a correction that we made. To answer your direct question, over the course of recovery, it's 3,500 new slots in the out of school time programming. So I hope that's helpful.
Okay. And my time is winding down here, but this is a struggle that we've had with a lot of different agencies and committees, right? Like the budget book is the only document that the public has. It's the document that we have. And so when you guys are saying, oh, that's not in the budget book, is that coming later in an errata letter? Is that coming, like, how do we know? How do we plan is my question on that. Mr. Chairman, are we gonna have a second round? I don't wanna.
There'll probably be a second 5-minute round.
Okay, fine. I asked some questions about the overage high school students in my next round, but I'll yield back these 19 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to note, Councilmember Henderson, we'll get the errata letter probably in August. That was a little unfair, but I like to tease the executive that we always get the errata letter late in the process. Deputy Mayor Kine, since you're aware of funding for out of school time that we don't see in the budget book, how quickly can we get from you corrected numbers for out of school time?
Today.
Great. Next on the list is Councilmember Silverman, followed by Councilmember Louis George. Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Louis George, are you here?
I am here, Chairman.
Go for it.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, I want to go back to some questions my colleague Charles Allen was asking about with regard to COVID shot outreach. It looks like only 15.5% of district residents age 12-15 are partially vaccinated against COVID-19. And I see when I look on the data online, I see age, but I don't see the breakdown of this sort of by race, ethnicity, and ward. And so my concern here is that we'll be in a situation where we know 80% of 12 to 18-year-olds are vaccinated in Ward 3, but something much lower in Ward 7 or 8, which is a problem, because then it'll mean those kids have to quarantine if anyone tests positive, you know, while kids in Ward 3 get to stay in school. And so I just want to get a sense of, are you all, so one, can we get those numbers that break down by race, ethnicity, and ward? And two, are you concerned that we don't get these numbers up? DC health guidance is that the students, that students only need to quarantine if they're not vaccinated. So we should know where students are or are not vaccinated if we're actually going to be concerned about all of our students' health.
Yeah, thanks, Council Member. I'd actually refer your question specifically to DC Health. So on the availability of the numbers, they will keep and track those and be very responsive to you, I'm sure. On the specific guidance around quarantining, as you know, that is set by DC Health. So we will, and through OSCE and all our LEAs, adhere to the guidance that DC Health provides on who does or does not need to quarantine. Right now, anyway, I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Does DME track vaccination rate by school?
We do not track the vaccination rates. DC Health does that for city government.
Okay. And does DC Health do that for teachers and students as well? For everyone?
Yes, they're the ones who are the repository of information that we have on vaccination rates. As you know, we're not requiring people to tell us if they're vaccinated or not. We do have a system stood up where people on a voluntary basis can share their vaccine status.
Okay. I know we know DCPS isn't requiring students or staff to get vaccinated to return this fall. Do you know if any charters are planning to require this? Can they do that?
My understanding is that they, like the rest of government, are not able to require it.
Okay.
And I certainly haven't heard of any school that's planning on doing it.
Okay. I want to get an understanding of the sort of school outreach. We know from media reports that a lot of students are behind on their non-COVID immunizations and physicals. What additional investments or outreach is being done to get people caught up? And where can we see that enhancement in the budget? I would like to hear that. And then I just want to say, I think we need to do a lot of district-wide immunization physicals starting now, where families can come to a location and start to get these things done now. But I want to hear about what you all are, what investments or outreach is being done to get people caught up.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember, for that important question. I was just talking about this again with the Chancellor, who I'm sure will share with you DCPS's planned approach on this. And of course, we're working across the charter system. As part of our campaign over the summer, which is our school reopening campaign, we're including reminders, of course, that immunizations are required. You know, your regular immunizations are required, the kind of no shots, no school campaign that we had talked about. So we are including that. DC Health is providing information on all of the locations around the city where immunizations and vaccinations are available to families. They have a position, which I think is a good one, that you are required to get your vaccinations, immunizations, and you should do that at your primary care location to ensure that all of your well-being is being seen to. At the same time, we are currently looking at ways we might be able to increase access to vaccines and the normal immunizations to ensure that we don't have a barrier for schools returning next year. So those are all conversations and planning that we're currently doing with DC Health.
Okay, so I don't see any like specific enhancements in the budget. I do have a question though. Why aren't school-based health centers open to all students? We have these great health suites built into most of our comprehensive high schools, but they're only open for students who are enrolled in those schools. Can we open them up to all students, DCPS and charter of all grades, so that they can get their shots and physicals before this fall?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there was a time when we actually did attempt to do something like that in the city, and I'll just defer that question to the Chancellor and to DC Health.
Okay, I will ask them then. I want a little bit about Internet for All program. Can you provide an update on how many students have signed up for the Internet for All program? In March, I believe we were at 9,000 students and 6,000 families. How much of the original 3.3 million in federal GEAR funding is still available?
I think quite a bit of it. This program, as you know, is run by Octo, and we have recently seen a broadening of eligibility because we have a number of unspent dollars there. So we had initially, we were providing access only to families who were recipients of SNAP and TANF, and that was the eligibility requirement. And now we've expanded this to adult school students, and importantly to any student that qualifies for free and reduced price lunch. So it's a much broader pool now, and we are promoting it. We're continuing to promote it very actively for the upcoming school year.
Okay, I'm gonna follow up for specific updates on those numbers, just because I know quite a bit of it is what we have, and I would like some specifics, so I'll follow up with you. I'm glad to see the new Common Financial Report Standards released last week on schedule. I think the first reporting from this initiative will, I guess, come from OSSE in 2024 about school year 2023-24. Is that correct?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And the document says it's possible that an LEA has no centralized expenditures. How is that? Even single site LEs have to do the work of central offices in terms of HR, operations, and administration. They have the same reporting requirements as larger LEAs, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, they will have absolutely the same reporting requirements. The whole purpose of this exercise, which we were really excited to complete, and as you've noted, post online, and thank you very much for looking at it. The whole purpose of this is to ensure that we have consistent reporting across all LEAs for the kinds of categories that you're describing, like central expenses and other things.
Okay. So Mr. Cruz will be testifying soon, because we've seen his written testimony already, that some of the dates may be incompatible with school submitting budgets now for school year 21-2022. Can you say more about this? Are schools expected to collect and report on school year 21 and 22 spending?
I think what you're referring to is that in the legislation that was passed that required these standards, there is a misalignment with the dates by which schools actually will have access to the information. So if I remember correctly, we're actually proposing some change to the language, which will just line these dates up more effectively. But it's a technical fix to the dates that were in the original legislation that we think just need to shift in order to ensure that schools have access to the data that's required of them to produce the standards.
Okay.
I'd be happy to follow up with more specifics on that if you're interested, Councilmember.
Okay, we'll do. I only have 2 minutes left, so I just want to make a note about safe passage investments because I know my colleagues talked about this. I'll be following more about that 4.8 million. In Ward 4, we have 6 schools operating within a 2-block radius of each other surrounding Roosevelt High School. And so want to talk to you more about what we can do to keep them safe coming from going to school. Spend my last 2 questions on the supplemented budget. The mayor's fiscal year supplemented budget shows a net 0 increase for DCPS, but a 9.1 million increase for DC charter schools. The budget tables and narrative document says, quote, address the public charter schools with higher than anticipated enrollment of children with supplemental characteristics such as at-risk students. Can you explain this more? And additionally, the supplemental budget says DCPS enrollment reserve was used to fill gaps in other agencies. I thought the enrollment reserve was meant to support schools who enroll students after the October audit. Can you explain that as well?
Certainly, Councilmember. So let me take your first question first. And here it's important to start as context with the idea that DCPS is fully funded based on its enrollment projection, and that doesn't shift over time, whereas charter schools are funded based on their audited enrollment in October. So regardless of their projection, they're funded based on the number of students that they have in October. And what you're seeing in that first part of your question is that DCPS's actual enrollment fell below its projection. And therefore, as it went through the process of identifying the actual number of special education students it had and the actual number of at-risk students it had enough within its overall budget to cover that because its actual enrollment was below its projection, if that makes sense. So for example, let's say we projected DCPS at 100 students.
Right.
They had 50 students. And it turns out that of those 50, more of them had special needs and more of them were at risk. That's more expensive for them, but they've got that gap between the 50 and the 100 to cover the costs. On the charter school side, what happened is all the schools were funded at their audited enrollment levels in October. And over the course of the year, what always happens is you have to adjust for more students that are identified as special needs or at risk, or in some cases, fewer students, because you're trying to figure that out as you go.
Okay.
What happened in this instance was there was a $9 million larger cost on the charter sector side for students that were identified as special needs and at risk, in other words, that had these higher weights associated with them than we had initially thought. And so we had to basically right size them. So they didn't have the money. Now, I can share with you also, technically, because of the hold harmless legislation that was passed, we ended up putting $12 million into adult schools for students they didn't have. And that's money that would normally be used to offset that $9 million, but we couldn't do that this year because of the hold harmless. So it's just part of the technical adjustments that are required.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mary Cheh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. I want to focus on a specific thing. As you know, the executive plans to build a new elementary school, the Foxhall School, on the Hardy Park site. Now, one key point of contention regarding that new school is where it's located on the lot. Now, for years, residents of my ward have pleaded with you to use the old Hardy School to address overcrowding. Thus, I and many, many others were shocked to discover in early spring that you, Deputy Mayor, had moved forward with an extension of the lab school lease in the dark, with no public notice, and over the well-known objection of residents, school advocates, and quite frankly, me. By extending the lease, you've not only prevented Ward 3 from using that space for a new school, but you will be directly responsible for any loss of recreation space at Hardy Park due to the new Foxhall School. So I want to ask you some questions. Deputy Mayor, were you aware of my objection to the extension of that lease?
Thanks, Councilmember, for the question. And I would say we did extensive engagement with your office. I heard from you directly. We heard from community members on a number of issues, including the need to resolve what we consider to be
Is the answer yes or no? Were you aware of my objection to the extension of that lease?
I was certainly aware that there were objections to the extension of that lease, Councilmember, yes.
Yes. Is it your practice to act against a council member's wishes without even any notice to that member?
Councilmember, I don't want to come across as disrespectful in any way to you or your office. In the instance of that circumstance around the old Hardy School, as I know we have talked about in the past, and as I've conveyed, it was our belief that there was a good school in the location that was making good advantage of that school. We didn't consider it a strong location for a new school because of its historic nature and the size of the building. And so we determined that a better way to resolve the overcrowding was to take advantage of some of the additional land near the school for a new school in the southern part of the Wilson feeder pattern. And that was the decision that we came to.
So did you specifically structure the lease extension to avoid council review? The lease is exactly 15 years, a day short of what would have triggered council review. Was that a considered decision?
I think we'll have to refer that question to DGS that handles the lease negotiations for these kinds of properties.
So you knew nothing of that?
Again, I think we'll have to refer that to DGS because I know they handle.
No, I'm asking you, did you know that it was being structured in a way 1 day short to eliminate council review?
Again,
did you know?
Again, Councilmember, I'll just have to refer that to DGS counsel who does those negotiations.
Well, that's a quite inadequate answer. As a consequence of what you've done, Ward 3 families and Foxhall residents have been pitted against one another as the school's footprint. You say it wasn't a proper thing, it was a historic school. Okay, but now you're going to put one right next door to it, but also take up some park space, and we have to see what that is. If you had analysis about why it would be best for Ward 3 families, why it would be best for Ward 3 families to plop down another school and give the lease without any council oversight. If you have any analysis of that, please provide it to the committee and to me in particular. Do you have analysis of that in particular?
We certainly have the analysis we did of the existing school located there, the old Hardy School building, so-called. We know the square footage and we know its historic nature. So we do have that, if you'd be interested in that, knowing the square footage and the history.
And why a side-by-side arrangement with a new school that would somewhat impinge on Hardy Park? Why that was a better resolution? I have to tell you, because it's very frustrating from this perspective, that this is the second time in as many years that the executive has chosen to extend exclusive private use of district-owned property rather than reclaiming it for public use. And I'm thinking specifically of the recent decision by DPR to extend dedicated use of the Jelliff Recreation Center field by a private school during key after-school hours, despite knowing that the current Hardy Middle School had need for that field space. It's very disconcerting, to say the least, that we would, on the side, without the public engagement, enter into these lease arrangements that preclude the public from reclaiming land for public students, for public school students. And maybe the council has to move legislation requiring a different approval process. It's not also the first time, not just, extending exclusive private use to district-owned property, but there are other occasions where the council expresses its opinion, and nevertheless, there's some workaround, something, beyond the public eyesight that takes place and frustrates the wishes of the people of the ward in this case, but in other cases throughout the district. I'm very disturbed by what you've done, and you should be too, and you might want to refer me to DGS, but I would bet you were in on those conversations and you had every bit of knowledge about what sneaky, in the middle of the night action was being taken to frustrate what the council's wishes were, what the public's wishes were. Now, obviously, that's a little bit of venting, and I don't want to be referred again to DGS. It's very disturbing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Nadeau for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Deputy Mayor, I know in your testimony you went into some detail about the work that you're doing around behavioral health. So I don't want to ask you to repeat that, but I do have some specific questions around the funding. It's our understanding that there are enhanced grants for all CBO clinicians providing school-based behavioral health services this year. This enhancement was $10,000 per school for a total of $1.5 million. Are you funding this enhancement again this year?
It's a good question, Councilmember. I actually am afraid I don't have the answer to that. I know that we are sustaining the funding for the behavioral health clinicians that we funded through the CBOs as part of our expansion last year. We are sustaining that funding, and we are expanding it. So I believe the answer is yes, but let me follow up with you technically on a direct answer to your question.
Okay, I think, and this was specifically funding from your office that was enhancing the program as opposed to the whole program, if that helps.
Yes, I believe that what you're referring to is the GEAR funding that came down through the state that we used to actually help support the clinicians at DBH. And so I will just follow up with a kind of direct line item from that to what we're doing now as an answer to your question.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because we've been hearing testimony over the past week or so about there being exactly, I believe exactly a $10,000 per school gap still, even with the mayor's enhancements. So it would be very important to know if that is also going to be there. So thank you, I appreciate that. That was actually all I had.
I'll just share with you, Councilmember, it is our absolute intent and the intent of the executive to fully fund these school-based mental health professionals in all of the schools in the city. And so that's what we have done, and we'll follow up to ensure that that we are tracking the money as you're describing and that GEAR funding and how it translates forward into the funding we're putting in as enhancements going forward over the next few years, because it's a
I'm
very
not sure
point.
you heard any of that testimony, but it sounds like there is a discrepancy between what the mayor put in the budget and what the CBOs need. And so we may end up having to fix it unless there's some money that none of us have observed yet in the mayor's budget. So it would be good to get that breakdown. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. We'll have a second round of 5 minutes. And I'm going to start with a couple of questions. We had put in the Budget Support Act last year a subtitle concerning financial transparency, requiring, I believe, your office to develop common financial standards for schools so that we could make better comparisons. My understanding is your office issued those standards last week. And it's also my understanding that the Charter School Board says that they don't line up with the calendar. Do you understand what the issue is here?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Yes. So within the legislation that was passed to promote these common financial reporting standards, which, as you have just said, we posted last week. We're really excited about that, with deep cooperation from LEAs all over the city, by the way. So these are strong standards that will, I think, go a long way to providing consistency and transparency. We basically believe that the dates in the legislation will need some adjustment. It has nothing to do with the standards themselves, but based on when LEAs have access to certain of their own financial information, we believe that these dates will need to be adjusted to allow the reporting to occur. And we think it's just a technical fix that will be required. And so we will be working with council to try to see if we can make that happen.
I appreciate that. I'm feeling a little, I don't know, sardonic today. So I always like the phrase working with council. That would probably mean working with my office. Could you submit to us formally or informally? I think informally would be fine, where you think the changes need to be made, and we can work on that and put it in the Budget Support Act.
Yeah, we'll be very happy to do that. We know the specific dates that they would need to move. So we'll be glad to do that.
That'll be another homework assignment for you here to get us that. You have already spoken to this additional money being invested in student mental health. Can you say more about what this will entail? What it will look like at the schools, or what services or supports will be provided?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chairman. The biggest investment in school-based mental health will be to ensure we've got a clinician in every single one of our public schools across the city. So we have an $8 million total investment to place the DBH clinicians in the remaining 84 schools in the city, which will mean that every school will have at least one clinician. And that means that for students that attend those schools, they'll have a person who they will be able to see and work with, who that person works with school staff on all of the initial kinds of interventions to ensure robust mental health programming for students that need it. In addition, we are providing some funding through OSSI, which I believe the state superintendent spoke about, that will provide on-site treatment and implement trauma-informed treatment approaches with a focus on suicide prevention. So this is more of a referral service. So if you're a student who is really experiencing severe trauma and maybe having suicidal ideations, you'll have a place that you can be referred to for help and support. We're investing in expanding our Healthy Futures program, which is for our early childhood centers, where we will have two new clinicians for early childhood centers, and then on-site treatment for young children at these centers, and play therapy and family counseling at 8 additional centers. And then lastly, we've got, as part of our mental health work, we're very excited to extend the family mental health supports that DBH has been providing through their Wellness Wednesdays, their referral hotline, and their on-call counseling, which families have access to. And then secondly, we are providing those same services now to public school teachers across the district through our educator wellness investment, again, through the Department of Behavioral Health. So teachers will have the ability to access a warm line for referrals. They're standing up a community of practice for wellness for teachers, and then there will be on-call counseling for them.
In a few seconds left, in your testimony, you spoke of workforce training opportunities. My understanding is that a lot of that programming in DOES is being funded with local dollars. There are federal dollars available which aren't being used. Could you explain why?
Chairman, on that question, you'll have to provide more specifics about what you mean. I believe we are taking full advantage of the available federal resources across all sources. But if you've got information that suggests we're not, I'd love to know about that and work with you on that.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. Let me see, Councilmember Allen for 5 minutes. Councilmember Trayon White for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm in another meeting with staff, so I'm listening in at the moment.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henderson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Mayor, I said I wanted to talk a little bit about the new supplemental weight for overage high school students. In the documents that were provided to the committee, and I'm not saying that the investments aren't needed, but we just don't have any data to say how many students in the system across DC who are in high school right now are considered overage and undercredited.
Thanks for the question. I think it's 3,000, or it's actually, sorry, I'm being corrected by my staff. It's 4,400.
And I'd imagine that those students are not, quote unquote, evenly spread across the city.
Correct. They do congregate in some schools more than others. So for example, there typically are more of them in our comprehensive high schools than in the other schools. But you're right, they are dispersed.
Okay. And so by adding the supplemental weight, we saw one can assume that our comprehensive high schools did see some increased dollars for those particular investments to deal with those students.
That's right, yes.
Okay. Is there, I don't know if this is even, we get a list that tells us how many at-risk students are at each school or at each LEA. Is there possible to get a list in terms of the analysis on the overage undercredited by school or LEA?
Yeah, I think that should be. I mean, we know the number, so I assume we know what schools they're at and how they aggregate. So if I've got that, I'll be very happy to provide it to you.
And I'm just sort of curious in terms of from your office perspective, or maybe this is an OSSI question, but obviously this is kind of tied into the graduation rates and those kinds of things. How are we ensuring that with this additional weight, it's actually going to help those young people, persist through high school and catch up, as opposed to just being put in with other things, right? So this is kind of the argument that we've always had around at-risk dollars supplement versus supplant. And I have some questions for the chancellor on that, because I can see where the at-risk dollars are going there. And frankly, we're paying for like reading teachers with at-risk money, as opposed to what one might suggest are these innovations that you guys, I'm assuming, we're contemplating with this additional money.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. It's a really, really important one. And as we went through the at-risk study, the UPSFF study, we engaged with lots of experts around the country who basically took a perspective that rather than constrain funding on these topics to schools for kind of menus of options and so on, the best thing to do was to fund the schools, but hold them accountable for spending it well.
Right. So what's the accountable piece?
And so that's what we're working on. And again, I talked about this a little bit earlier with the chairman. At DCPS, we're working on revamping the way in which the schools are funded and the way in which they use at-risk dollars, which the chancellor will be able to talk with you about, which does include more accountability for and transparency for how at-risk dollars are spent. In the case of these specific dollars, we are very focused on tracking the outcomes for this population of 4,400 students based on this additional money over time to ensure that it is actually being used effectively.
Okay, tracking the outcomes. All right, we'll follow up on that at a different point. I want to ask you really quickly about the Safe Passage. You talked a little bit, I guess I would say in generalizations, around the $4.8 million investment. And I'm just really curious, like, from a nuts and bolts perspective, are we adding more people? Are we adding more CBOs? Like, how are we spending that 4.8 on the Safe Passage work?
Oh yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry if I sounded too generic earlier. The program of work is based on the pilots that we have run here and also the evidence that came out of a very similar Safe Passage model in Chicago.
Okay.
And so our intent for the money is very specific. We have 7 Safe Passage areas that we've determined based on evidence, 440 schools. Our intent is to grant out to 7 different CBOs money to stand up 215 adults on those routes to and from schools, both before and after school. In addition, those CBOs, we anticipate as part of their grant funding, will also provide some support to the school communities that are of highest need to support some of the students that are in them. So that's our plan for the funding, and it will be granted out of our out of school time office.
Okay. See, that was super specific and to the point. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Silverman. Is Councilmember Silverman here? Councilmember Lewis George for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to sort of follow up on the last set of questions from Councilmember Henderson, actually around safe passage and investments. It looks like from what I'm looking at, there are 7 safe passage priority areas. Can you say more about how these areas were selected? Once again, we have a tight concentration of schools around Roosevelt High School in Ward 4. And E.L. Haynes High School is not far away and uses that same metro stop. And it looks like there are only 3 schools in the L'Enfant Plaza area, an elementary school and 2 middle schools. And they're eligible for this support, but our Ward 4 schools with the concentrations are not. Can you say more about why that's the case?
Yeah, Councilmember, thank you very much for the question. I would think I would lead with a couple things. Firstly, we developed these safe passage areas in close consultation with MPD and using the various statistics about safety and youth safety and violent incidents involving youth across the city, and then in coordination and consultation with our LEAs. It's not a fixed list, meaning I know we added a safe passage area a year or 2 ago. And so if we believe that we've got some challenge with the data, or you think it needs to be updated, we'll be very happy to work with your office on just what that looks like. So it was based on our best available evidence in conversation with our public safety officials and our schools.
Okay. And does safe passage, you all just does it include transportation at all, like Vision Zero goals?
So it's actually a very good question. So this specific safe passage work involves the CBOs, as I described, and the trusted adults who are stood up on the routes to and from school, around the metro stops, to and from the metro stops.
Yeah.
This specific investment does not include any enhancements or supplements to transportation. There is a separate $6.1 million investment in what we're calling microtransit for the safe passage areas, specifically in Wards 7 and 8. And there are 23 schools that will receive transit vans through our Department of For-Hire vehicles that they will figure out the best use for, that will do some loops in the morning to pick up kids who they think are particularly at risk.
Okay. I hear you on that, and I would say that safe passage includes that there needs to be a larger increase in the transit options there, especially with our public schools and sort of the feeder patterns as they are set right now. We've talked about this before, but LaSalle Backus feeder pattern has their students going to Ida B. Wells Middle School, and that's not a safe passage to have students on. So we also could benefit from microtransit to support our feeder pattern here in Ward 4. And I'm sure there are others in other areas that the feeder pattern needs safe transit. Transit has to be included with safe passage in that.
Thanks, Councilor. I didn't want to interrupt you, but my team has let me know that 28 of the safe passage workers will serve Roosevelt, E.L. Haynes, and McFarland.
Okay, great.
You mentioned are included.
Okay, great. And then how many schools do or don't have the DDOT crossing guards, or would that be also a part of that?
Again, that's a program that's run out of DDOT that we consider to be a separate investment. From the specific safe passage work, yes.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question about what additional, I guess for the priority areas that we're going to see, what additional investments would you need to fund another priority area?
Do you mind asking the question differently? Do you mean investment specific for the microtransit or investment for the passage?
I mean, to put it plain, we need microtransit here in Ward 4, so I'm asking what additional investments need to happen for that to happen.
Yeah, I'm very happy to provide the analysis that we undertook to get to the $6.1 million for the safe passage areas in Wards 7 and 8, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful, and I would.
We basically determined it based on our work with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and then we did look at a couple of other options, and we ended up with a per school number, which is the microtransit options, and that's a number that I don't have off the top of my head, but we'll be happy to provide to you.
Okay, great. I will follow up with that. There are 2 areas in our ward where our feeder pattern needs to be supported in those ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for missing my turn earlier. Deputy Mayor, good to see you virtually. I want to follow up on a question actually that the chairman just asked. And I wanted to get a more specific answer. So there are federal WIOA funds. I hate using acronyms, but the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act, the federal workforce funds that we opt not to use and instead use local dollars, especially on youth. Like there are WIOA funds available for summer youth programming. There are WIOA funds available for year-round youth programming. And given that our local funds are the most flexible, it seems like it would be optimal to use federal funds designated for specific workforce programming, like let's say summer youth, so that then we have those local funds available to be able to be more flexible in what I'm going to ask you about in my second question. We're not using those funds every year. Why not?
We're not using the totality of the WIOA funding that we get.
Right.
Yeah, I am aware of the WIOA funding that we get, and I certainly understand that we have got WIOA funding for youth and year-round youth and summer youth programming. I will have to follow up with the agencies to discuss with them if there are specific areas where we are actually not taking full advantage of the federal funding that's available to us.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that works into my second question because, as you know, Deputy Mayor, a big focus of mine is building the pipelines, workforce pipelines for our strategic industries. This, to use an example for the public, when we first did the vaccine distribution, 75% of our healthcare workers were Maryland and Virginia residents. And that's because we're not training our own residents to work in our hospitals, our healthcare facilities, et cetera. There cannot be a starker example of how we don't create the pipeline and our neighbors are doing it. We got to turn that around. I want to turn that around this budget. Last budget, my committee started to do that with the healthcare sector partnership. This budget, I want to go big into IT. But one of the things we hear, Deputy Mayor, from our businesses, our employers, who are the end users for our workforce development programs, is that there's too many doors. There's like one program over here, one program over there, one program over there. So they don't know what's available. And then our job seekers don't know where to go. Now, other jurisdictions, as you know, Deputy Mayor, have one door. It's called a community college. Nova, Prince George's Community College, Montgomery College, they all centralize basically their workforce development. So how about we do that finally so we can compete with our neighbors and actually have our own workers, our own residents employed in the biggest private sector industries we have and that are expanding so that we can change the game here. And using WIOA dollars to do that. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I love the idea, and I can share with you that I have a very strong commitment to all of our recovery investment dollars and our ongoing dollars as we shift more to an employer-led system, to use that term of art, that all of our recovery dollars are tailored to high wage, high demand jobs that we know exist in the city and that we understand will be coming here. And so we are working towards, I think, an overall system that is employer-led, that does focus on credentialing and on helping prepare our residents for the exact jobs that you're describing. And I think your healthcare initiative is one very good example of that. I think the tuition assistance that we're describing through the DC Futures will be targeted at high wage, high demand careers for AAs and bachelor's degrees at UDC and other local colleges. I think the money for the employer-led grants that are the innovation within this recovery work for partnerships like with Amazon, like with other local businesses, will be part of that as well. So I do think it's critical, and I think we are very much taking a big step in that direction through this recovery budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Che, do you have any questions? Councilmember Che? Councilmember Nadeau? I'm not sure Councilmember Nadeau is still here. I think that's going to conclude the questions for you, Deputy Mayor Kine. There were at least 4 things that you're going to get back to us on. One of them is you noted that the budget book, I don't think you put it this way, but the budget book doesn't include the ESSER funds, and you're going to get back to us with corrected numbers regarding out of school time. And you will give me revised dates for financial transparency. You will give the committee and Councilmember Louis George the calculations you used to get the funding for the microbuses. And you were going to follow up with Councilmember Silverman, and that means the committee as well, regarding WEO and any other federal funds that are not being fully used.
That all sounds accurate. Thank you.
Yes, and if I left anything off, add that as well, because I'm taking careful notes. Thank you. So we're now going to turn to the Public Charter School Board. Thank you again, Mr. Kine. For the Public Charter School Board, we have Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director, and Rick Cruz, who's the Chair of the Public Charter School Board.
Chairman, may we begin?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's budget hearing. My name is Rick Cruz, and I am Chair of the DC Public Charter School Board. And as you noted, I'm here with Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, our Executive Director, to discuss the upcoming fiscal year's budget and how we begin the long process of recovering from the pandemic. I'd like to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for her support of DC schools and students throughout the pandemic. Her commitment to increasing education funding despite a difficult budget last year, and a renewal to that commitment this year is welcome, and we're grateful that our city places a high value on supporting children during tough times. LEAs have made large investments this year to address the concerns and needs of their communities. Many of those investments are ones that are a direct and unexpected result of the pandemic. In March 2020, schools shifted from classroom to home-based learning. During that period, everything needed to be reinvented, from teaching to meal delivery. Schools were able to accomplish this largely through best practice sharing, constant communication with families, and the budget flexibility afforded them in the School Reform Act. During this school year, we've thankfully turned a corner in our global fight against COVID. At the beginning of the school year, a few schools were open for hybrid learning or care classrooms with proper safety protocols. Since the district began distributing the vaccine, and over the last few months, many more school campuses have opened to serve students. To date, 121 campuses, that's as of May 21st, are providing some form of in-person learning or hybrid learning, and public charter schools are working toward the goal of in-person learning 5 days per week in the fall. To achieve that goal, the proposed investments in our schools are critical. We thank the mayor for including a 3.6% increase in the per pupil funding base, increasing the at-risk and ELL weights, and the creation of a supplemental at-risk weight for overage high school students all will help schools as they work to fully reopen, welcome back students, and address student and family needs. As you know, this announcement came prior to the official release of the budget, allowing schools to more accurately budget for the upcoming school year. We know the pandemic has taken a large toll on our students' mental health. The $8 million investment to expand school-based mental health is an important step in helping our students deal with long-term trauma. This funding, along with the tranche of federal funds our city is due to receive, will be much appreciated as schools invest in supporting the whole child. Increased local and federal fundings to schools is a great start, but alone will be insufficient to meet the complexities of issues that students and families face. As we know, the pandemic has affected everyone across the city, but families with less were hit especially hard. Some of these challenges these families have and will continue to face are ones schools alone cannot combat. We urge this council to build upon Mayor Bowser's investments in housing, mental health, public safety, and workforce to address all the needs families will have outside of the school building. We need to ensure that every level of government is serving our families' needs, no matter what those needs are. Collective action will not only require much more extensive collaboration with our partners in the education sector, but also more and better partnerships with the non-education agencies that support children and families across the district. These investments, along with those in the other agencies that support families, are an important down payment on the future of the District of Columbia. Now, Dr. Walker Davis will discuss what our schools are thinking about for the future.
Thank you, Rick. In order to get back to school 5 days per week, schools are hard at work to upgrade HVAC systems, source PPE, use technology to support the classroom, and strategizing on how to get more hesitant families back into the building. Many schools have made these investments to reopen their buildings this school year and serve populations who need in-person learning. Looking forward to the fall, public charter LEAs are thinking about how to expand their day-to-day academic services and change their models to ensure all students receive what they need. As schools focus on fully reopening, they are investing in support services to accelerate learning, address mental health issues, provide access to healthcare, and re-engage students in school communities. Many public charter LEAs adjusted their budgets this year to provide expanded summer learning, employment, and social emotional wellness. More students than ever will have the opportunity to build academic and professional skills this summer, as well as reconnect and rebuild relationships with friends and teachers. Schools are also being creative with facility use and scheduling in order to ensure both safety and quality programming. The innovation and commitment of school leaders and educators inspires me, and I know they will rise to meet the challenges that next school year will bring. While all schools want to be able to provide full-time in-person learning next school year, there are some challenges which stand in the way. Some public charter school campuses are constrained by space. Public charter LEAs are thinking about how to address these challenges to secure a seat for every student every day. However, some schools may find they need to alter programming or secure supplementary facilities to bring all students back, given the social distancing guidelines and family and caregiver concerns. We appreciate the mayor's second $10 million grant to public charter schools to help address these needs. There are some bright spots. I want to highlight a recent event held at Carlos Rosario Public Charter School in Ward 1. They hosted a walk-up vaccine clinic for multiple days in May, which attracted hundreds of people. The school is in a neighborhood hit hard by the pandemic, and they knew that many people both needed easy access to the vaccine and for it to be provided by a group they trusted and could communicate in multiple languages. This is the type of event we need to see more of in order to have a strong and successful reopening in the fall. Public charter schools have been working with their communities to identify issues and find solutions throughout the whole pandemic, and this is just one example of that. We are pleased at the DME's recent announcement to make schools vaccination sites and hope that this new effort will accelerate the district's vaccination rate toward herd immunity. Safely reopening schools and getting people vaccinated is step one. There is much more work to do, and a long-term view of recovery is necessary. Investing in services both within the education sector and outside of education on services such as housing, physical and mental health, and community safety will be critical for recovery and setting students up for success in the future. Students need safe and stable housing, plenty of healthy food, neighborhoods and streets free from gun violence, extracurricular activities, and economic opportunities if we expect them to show up ready to learn every day. This is a tall task to be sure, but tackling these issues is necessary for our city to truly flourish. When it comes to funding the futures of the district's children, everything must be on the table. This year, the district is able to invest in many areas which have been long under-resourced or neglected due to federal funding. We cannot let this be the only year this happens. We must continue to invest in our students and heavily invest in the neighborhoods furthest from opportunity. Every child deserves well-resourced schools and well-resourced communities. This will ensure we are working toward a common goal of setting up the district's youngest for a bright future. Before the pandemic, too many students did not have the foundation of resources and services they needed to get the most out of the time spent in and out of classrooms. It is a moral imperative that the entire city steps up and plans strategically to provide students with the supports they need and to help schools fully recover. Before I wrap up my testimony, I do want to put one thing on the council's radar, and there has been discussion about this earlier today. Last year's budget established the development of common financial standards for schools by May 2021, with an expectation of at least 1 year to implement the new standards. Due to the way the dates are set in the code, the deadlines attached to the submission of expenditures meeting the new standards will be impractical to meet on time. Under the current language, schools would be required to submit expenditures meeting the new standards for the 2021-2022 school year by July 2022. We asked the council to amend the deadlines to better align with the school financial reporting process and make it easier for schools to make sense of the standards and embed them in their reporting practices from the start of their school year. This will help schools release accurate expenditures that families will be able to use and understand how the school spends its funds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Davis, and thank you, Mr. Cruz, for your statements. I'm going to lead off with some questions. We'll have one round of questions. And my first question is actually on the last point that was said by Dr. Walker-Davis. The changing the dates, do you have a recommendation there?
Thank you, Chairman. My staff has certainly been working with the Deputy Mayor's office, and as he mentioned earlier, it really is a technicality around just the timing. And so I will work with Deputy Mayor and follow up with you from my office on the specific language that could rectify that issue.
Okay, because I think we want to get that straight.
Absolutely appreciate that.
The Public Charter School Board's source of funding is a percent under the law, up to 1% administrative fee on each charter's annual budget. And I think in some years you've taken the full 1%, and other years you have not. What percent is in the in your budget for next year?
Thank you, Chairman. As you know, we have discounted the fee in the past. Currently, we are projecting the 1%, and we will work with our board to make determination if we will continue to discount that fee in the future.
Now, does the 1% or the charter school budgets, does that include the ESSER funds that are going to the charter schools? In other words, I'm not sure how to state that differently. The charter school is getting additional funding because of the federal relief money, the ESSER money. Does the 1% apply to all of that or just the local funds?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. So the 1% up to 1% administrative fee includes an entire LEA budget except for private foundation grants. So federal funding is typically included in that. However, our budget only anticipates the dollar amounts of which we understood, and that did not include the recent federal ESSER dollars because we did not have those amounts. We would be eligible for that fee once it is assessed, but at this point, our budget does not include those federal dollars.
Okay, I think I followed that. So it includes some of the ESSER, but not all of the ESSER money.
Correct.
There's ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3.
Correct.
Your proposed budget includes $501,000 to align the budget with projected revenue. Is this because of the increase in the UPSFF funding means an increase in the charter school board's funding? And I'm guessing that's yes. And then how do you plan on spending that additional money?
Absolutely. Yes, Chairman, the increase that you're seeing in our budget does reflect the increase in the Uniform per Student funding formula of 3.6%. Our responsibilities to LEAs are spread across a number of activities. As you know, we approve charters, we provide oversight, we provide monitoring, and so that additional increase would be dedicated to our support services on behalf of LEAs.
So there's not a particular initiative, it's just being able to do more of what you do.
Correct.
According to the budget narrative in your chapter of the budget book, your budget includes an increase of $3.4 million to repeal the Childhood-Led Exposure Act of 2017. Why does your budget include money if the bill is being repealed? And why do you want to repeal the law?
Thank you, Chairman. It is our understanding that those dollars are associated with ongoing lead testing that historically the PCSB has provided on behalf of charter LEAs. If you recall, the language requires that this testing occur, and we have sought private and grant funding to be able to provide that on behalf of schools. So it is our understanding that these are dollars allocated to our agency to continue this service, but we will work with the DME to get clarification on the parameters of the use of these funds. We estimate that it is about $900,000 per year that we've expended for supporting this across our 66 LEAs. And so I would just flag that while we are appreciative of dedicated resources to this, it would not cover this function in perpetuity. So we will follow up with the DME and just get some clarification on the repeal of the language and the identification of the resources.
So you're not sure why the budget book says to repeal the law?
Yeah, Chairman, I think that's the clarification that we're seeking because it's our understanding that the responsibility for ongoing testing would exist. So I'm not sure if we just need clarification on what the expectations are around the use of those dollars.
Okay, and then you said it costs about $900,000 a year, but my note here says that the budget includes an increase of $3.4 million. Do you understand that?
Yes, it's my understanding that this would be one-time funds for ongoing testing. So my point was to say that while this is a significant investment for this function, the function is an ongoing function. So I estimate that this would allow us to continue to do this service for about 4 years. But then after that, it is unclear how we would support this testing.
So your funding doesn't lapse at the end of the year, it carries forward?
That is my understanding for federal dollars.
I'm struck by, year after year after year, we hear testimony about how the funding for facilities is not enough, but your testimony is silent on the issue of facilities.
I appreciate the question, council member. So, excuse me, Chairman. First, I would acknowledge the mayor's $10 million grant for facilities for charter schools. I know that there are many LEAs that will certainly take advantage of that opportunity. I do want to name that there is no increase in the facilities allowance, and this is certainly an area that has been raised by our LEAs. As you know, the cost of real estate is rather expensive in the District of Columbia, and we would certainly expect that we get to a place where that facilities allowance would keep pace with inflation and the rising cost of facilities and construction. So that might be an area that we could certainly seek additional support going forward.
Let me turn to my colleagues. If they are here, we'll find out. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Christina Henderson. I kind of skipped Councilmember White, but I'll go to him in a second.
Okay. Or do you want to?
Well, I probably should, because I should be proper. Councilmember Trayon White, are you here?
Yes, Chairman, but I'm in a budget meeting with my staff. Sorry.
All right, let me know if you want to, if you have questions.
Will
Councilmember.
do.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Cruz and Dr. Walker Davis. Okay. So I wanted to ask about grant funding and I could have asked this to the Deputy Mayor, but limited time. So I'm going to ask you guys around, I saw the $10 million in investment in terms for public charter schools for facilities. But my understanding in talking to some charter LEAs as recently as yesterday is that the money from the last round of grant funding hasn't even been dispersed yet. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, so in terms of this new money, your office isn't the one who is administering it. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is administered through OSSI.
Okay, how are you all working, or I guess facilitating the conversation on behalf of your charter LEAs to ensure that it's not going to be a 6-month process before they can access these funds?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I believe many of our LEAs have been vocal around the challenges with accessing the dollars. As it was structured, I believe it's a reimbursement for expenditures. And so that is something that both the LEAs have raised and that we have raised. We're certainly supportive of the LEAs directly partnering with the Alliance and other agencies to think through how they might spend it. And I do communicate with the State Superintendent's office about any of the challenges that have been lifted up. I will be honest that I don't know the specifics on the disbursement of this $10 million, but I would support efforts to make sure that that gets in the hands of LEAs as soon as possible.
Okay. I mean, the 10 million is nice. I know that leaders probably would have preferred an increase in the facility fee disbursement. And some charter leaders that I talked to yesterday made some really excellent points around the fact that the same increase in cost that DGS is seeing as they contract out, for maintenance or other type of work that's happening to the building is the same increase in cost that charter schools are seeing as they have to contract out for this work themselves, right? HVAC, filters, enhanced cleaning, all of these different things. And, it's just a little bit of a disappointment, if you will, I think on that front. Similarly, and yet separate, are you all having conversations with the Department of Behavioral Health as it pertains to the school-based mental health program? One thing that I'm really concerned about, and I raised this with Director Bazaron last week around the expansion, is that DBH is not contemplating the 3 new schools that the board has approved to come online this school year. And so we want to ensure that those schools will have access to mental health professional support in the same way that the rest of the portfolio does.
Sure. Absolutely. We are an active participant in that coordinating council and
Okay.
have been very pleased with the progress that we've seen over time. We certainly will be paying attention to this expansion, one, to ensure that our existing schools do have the support that they need, but also that the 3 schools coming online are not neglected as well. So I appreciate you flagging that, and we do have representation on that council and will be a part of the conversations in terms of the allocation of those resources.
Okay. My next questions, I think, I don't know, it's a little weird because you're an authorizer and not necessarily, you know, the quote unquote advocate for the sector. But one of the things that I'm concerned about is stabilization. I talked about this a little bit earlier with OSSI. You know, first for adult charter in terms of the stabilization for the funding that they're receiving to ensure that you know, they have the resources necessary to serve the students. And then on the other side, while I understand that some of our charter schools certainly have a wait list for certain grades, what I'm really concerned about is the pre-K, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. And in particular, I know from my school, DC, we saw applications down across the board, right? DCPS, public charter schools, et cetera. The difference, however, is that DCPS has the flexibility to hold on to those seats. So if a family changes their mind next month or at the beginning of August, there are still slots available for them to enroll in a pre-K situation. And frankly, you can make the same argument about any of the upper grades, right? Once you hit kindergarten, you show up at the school for DCPS, I have to enroll you regardless, but I can't do that for pre-K. Have you all heard of schools perhaps about to reduce their pre-K class sizes or teacher, like, you know, the available seats because they don't see the yield or they don't see the offerings there and they can't justify it from a financial standpoint?
Thank you, council members. So I haven't heard that issue directly, but I will name that particularly for our pre-K only schools, enrollment was a challenge this year. I believe it's an area that they continue to watch. And so we certainly appreciate the support for the whole harmless for our adult and residential schools. We have heard from some of our pre-K sites that that sort of flexibility would be welcomed and necessary for them to weather the impacts, not just of this year, but potentially next year. So I know for sure for our pre-K only sites, this is an issue that has been raised. I have not heard directly for our pre-K, our elementary schools that include pre-K, what the specific impact would be for them for that particular grade level.
Okay, this is something that I was just sort of been thinking about in terms of there are some families who are hesitant today to enroll. Absolutely. But by August, they might be like, okay, I gotta get this kid up out my house and it's time for you to return to school. And then with pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, they're gonna be stuck without an option. And frankly, not just stuck without an option, but also stuck without protections and safety nets because the federal rules around you being able to, you know, work from home or have job security if your child is not in school expires. Yes. So like, you're going to need a place for your kids to go. And I'm really concerned that we're just not going to have the seats available because even with DCPS, there's only so much that they can do because everybody's working off the same constraints in terms of ratios.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will say this, that, you know, our LEAs are actively paying attention to enrollment across the grades that they serve. Absolutely, pre-K is an emphasis for those schools that have the grades, not just the standalone pre-K sites, because as you well know, once you get a family acclimated to a school and they're excited and feel welcome, they're more likely to stay in that school through the entire elementary journey. So it absolutely is a focus of the LEAs. I will certainly pay attention to any specific cases of schools and raise that with the committee as we hear it. I just don't have specifics about any adjustments that those schools might have made to those grades at this point.
Okay. And my final question, I think, is it's, I guess, less budget, but more oversight in terms of how the board plans to move forward. So, you know, we've heard that some of the schools are contemplating providing a virtual option for families who don't necessarily feel comfortable sending their children in person. I think KIPP said upwards of 17 or 18% of their families have said that they want to continue with a virtual. But I also know that for some of these schools, maybe Friendship Public Charter School aside, their charter is not for virtual and in person, right? I'm sure you all obviously made some exceptions to the oversight piece, but how is the board thinking about that going forward in the future, especially for schools who their entire model, frankly, was argued for an in-person experience?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, council member. So first, I think we have a fairly robust both application and amendment process for our charter. So we did issue guidance to our charter schools that if they are contemplating a robust and ongoing permanent virtual option, that they should seek our amendment process. You duly noted that Friendship Online is an approved and authorized virtual program, and there are some other instances like our adult schools and other sort of competency-based programs for which virtual programming is authorized. But the majority of our schools are not currently authorized for that. And so they should seek our amendment process to do that as a long-term solution. What we do hope, though, is that as we all focus on getting all of our students back in person full-time, as our charters were authorized to do, that those elements of virtual instruction as sort of an extension of the in-person school day be things that schools lean into and capitalize on any best practices that they learn. But the primary and default option is 5 days a week in person. And the route that a school might seek for that for virtual being a permanent option would be our amendment process. And that includes an application, a review by our team, a recommendation by our team to our board, and ultimately a board vote for that amendment to a charter.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, council member. Council member Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon, Dr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. Cruz. I want to ask, Chairman Mendelson already asked about this, but I have to ask again because I just wasn't sure. Are you saying that private grants are going to pay for lead testing now, and that this work and this won't be funded by the district anymore?
Thank you for the question, council member. I will just name that we have some more research to do around the parameters for the 3.4 million. What I mentioned before is that we, the DC Public Charter School Board, sought grants and received grants to provide the lead testing on behalf of charter LEAs because they were not included in the GSS lead testing program that DCPS enjoys. What we understand this 3.4 million to be is an investment in our agency to continue to do this lead testing. What is unclear, as the chairman raised in the question, is it seems that the language is being repealed, but it's our understanding that this is an ongoing responsibility. And so if 3.4 million is being granted to our agency, that would cover about 4 years of ongoing lead testing, but not beyond that. And so I think we just need to clarify what exactly the expectation is around those dollars.
Perfect. That was helpful. Thank you for that answer. Because I was unclear. I was like, is it being repealed? It hasn't been repealed. So thank you for clarifying that. I want to ask a question. How much support did the charter schools receive from the Paycheck Protection Program? Is it correct that it was more than 30 million across the sector? And do you have sort of a list that you would be willing to share?
I believe that your numbers are right, but if you can give me a second while we're talking, I will find that. That is administered by the Small Business Association, so we could certainly get that list to you. It is not information that we collect or review. And yes, they did receive those resources. And if you can, while we're asking questions, I will look for the exact dollar amount.
Okay, perfect. Just sort of about for facilities allowance, I know you testified earlier that some schools may find they need to alter programming or secure supplemental facilities to bring all students back given the social distancing guidelines and family and caregiving concerns. Is there like a specific list or known schools that you're referencing here in terms of schools that are short on space? or what are they specifically planning to do?
Yes. First, let me answer your question about PPP. That number is 38 million. And then secondly, regarding the facilities needs for schools, they range. There are some LEAs, for example, who can accommodate the majority of their students following the guidelines, but may need a modular unit or two to make that possible. There are other schools that might have multiple campuses where one campus they can fit all of the students following the guidelines, but they might need a satellite location to do so for the other campus. There are other schools that perhaps can fit all of their students for academic instruction, but for meal times, it becomes a little bit more challenging. So there's a range of issues, and the deputy mayor did put out a survey to our schools to ask specifically what are those needs. And so I know they have collected some specific data around that, but from what I hear and in my conversations with LEA leaders, it is not just one fix, it's multiple fixes for what I would probably argue is not the majority of our schools, but some specific smaller LEA sites in particular.
Okay. The Charter Alliance testified last week asking for a 3.1% increase to the facility allowance. If you have any information or evidence, what evidence do we have that the current per pupil rate is insufficient for you all? And costs have gone up in response to the pandemic, but so have revenues and grants. And so are we adequately funding the capital needs of our charter schools? And do we need a more formal analysis of what's needed to fund charter facilities?
Sure. I will just ask if my chairman wanted to add anything about the historical context for facilities, and then I can jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, I would add, I think it is important that we keep the pace with the facilities costs. So long-term, we do need to see that increasing as costs increase. Okay. But you also raised the point that there are multiple sources of funding. So I think that whether or not we need a study of this, and I'm sure there are different data sets that we can point to look at the overall costs. We know that costs will be looking different over these next couple of years. So it's important for us, and both the board and our staff can make sure that we're capturing and presenting whatever data we're seeing, because we do need to see over the long term for those that funding to be sustained at a pace that meets inflation.
Yeah.
And I would just add that we have a diversity of facilities within the charter community, and there are some sites that will require a lot more investment and others that may not require as much. So I think just having a consistent and predictable source of revenue for facilities improvements and maintenance would be very welcomed in the charter sector.
Okay. And I appreciate that added point, because we heard that funding is adequate, but I'm not sure exactly what the need is and who's short and who may be operating more efficiently. And like you said, there's a diversity of needs. So increasing the money for all may not be the most efficient mechanism. So that's why I was inquiring to sort of get a sense of where the need is and who's short. I know the new common financial reporting standards coming in 2024 include separate categories for buildings and operations. Is it your belief that the facility allowance is meant to cover both of those categories, or is it just for the buildings categories?
I honestly do not have the historical context of recent application around that. It is the only dedicated revenue stream for facilities. And so I think our schools have been doing both with those resources. If an appropriate distinction is necessary, then I think that we should look into that. But that is the application of the resources at this point. It is the only dedicated revenue stream. I do know that there are LEAs that are probably using other resources to meet some of their facilities needs as well.
Okay. I visited Berea Public Charter School earlier this spring, and they really leaned into offering a full outdoor program this year. Is that something that the second 10 million grant could support for other schools to replicate? How many schools are planning to offer outdoor learning?
Sure. I don't have the number of the specific schools. I do know that this was an area that any school that enjoys outdoor space that they can do this is certainly looking into it. We also applauded BREA and their efforts, and it was certainly a best practice that we promoted among other LEAs. But I do want to name that not every LEA has the outdoor space to be able to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What can you say about the use of at-risk funds in the charter sector? The fiscal year 22 total across the sector is, I guess, is 55.6 million. But can you say more about how schools have reported to you about their usage of at-risk funds?
Sure, we do collect at-risk funding reports. Those are located on our website and our Transparency Hub, so you could find much greater detail around the use of those funds. I do want to recognize and acknowledge the increase in that funding and the funding formula. It is an area that I know many of our schools are interested in that investment and want to use it. There are a range of ways that our LEAs are using those dollars, from interventionists to extra time to a number of ways. I could certainly refer to those reports and get back with a more detailed summary for you.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I asked Deputy Mayor Kine about this, but can you explain the 9 million increase to the public charter schools via the fiscal year 21 supplemental budget?
Can you restate that question again and point me exactly to what, to us specifically or to public charter schools?
Deputy Mayor Kine asked about this earlier, but there's a $9 million increase to public charter schools via the fiscal year 21 supplemental budget.
Yes, I understand the question. So I don't have a different explanation than the deputy mayor. It really is to make the technical adjustments from the actual student enrollment and the breakdown in the specific categories versus what was projected and ultimately audited for charter schools versus DCPS. So his explanation is the same.
Okay, and last questions in 3 seconds. How many charter schools have signed up to be vaccination sites for the upcoming school year?
I do not have that number, but I can get back to you. I just want to name that charters have been asking for this possibility very shortly after the pandemic began and vaccinations were available. So we're very excited that this is a possibility, and I will get the number to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the note that you all have been asking for this and have been ready to do it. So, and I support your efforts in making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mary Cheh.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I had one last question, and that is, I'm reminded that there are, I believe, 2 pending vacancies on the board, and we've been expecting for at least a month that we would be receiving 1 nomination, and we have not received it. Do you have any idea what's going on?
So we do have two nominations, hopefully moving forward. I do not know what the current status is of the nominations. Dr. Walker Davis, I don't know if you have any new news.
I do not have any new news. I just want, as you know, Chairman Mendelson, both Naomi Shelton and the seat occupied by Steve Bombau are, well, Naomi is still serving on our board, but her term has officially expired and she's in holdover status. So it is our strong hope that we will have documentation moving forward soon to renominate her, and that we will also have a nomination for Mr. Bombau's seat. And I have had email communications with the office of the Mayor's Office of Talent, and I am hopeful that I will hear this week sort of where they are in the process.
Well, I asked because I had received a email, I believe, from that office, MOTA, that indicated that we would be getting the nomination for at least one of the seats 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I've heard nothing. I followed up last week. So I thought I'd bring it up here to see if you knew anything more.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Chairman. We're operating at 6 of our 7 board members, and if Ms. Shelton's holdover status expires, we go into September with 5 of 7 board members. So that particular chair seat is important for our operations.
Yes, and for continuity as well. So, all right, I don't have any other questions for you. And I don't believe there are any other council members in the lineup for you. So thank you all very much. You're excused, and we're going to turn now to DC Public Schools.
Thank you.
And that would be Chancellor Louis Farabee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just confirming that you can hear me, Chairman.
I can hear you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. I am Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor for the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am honored to testify before you today on our budget plans for fiscal year 22. I want to begin with an appreciation for Mayor Bowser's leadership during this unprecedented public health emergency, and thank our council members for their unwavering commitment to supporting DC students in a year like no other. Thanks to the vision of Mayor Bowser and the council's support, the fiscal year 22 budget and financial plan for DCPS demonstrates a commitment to ensure our public schools not only recover from this pandemic, but reopen stronger than before. Today, I will focus my time on sharing our foundational approach to leveraging a strong local and federal investments. DCPS is planning for a full-time, 5 days a week return to in-person learning for all DCPS students this fall. We're thrilled that our students will return to their school buildings with full course load and extracurricular activities in a safe and nurturing environment for the 21-22 school year beginning in August. As we prepare for this summer and next school year, I want to recognize the significant investment and feedback we received from our community. Each school has a recovery community core team, a local school advisory team made up of parents, teachers, school staff, community members, and students. And I'm grateful for their time and dedication from our entire community to help us inform our school level planning with an eye toward equity. As the COVID-19 pandemic and systemic racial injustice has impacted our students and families and staff in a myriad of ways, we know that opportunity gaps were exacerbated during this public health emergency. That is why we are developing a plan that will not only develop school budgets that are strong, but initiate a district-wide investment for the next school year and beyond. And our investments are directly aligned to our collective commitment to build back stronger. DCPS is committed to a strong foundation for our road to recovery. Even as student enrollment, a primary driver for school funding, decreased this school year, Mayor Bowser's fiscal 22 budget includes a 3.6% increase in the uniform per student funding formula, which will allow DCPS to maintain robust academic and extracurricular programming. Despite projected local revenue decreases for the district, the fiscal year 22 budget includes a $1 billion local investment for schools and a $23 million increase from fiscal year 21. In addition to our operating budget, we are proud to continue our investment in our facilities through our capital improvement plan. Our fiscal year to 22 to 27 CIP includes more than $1.5 billion towards our modernization project. In addition to that, it helps solve for overcrowding and our small capital projects to ensure that we continue to offer the best learning environment possible. In alignment with our PACE Act, we've added additional sites. We've added 7 new modernization projects to the budget. We're also continuing to offer our commitment and continue our commitment to consistency in our building budgeting process. And we are proud to report no projects are being pushed back or removed from the budget. We've also accelerated projects at Truesdale and Whittier in Ward 4 by 1 year, and also accelerated King Elementary School in Ward 8 and Drew Elementary School in Ward 7 by 2 years. Additionally, we are leveraging federal funds for academic acceleration and enhanced social emotional supports. As I testified on May 28th, our DCPS students are incredibly resilient. With that said, we know we need to provide more opportunities for funding trauma-informed mental health supports, small group and individualized instruction, and engaging in joyful learning. DCPS is strategically investing more than $20 million in federal, secondary, and elementary school relief funding, also known as ESSER. And that the district also received this as part of the American Rescue Plan to ensure that no DCPS school will experience a reduction in their fiscal year 22 budget. As a result, DCPS will have over more than 200 plus additional school-based employees next school year, including 25 more school mental health professionals and 50 more teachers. To ensure that our students and families are ready to return to in-person learning this fall, DCPS is strategically investing federal relief funding to expand our summer school offerings, to include learning supports for every grade level, including pre-K, with a combination of in-person and virtual programs for up to 19,000 students. In the first few weeks of registration, 5,000 DCPS students already signed up to attend. We also know in the midst of robust engagement and planning and infusion of additional ESSER funding this spring, we've asked our families to give us feedback, and trends from this engagement highlighted needs to invest in 3 significant areas for the 21-22 school year and beyond that align to the DCPS value. First is keeping our students first. Our first area of investment is ensuring that our students have what they need to thrive academically and social emotionally. Second is excellence in the classroom. A significant investment in this area is in our educators, allocating time to train and prepare our educators to meet the needs of our students through the science of learning in light of the COVID-19 learning slide. And then finally, equity. DCPS is committed to ensuring our policies, infrastructure, and technology systems continue to remove barriers to student success, especially for those students of color that are furthest from opportunity. DCPS is also investing $33 million in federal funds to support student acceleration and social emotional supports. Most of these funds will be allocated directly to schools based on their enrollment and population of students identified as at risk. Each school is taking a grassroots approach with their engagement and planning with their teachers, staff, families, and community to develop a tailored learning recovery plan for the summer and beyond. For example, at Phelps, there was a summer coding camp that's already been planned, and it includes entrepreneurial opportunities for students as well. For the 2021 camp at Truesdale, they will provide enrichment and tutoring, and then Payne is planning for a 4-week academic experience with weekly field trips. Some of our schools have already started their play dates and will continue those throughout the summer as well. At the district level, DCPS parents share that their priorities in district-wide American Recovery Plan and their survey issued last month, resoundingly, families have shared with us that the common goal is to ensure that we have full-time, 5 days per week learning for all students, which needs to ensure and include access to small group instruction, acceleration, and social emotional support for our students. Our recovery approach is rooted in a commitment to serving the whole child, which includes relationship building, student wellness, cognitively rich activity, and an intentional approach to instruction focusing on skills development for students that need not only supports inside and outside the classroom, but also what they need to be successful. During the COVID-19 health crisis, teachers have seen firsthand how our students have grown and have also seen areas in which they need additional support. As a result, our fiscal year 22 budget includes additional investments that are specifically designed to support our educators. This includes $5 million for our teachers to provide specialized comprehensive training to prepare them for human development experts to build student resiliency. We're also proud that we were awarded a $10 million federal grant, also known as our RISE initiative, which aims to provide additional recruitment and talented educators and equity-centered professional development and also supports our new teachers and provides performance-based compensation awards to to staff in our highest need schools. Most critically, this summer, we will ensure that our educators are equipped to address the learning slide by providing a myriad of professional learning opportunities focused on accelerating learning. These professional development institutes will be centered around the following: creating an anti-racist, whole child-centered school and classroom to provide rigorous, culturally responsive, and inclusive instruction in a trauma-responsive and nurturing context. And then secondly, implementing a multi-tiered system of supports to increase the capacity of school teams to address the foundational gaps in core instruction and strategically deploy teacher and student interventions to support acceleration of learning and eliminate racial gaps in student outcomes. In other words, we're ensuring our educators are equipped to meet the needs of our students, while they are also preparing them to reach and maximize their full potential through rigorous and joyful learning experience in a nurturing environment. Lastly, when we think about closing the access and opportunity gap, it is crucial to look towards the future with a continued support and enhancement of technology investments. This year, DCPS boldly invests $38 million in student educator technology to advance our Empowered Learners initiative so that we can bridge the digital divide. This robust investment ensures that we can maintain a 1-to-1 student device ratio in grades 3 through 12 and a 3-to-1 ratio in grades pre-K through 2. This investment will ensure every teacher has an updated, dedicated device and provide enhanced technology support and upgraded software licenses and meaningful training. As a result of this vision and a commitment from Mayor Bowser and also the federal funds that we receive, DCPS has presented a unique opportunity to rethink what is possible with public education. Our school leaders, our teachers, our students are ready to step up to the challenge as our students return to full in-person learning in the fall. These investments make it clear the district's firm commitment to provide rigorous and joyful learning to all DCPS students every day. I am grateful for the perseverance and collaboration from the entire DCPS community as we have worked hard through this ever-changing landscape of this pandemic. I look forward to the continued partnership with the DC Council to achieve our shared goals for every student, to ensure every student feels loved, challenged, and prepared to positively influence society and thrive in life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you, Chancellor Farabee. We will have probably a couple 10-minute rounds of questions for you. And I will begin. Before the release of the budget, you announced stabilization funding for DCPS schools that would ensure that no DCPS school would experience a reduction in their FY22 budget from their FY21 budget. However, in the submission, the budget submission we received May 27th, there are 18 schools showing a reduction from their FY21 approved budget. Can you please explain this? And I want to say a little bit more. There are 18 schools. 2 of them were zeroed out, Fillmore Arts Center and the Youth Services Center. 4 are losing a grade, I believe, to IB Wells. That leaves 11 schools. And they include, for example, School Without Walls, which is seeing $134,000 reduction. Thompson Elementary School, which is seeing $131,000 reduction. If we were told that no school was going to see a reduction, why is it that there are so many schools that are receiving a reduction?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. You are correct. DCPS has worked hard to ensure that schools have stability in this upcoming school year. Part of that effort is providing additional federal funds to schools to stabilize the school-based budgets. What you see, as you've referenced, does not include the ESSER allocations that have been added to schools' budget. So it's important to note, Once schools received their initial allocation, they had an opportunity to request budget assistance, and then we responded accordingly. And then once we receive our ESSER 3 allocation, we provided a full round of budget assistance to make whole many of the budget requests that we were not able to fulfill. And then we also ensure that no school had a decrease from year over year. In addition to that, we also offered another round of budget assistance as well. All of that would have been allocated to schools after their initial budget applications.
Let me understand this. So somewhere around February, schools were told what their budget would be. That was an initial allocation. The committee which I chair held a hearing, I believe in early March, regarding school funding. Subsequent to that, and I think I have my dates off, Councilmember Henderson circulated an emergency bill that would require that no school see a reduction in their budget. Before the council could consider that, the mayor issued a press release. This would have been early April, maybe the end of March. I think it was early April, that said that some money would be allocated so that no school would see a reduction in their budget. I think that was early April. If Councilmember Henderson is here, maybe she could light up and help me with the dates.
Yeah, I'm tracking that timeline.
No, hold on a second. Councilmember Henderson, you want to remind me, when was your emergency?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was in April.
Like our April 4th meeting, maybe?
Oh.
Or April 18th meeting?
I'll get you the dates.
Okay, well, so then the mayor submitted her budget on, I'm hesitant, I think I know this date, May 27th, which is maybe 2 months later, a month and a half later. And Chancellor, what you're telling me is that the numbers for the schools is not accurate? That the federal money that was promised to the schools in that press release is not reflected in these budget books, even though the mayor's press release made clear that those schools would be made whole? So we don't have the right budget?
So I want to provide some clarity here. I think what you described in the timeline is accurate. We did make a commitment to ensure that funds from the ESSER 3 allocation would be allocated to schools to help make them whole and also provide an additional round of budget assistance. The budget submission does not include those additional ESSER funds. They're not reflected on school budgets, but schools have those dollars. They know their budgets, and it's also been communicated to the local school advisory team. It is also on our website, and then schools have been issued those funds and they can utilize those funds currently.
So everybody knows what the schools are getting except for the council?
Yeah, schools know their allocation, and the ESSER funds also show up in the enrollment reserve in the budget book, which is a temporary placeholder for the ESSER funds.
Well, if it's in the enrollment reserve, then the school doesn't know, or the school does know.
The school does know. So each school has their budget. They know the additional funds that they've received, and they also have received that to not only the principal, but the local schools advisory team. It is also on our website. They can go to the dcpsbudget.com site, and all the budgets are fully represented on that site.
Chancellor, I'm feeling a little irritated here. The council, the last I checked, was actually the appropriator, and what we have, the budget book that we received, does not reflect what the school's budgets are. You just indicated that every school's been told what their budget will be. So if every school's been told, then would it be possible that by close of business tomorrow, Wednesday, June 9th, that we receive the budget for each school, which includes the source of funds?
Yeah, we're happy to follow up as requested to ensure that members
we will
of
receive
council,
that by close of business tomorrow, since you've already provided that information to the schools?
That is correct. Happy to do that.
And that will include the source of funds, whether it's local or federal payments and so forth.
Correct. And we will outline which of those dollars that schools have received that are federal funds. Believe that information was provided to members of the council in May on the 12th, but we were happy to provide that information again.
Well, why would it have been provided on May 12th, which, by the way, I don't remember receiving, and our budget office with whom I've been working on this didn't refer to it. Why would it have been sent to us on May 12th? That's what you just said, but it's not in the budget book, which was given to us May 27th.
Yeah, so council requested a spreadsheet that included all this information, and we complied with that request, but we're happy to send that information back over so there's clarity on how the federal funds are on school budgets.
As you know, it's been a continuing issue that there are multiple budgets for the schools. What the schools are told, what's in the budget book, I think what the CFO's office uses, and that's a problem. But it looks like this year we have an additional budget. I hope I'm conveying to you some irritation over the fact that in preparation for this hearing, I don't have the correct numbers, but you will get those to us by close of business tomorrow.
That is correct. And this year is an atypical year because we've received additional federal funding after our initial budget allocation to schools. So we ensure that we follow the appropriate process with OCFO to establish authority and compliance.
Sure, but my staff tells me that the mayor's press release was issued the last week of April. That's a month before the budget books, which is what, a week or 2 weeks before this hearing. So let me go to a different issue. And you will send us those budgets for the schools tomorrow by close of business.
That is correct.
School librarians. We've heard a lot about school librarians, particularly because within the budget parameters, many principals are deciding to invest money that would be for librarians elsewhere in their schools. I want to understand this. So it used to be that the librarians were required staffing for every school. And then schools were given the option with permission from Central on a school by school basis to replace the librarians with, or to use the funding for librarians for something else in the school. When I say something else, like maybe a counselor, I certainly don't want to minimize the other needs, but in fact, I think that's where this question is going, is that the need for resources is so great that schools are resorting to stripping their librarians. So 40 schools this school year, 40 schools. That's how many schools are there total? 114?
Actually, we have 118.
Okay, 40 out of the 118. So that's a third of the schools do not have a full-time librarian. Of the 40, 20 of them are in Ward 7 and 8. 28 of them are in wards 5, 7, and 8. For next year, the projection expectation is that 37 schools will not have a full-time librarian. I'm assuming, and that's based on information that you provided to my office, might have been yesterday, that 37 could change and it, in fact, could be higher. But 37 schools have permission not to have a full-time librarian next year. And of the 37, 17 of them, almost half, are Ward 7 and 8. It seems to me that this is indicative of the pressure that schools are feeling, particularly in those schools with a high number of at-risk students, to provide adequate resources for, I'm going to say, social emotional needs, and that they're sacrificing their librarians. This strikes me as very problematic and probably an equity issue. Can you justify this?
So let me start by saying that let me be clear that we value our librarians and their work. I can speak firsthand as a son of a retired school librarian of the work that they do and the value that they contribute to the learning environment. Schools receive an allotment based on their population. The status of the position has not changed recently. So the status of the position has been such since the tenure of this administration, and as far as we can go back and evaluate the comprehensive staffing model. The comprehensive staffing model has always been rooted in providing flexibility of resources, which uplifts the autonomy that we value with our school communities, our school leaders, our local school advisory team. However, we have seen a concern and have heard loudly and clearly that this is something we need to reevaluate. So we're committed to looking into this issue further and potentially modifying the guardrails as it relates to library services and the support for all of our students.
Well, I think that's great to hear that you're reevaluating this, but I'm guessing you're not reevaluating it in time for the 21-22 school year.
Yeah, the positions for this school year have been allocated. We also, as I mentioned earlier, provided additional federal ESSER resources to schools. So year over year, we are seeing more librarians and librarian professionals in schools compared to fiscal year 21. However, this is something that, as I said earlier, we'll continue to monitor. And again, prior to my arrival and tenure, that this was a level 2 position, meaning that schools could utilize these positions differently. But this is something that we've tightened up the petition process and review process, and something that I will and the administration will continue to review.
Well, I'm over my time here, but I want to say this is an equity issue. It certainly appears to be an equity issue when half of the schools in the current fiscal year without a full-time librarian are schools in Ward 7 and 8. Now, it's true that there are more schools in Ward 7 and 8 than, let's say, in Ward 3, which, by the way, this current year, there are zero schools without a full-time librarian. And it's clear to me that what's going on is that schools are so desperate to get additional resources that they're willing to strip their librarian. And that strikes me as an equity need as well as a failure on the part of DCPS to be adequately funding the needs of our schools. I don't know that there's a question in that statement, so I'll turn to my colleagues. And there will be multiple rounds. Councilmember Charles Allen. Councilmember.
As we wait for Councilmember Allen, as we think about Ward 7 and 8, I just want to lift up the fact that once you account for our ESSER dollars, we actually see a net increase in school librarians in Ward 7 and 8. But this is, again, something that I'm committed to monitoring, and this is something under review. So thank you for bringing this up.
From 20 out of the 42, 17 out of the 38, I think I said, which is, yes, a little bit of an improvement. Councilmember Allen is not revealing himself. So next on the list is Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Trayon White, if not you, then we're going to go to Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chancellor Farabee.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Henderson.
I want to start in talking a little bit about school security. My understanding is that DCPS is spending a total of about $17.9 million on school security this year. We used the data dump that you sent and added it from the school budgets from there. Does that number sound about right?
That number sounds about right.
Okay. Is this figure inclusive of contracted school security, special police officers, as well as MPD school resource officers? Or is it just the contracted security officials that you all have?
That number is for contracted security only.
Okay, so the school resource officers, we would still find those on MPD's budget?
Correct.
Okay.
They are in the school resource officers, which are MPD officers, are on the MPD budget.
Okay. Now, since you all manage the school security contract for the private folks, I imagine there are trainings that are mandatory for them.
there are trainings that we've established this school year. So when DCPS took over the security contract, we immediately collaborated with our school leaders to get feedback on what we saw as opportunities for enhancing the role. And we saw this as an opportunity to aligning our professional development experiences with the work of our school security staff. So for example, we're spending a lot of time delving into trauma response work this year. That's also reflected in the work that's happening with the training of our security staff. We've also heard from our students that there's a need to ensure that there's cultural competency, and that's also reflected in the work. We heard from our students that sometimes there's some language barriers, so we've added to the training language access as well. So it's a combination of our DCPS values and also in response to some of the feedback we've heard from students and staff.
Okay, so I just want to sort of note for the record that their training within the school security contract already probably includes things like conflict resolution, de-escalation, cultural competency, some of the things that you already mentioned, correct?
I think these training that I'm referencing are very specific to the standards for DCPS. So we work closely to ensure that they are integrated into our values, the way we think, the way we ask our staff to respond, in addition to the traditional emergency response training that they receive.
Okay. The point that I'm trying to make, I guess, largely for the record, is that if training is already included in your school security contract, then there's no need for the $1.5 million that the DME also has for training for your school security officers on these exact same things. I wanted to ask, though, just as a curiosity, my understanding from my staff is that the school security number this year is less than what was approved for FY21. But, for the most part, our classrooms weren't open. Were school security officers still working this past school year, though?
Absolutely, yes. So, and I want to be clear about the training. I mean, we see a need for a myriad of training opportunities because this is a unique year. So I just, as we invest more training in our staff, that includes our teachers, educators, and also our security staff. But yes, they have been working this year. They've worked all of our meal sites. They've also been at our school sites when we've had in-person learning that started in semester 2 and also in term 2. And then they've also been integral as a part of our tech distribution. So many times throughout the school year would help supervise and monitor as we've distributed devices or other technology to students.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about at-risk funding. And this could be maybe a budget book discrepancy, but my team looking at the response that you all provided to the committee and the response that's in the budget book shows about a $2 million discrepancy in terms of at-risk funding. So the data that DCPS provided in their school by school breakdown of at-risk spending totaled about $60.2 million. But the budget book indicates that total at-risk spending is $58.2 million, with every school falling short of what you all provided to the committee as a total. Whose number is right here?
Can you give me those numbers again? So what I'll start by saying is that we are in compliance with the requirements as it relates to at-risk funding. So 90% of our at-risk funding is reflected in schools' budget through the comprehensive staffing model. And so that's what you should see in terms of what's being reflected.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the overall number because in the documents you sent to the committee, it says you have 60 million for at-risk funding, and what is in the budget book says you only have 58.2 million. So is the higher number accurate or no?
I'm going to let members of my team speak to the numbers. So I want to turn to Ms. Gaskins, who is our resource officer, and she can speak directly to the numbers and the discrepancy that you're raising up.
Okay. Well, while she is promoted, I'm going to use my 4 minutes here. We'll get back
Please
to
do.
When she comes back. So, I feel like we ask these questions all the time around the at-risk funding piece, right? Because I see in the analysis that you provide of where the at-risk money is going, and, you know, reading teachers, supplies, assistant principals, like none of this seems like an enhancement. This just seems like stuff that should be paid for with the regular money that is received, not additional at-risk, which was meant to supplement.
Yeah, so I mean, there's different ways that we, you know, address the needs of those students who need more, especially those students identified at risk. So in addition to, you know, reading teachers or additional supports that students receive before or after school, we also have allocated other additional federal resources. I agree that, you know, there's an opportunity to be even more refined with dollars that are identified as dollars for students at risk. And then what we will do is we will continue to iterate on our current budget development model and how we allocate dollars to school. We've made a lot of steps forward in terms of transparency so the community can follow those dollars, but we agree that there's definitely more work to do to ensure that those dollars are easy to track. I think maybe what you're, and I'm not sure if Ms. Gaskins is being promoted yet, but I think maybe what you're seeing is there is a 10% hold to central services, which is again, which is aligned to policy. So that may be some of the discrepancy that you're seeing, but I'll let Ms. Gaskins speak further.
Okay, so Ms. Gaskins, how much total money is DCPS getting for at-risk funding?
Well, I'll start by just with the breakdown because I do want to be clear about that. We do allocate 90% of our at-risk funding through schools. And just to clarify, the Fair Student Funding Act allows DCPS to retain 10% of that allocation centrally for administration purposes. So that's likely the disconnect that you're seeing is that we do have that breakdown between schools and central.
That doesn't explain the 2 million piece. All I'm asking is, what is the number? That's it. What's the number? How much?
Yes, happy to pull that directly from the budget book and follow up with any disconnects that you might be seeing. That was my initial thinking, but if that is not the case, we are happy to further.
Yeah, the overall numbers are just different. And I think this probably goes to a little bit what the chairman was talking about. All I'm just trying to understand is just give me what the total number is. In my last minute, Chancellor, I want to talk a little bit about early childhood. I noticed that there was a $5.7 million investment in local funds to early childhood education for DCPS, but it appears as though the bulk of this money is in personnel spending, but you're only adding 7 FTEs. So where's the rest of the money going? Are we giving some raises to our early childhood workers in DCPS? I can't imagine that 5.7 million is just for fringe benefit increases.
And what is the source of this funding that you're describing?
5.7 million in local funds for early childhood education.
Gotcha. So it will likely be to the expansion of our early childhood education programming. So you recall that we are expanding this year. We are adding additional seats at the Military Road site. Also, as a part of our expansion efforts, there is a need to ensure that we purchase equipment, supplies, and other materials as we also add additional staffing as well. You also recall that DCPS transition out of the Head Start supports. And so as a result, there are additional funding needs on local dollars that may have typically been supported through Head Start.
Oh, I see. Okay, I can follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's up on this round.
And there'll be another round. So let's see. Councilmember Robert White appeared after Councilmember Henderson was called because he's next in the lineup, but Councilmembers Allen and Trayon White have appeared because they were earlier in the lineup. But Councilmember Robert White has recessed a hearing to ask questions. So I'm going to call Councilmember Robert White and then I'll go back to the lineup, which would be Councilmember Allen, then Councilmember Trayon White, and then Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Robert White, you're on for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councilmember Allen and Trayon White. I know everybody's juggling a lot, and I really do appreciate you all accommodating. Chancellor, thank you to you and your team for being here and for the work that you all are doing. I'll move expeditiously. The Per Pupil Foundation, so obviously funding for schools is incredibly complex and confusing for the average person, even for the average council member. The Per Pupil Foundation funding is proposed at $11,720 per student. I know it varies based on the number of factors, but what does the per pupil funding, what does that cover?
Yeah, so the per student funding formula is utilized to develop our comprehensive staffing model. The comprehensive staffing model is what we utilize to allocate resources to school based on their enrollment and demographics and the needs of that population. So we allocate additional dollars for students that are at risk. We allocate additional dollars for language learners, but the comprehensive staffing model is designed to ensure that there's equity and also equality and access.
So this is salary for teachers and instructional folks, is that right?
Yeah, so with the comprehensive staffing model, I'm glad you asked that question. And thank you again, Councilmember White, and your leadership here in supporting DCPS and our families. The comprehensive staffing model is designed so that schools do not have to take on the challenge of rising costs and inflationary increases. So in the comprehensive staffing model, those positions are allocated to schools at the same level year over year, regardless of the costs to DCPS to provide those positions. We also include in the comprehensive staffing model the ability to provide not only positions, but also supports that schools may need, again, with equity and equality in mind. And this is really important for our smaller schools, because we also do consider that some of our smaller schools may need additional resources compared to schools that have a larger student population.
Okay, so I appreciate that. That's what I thought. So, you know, if the staffing model really informed by the per student funding model funds most of what's happening in schools, I'm looking at the DCPS budget, which is $1.3 billion. We have 51,000 students in DCPS schools. If I divide the amount of DCPS funding by the number of students, that comes out to just shy of $26,000 per student, but the per pupil funding is $11,700 per student. So it seems like less than half, a decent amount less than half of the money we fund into our schools is actually going into the schools. So what's happening with all this funding?
Yeah, so the majority of our funding goes directly to schools through our comprehensive staffing model.
But it can't, right? So if you divide the DCPS budget by the number of students, that equals about $26,000 per student, but the per pupil foundational funding is $11,700. So that's less than half of that funding pot.
Yeah, so I think you're using, a per pupil number that is not inclusive of all the supports that are provided to school. The per pupil funding is a range, and so that per pupil number could be much higher than that number that you provided for a school, for example, that I gave earlier, that has a smaller student population. It may cost a lot more per student to provide the same level of service for a school that has a much larger student population, or there could be differences in the needs of that population. So the per pupil amount doesn't necessarily equate to how schools are funded based on our school-based budgeting.
Okay.
And it's important to note the highest funding per pupil are always in our schools that are in Ward 7 and Ward 8.
Okay. I guess I would note that we pay on average more per student than the cost of tuition at St. John's College High School. But obviously, we still have work to do with our outcomes. And so, I continue to think that we have some structural issues within our public schools that we need to address. In some ways, we have to go back to the drawing board. Or the issue of impact, which obviously has been the impact assessment for teachers, has been a topic of conversation for years. before you were confirmed as chancellor, you committed to reevaluate the impact process, which I appreciate. You've been working with American University School of Education to do an independent analysis of this. The Washington Teachers Union recently requested that you release the preliminary findings and raw quantitative data related to DCPS's insight surveys of how folks feel about impact. What are your reservations, if any, of releasing that raw data publicly or to the teachers?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember White, for that question. It is a commitment of mine. I stand by this need for us to reevaluate, reconsider, potentially reimagine the impact model. And we've been working closely with American University and also our partners to conduct this research. Given that this is extensive and very complex research, we lean on American University to guide us on what they're prepared to share and when they will share it. And we provided that timeline to the Washington Teacher Union, and then we've also provided to the Washington Teacher Union all of the information that we have that American University has released. We have also hosted sessions with the WTU and American University to provide more context from the researchers, and they presented some of their findings. And of course, we provide the timeline in which we anticipate this review will be complete. So by the early summer or midsummer, we anticipate there'll definitely be a lot more to share, but everything that American University has released has been shared directly with the Washington Teachers Union as requested. And most recently, we provided—
Surely you can access the raw data, right?
So we release only what we receive from American University.
But it's not their deal. Who's funding this?
We mean American University agreed to provide this research analysis for us.
Okay, so they're doing this pro bono?
Correct. Yeah, they're doing this for us. And
would you ask them? Would you commit to ask them?
Yeah. So given the interest for as much information as possible, we are in regular conversation with American University about what can be shared. What they have shared with us.
Would you ask them? Would you request that they release the raw data?
Yeah, so here's what they said to us. Due to the personally identified information in the research model, they cannot release raw data. So they do not want to violate any protocols in terms of confidentiality. And that's the major concern.
You authenticate the findings. You just have to kind of like have faith that they executed well, that all the calculations and tabulations were done right. You won't, you'll accept the findings regardless of what information you have about what went into the back end.
Certainly, we trust and lean on the integrity and the educational experience of American University. I think when they entered into this conversation, they came with a very neutral, non-biased approach, and they've also expressed interest in, helping DCPS think differently about this. So I don't see this as, something that, they want to hold intentionally, but I also understand that they have principles of research that they need to abide by, and we honor that, and we anticipate as they get more information to be shared, they will share that with us, and again, we will in turn share with others.
How many schools have not been modernized that are also not on the current capital improvement plan?
Yeah, so I don't have that exact number. I'll get that number from our team, but I do want to reiterate our commitment to our modernization. As I mentioned in my testimony, we are excited that we've been able to accelerate the modernization.
Chancellor, I sent you a letter last week to indicate that I would ask this question at the hearing, and I did.
So there are 17 schools that have received phase one, but have not received a full modernization.
But how many of those are not on the capital improvement plan?
I'm not sure I'm following your line of questioning.
So
it's 17
that have not yet been modernized are not on the capital improvement plan.
There's 17.
17. Okay, I appreciate it. And do you know when they will be modernized?
So they will be modernized in alignment with the PACE Act and, the lens of equity in which we approach, but we don't have a timeline to share today in terms of the current scope of work that's been identified in our current budget cycle.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues for your flexibility.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chancellor. Last week, we'd heard a lot of concern from parents and school partners about the DCPS guidance to schools about Outdoor Education Innovation Fund. This came up in a call last Friday with the city administrator. We just got a response about an hour ago, but I'll be honest, it raises more questions than it answers for us. So while it's clear there's some funds that have been available now for schools to be able to purchase things like desks, tables, tents, speakers, some outdoor Wi-Fi, it's separate from, is what the response said, the programming. And of course, you can't separate out those, the tables and chairs and tents, the things that can allow you to do programming from the programming itself. So it said that there were additional ESSER funds for academic and social emotional programming allocated to schools. I don't know if that is separate for outdoor programming. It almost says basically that it's for enrichment programming indoor and outdoor. Is that related to the Outdoor Innovation Fund or not?
So schools were provided $26 million in acceleration funds. They could use this for academic acceleration. There was a portion also identified for social emotional supports. What we've communicated to schools and schools that have expressed interest in this is that many of these activities could in fact take place outside. This is in addition to the resources that we purchased that are directly for outdoor learning materials.
So how much did each school get then?
So 40,
right?
Right. So we have allocated $4.5 million that actually go towards materials. Right now, we've had 42 schools that have expressed need for Wi-Fi support to have outdoor activities. So this will cost approximately $2 million. And we've set aside dollars for that as well. But again, schools can utilize the materials that we've secured centrally, and then they also can allocate dollars from their acceleration or social support funds to have any of those activities outside as they wish.
But that allows them to create programming?
Yeah, so that allows them to utilize.
We've heard from a lot of folks that, for example, I'm going to use Food Prints as an example. Mm-hmm. So a large number of schools that want to be able to do food prints, of course, to be able to add in food prints at other schools, they got to staff up, they've got to hire, all the things that go with that. Have they been given the money so they can make that decision now so they can be staffed up for August?
Right, so we have provided those acceleration funds directly to schools that I mentioned earlier. We're also allocating additional dollars to schools, again, for the materials that I mentioned earlier. We are exploring allocating dollars to our Title I schools to support food prints.
Okay, when will that decision be made then?
We anticipate final notice going out to schools on this within the next week or two. There are some logistics on the financing that we need to finalize before we can make that a positive affirmative note to schools.
Okay. I guess if we're talking,
but I want to be clear that acceleration dollars can be used
obviously for the capacity to ramp up by August, so that's good to hear. Thanks. One question I had on switching gears to school librarians. We talked about this in the spring at some previous hearings as well. And it's not just because my mom was a librarian. I think librarians are essential. And I'm very concerned the position was made optional this year. And I think because we see schools where we haven't adequately funded so many of the core staffing positions, making that position optional just puts principals and LSATs just in an impossible situation. And as we've seen, there's a lot of schools that are pretty heartbroken over the possible loss of their school librarian. And we know core literacy is going to be a big part of our strategy of how we're going to also recover. Can we commit? Are we fully funding our school librarians for this coming school year? Are we losing any librarians?
We are fully funding our school librarians in a comprehensive staffing model as we've done in previous years. Schools also have the flexibility for this position as they had in previous years. I think what we're hearing from members of our community and also members of the council is that maybe this position shouldn't be one of those positions that is flexible. And as I said earlier to the chairman, I want to reiterate that that is something under consideration. And it's something that we will continue to review. I do want to call out, there is a very thorough review process for schools when they do petition to repurpose the funds for school librarians.
They are essential. They're not optional. I guess I don't think it's enough or sufficient to say we're going to explore making them, turning them back to being essential. They are, just period.
Yeah, but I want to be clear, that's not a change for this year. The position has been flexible for a number of years. But what we're hearing again, that there's some concern about that. And as I said earlier, that is something that's under review.
Well, what does under review mean? I mean, we got a school year coming up, right? So how do we know that the principal and the schools are going to have their librarians come August?
Yeah, so the school budgets for this year, we're in a pencil down status. So the positions for this year are pretty much firm. I think what I'm saying in terms of like the future is, whether we change the status or is there another type of protocol that we will follow if schools have a desire to move in a different direction. But I do want to, just
answer. So if pencils are down, are we losing any librarians next year?
So there are schools that have repurposed the position and they've provided a plan to us of how they will continue to provide library services and continue operations. But
we're the one, you're putting them in an impossible spot. When they don't have adequate funding, then it's not a true choice. I mean, it's certainly a true choice. In this school year, sounds really sanitary. We're saying we're firing our librarians. That's what I'm hearing. We've got some librarians that are fired. They're losing their jobs.
Yeah. So be clear, this year there's been several rounds of budget assistance. So if a school was in a crunch financially and needed additional resources, there have been multiple opportunities for schools to request those resources. So I don't think this is an issue of we don't have enough resources to support a school librarian. I think there are schools and
it wouldn't be cutting the
advisory teams.
Nobody in their right mind cuts the librarian if they've got enough resources.
Yeah, well, again, there's a net increase this year, and we also again are continuing to evaluate this policy of their status.
There's a net increase of librarians this year?
That is correct.
All right, but we do have schools that are losing their librarian.
There are schools that have repurposed the position, but this is not the first year that they've repurposed that position.
That's like a really bloodless answer, you realize, like there is a person there. We're repurposing them. That we're firing librarians. All right, let me try to move to a couple other questions then with my time left. Are we going to be able to achieve a 1-to-1 student device ratio this year? It looks like we are. The plan is for yes from grades 3 to 12, but for pre-K 3 to grade 2, it's not going to be a 1-to-1?
Correct. That was always our plan, Councilmember Allen, as a part of the Empowered Learners Initiative that we established approximately 3 years ago. We're excited that we're able to accelerate that plan. We do utilize a different device model for pre-K through 2. They are in just a different scenario developmentally. And so we do use a different approach for those grade levels. The device is different. For example, we typically use an iPad device instead of a laptop, but we're proud that we are able to deliver on a 1-to-1 ratio for grades 3 to 12, and all new devices that will purchase will be LTE enabled, which allows students who need access to the internet are able to connect directly to the internet through the device. And we also have the ability to activate data plans accordingly.
All right, when we talk about our IT infrastructure and classroom technology, so we're only upgrading 23 of our schools. So we got 1.5 million for classroom tech like smart boards. That's not going to reach every school. What's the delta that you would need to be able to get this for every school?
Yeah, so every school is not in need of additional upgrades to their smart boards. So we do this on a rotational basis. So we do an evaluation of the devices to determine the state of conditions, years of use,
So
very similar
this
to our
1.5
modernization.
million hits every single thing that is possibly needed for our IT infrastructure and classroom technology.
Yes, this addresses all the schools that need additional infrastructure supports. And for example, we look at whiteboards, we look at our Wi-Fi infrastructure as well to determine what upgrades need to be made as relates to infrastructure.
All the other schools, not besides those 23, they're all done and good to go.
Yeah, we believe that the other schools are in conditions in which that they can operate successfully for this school year.
All right, my time is up. I will make sure I let them know that when I know I'll be getting some calls. All right, Mr. Chairman, thanks. Let me turn it back to you.
Sure, and there'll be another round. Councilmember Trayon White for questions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You said in your testimony that professional development institutes will be centered around creating anti-racist, whole child-centered schools and classrooms that provide rigorous, culture-responsive, inclusive instructions and trauma-responsive, nurturing context, amongst other things. And what kind of institutes are being developed to address the impact of these proposed changes?
Yeah, so there's so many that, you know, we're very proud of. As I think about our anti-racist work, I think about our anti-racist educator university, which is designed to help our educators think about race and the work that they do, and also racialized outcomes. And it's asking, you know, the right questions of ourselves in terms of our policies, our practice procedures, and then also how we deliver instruction and also prepare our students. We're proud that there's been much interest in these sessions. We've had over 1,000 of our employees already join some of these sessions, and we've already rolled out our tenets of anti-racist principles. So this is something that we're pleased to take the lead on. In addition to that, we've heard from staff that, you know, their own wellness is important as we think about a trauma response. So we're pleased that we were able to partner with the Washington Teachers Union to stand up our educator wellness center that provides supports directly to adults that will support students. We also have had a mental health summit, and we'll continue to ensure that staff is well trained on trauma response. And we've already seen a promising response from our Mind Matters training that allows staff to go deeper in conducting conversations with students around their experience with trauma.
Thank you. I'm confused partly because in my previous questions with the deputy mayor, I was speaking about vocational training and CTE offerings inside the school as we talk about, you know, addressing the racial disparities and inequities in the city, especially through education. I noticed that a vocational education teacher was eliminated out of the budget from Ballou High School. Can you give me more information on why that was done? And that's through, I thought it was done on the school side, not really the administrative side.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to speak directly to one employee because of the confidentiality that needs to be maintained on personnel. However, really excited about the Ballou and Anacostia redesign. Their redesign work is heavily rooted in career and technical education. And we've seen lots of promise in the strategies that they've implemented. So we've seen them dig deeper into the hospitality work. Specifically Anacostia, they've worked really closely with Department of Energy on, you know, just the work around the Anacostia River that's also embedded in their career and technical education program. And between those two schools, all of our ninth graders are in a career and technical education pathway. So we're pleased that students are not only getting access to grade level curriculum, but opportunity to take career-based programming as well.
I guess for just to go back a little bit, Chancellor, so from what I'm hearing, there's a personnel matter in which the person who was there is no longer there anymore, but yet that person is not being replaced, the whole position, is being replaced. I mean, it's been eliminated. I thought the LSAT really does a lot of that once the budget is given to the school. To eliminate a whole position means that no one else can replace that person if there's a personnel issue, correct?
No, I was saying that I did not want to speak on anyone's personnel situation publicly without, having further information about the specific situation and employee. And I don't think it would be appropriate to me to speak at a hearing about a particular employee situation, but I'm happy to.
We're not talking about employee situation. We're talking about budget items, right? We're talking about equity. We're talking about vocational training. We're talking about, I just heard you speak to the hopeful programs we're having at Ballou and Anacostia. I mean, but if we're eliminated positions, how are we expecting for these high hope programs to flourish if we're eliminating positions in an era where we're talking about increasing CTE programming?
Right. I can't speak to that particular one position without having more information, but I can say again that we've added additional career and technical education programming both at Ballou and Anacostia. But I'm happy to follow up with you offline.
What programs are there? What programs are there?
So for example, at Anacostia, we have our civil engineering in partnership with DOEE. We also have the public leadership at Ballou. They have the hospitality and tourism, auto tech, culinary, and then computer engineering.
Okay. And what about the police academy program at Anacostia? Is that still in play?
That is. So that is embedded within the public leadership academy at Anacostia.
Okay. I was looking at your key performance indicators. In most cases, there has been little to no change between FY20 and FY22. And I just think that clearly students and families have been impacted by the pandemic. Can you explain why there's been little to no change in these indicators?
Yeah, I think that there has been lots of progress. I think about, our measures for Love, Challenge, and Prepare and our Panorama data. I think about the progress we've made with our PARCC proficiency, and also most recently we've seen strides in our graduation data, even in a year where there's been uncertainty for our graduates, and looking forward to the class of 21 and continuing this trajectory. Also think about some of our early literacy data, enrollment data. We were definitely on a strong path of dramatically increasing our enrollment prior to the health emergency. And we anticipate, as I outlined in my testimony today, with the supports provided, that not only will we will return stronger as we look towards the 21-22 school year.
Okay, I'm looking at this. The ELA achievement gap, which you just spoke to, which means percentage of students scoring college and career ready between Black and white students. Saw a helicopter coming up. And the FY 2020 target was 57.1%. The FY 22 target was 57.1%. Let's look at the math achievement gap, and that's the percentage of students scoring college and career ready between Black and white students. The FY 2020 target was 61.3%. FY 22 target is 61.3%. It was the same with 21 as well. Percentage of AP exams passed, 44% in 2020, and 2022, 44%. I'm not gonna go through the whole chart, but I just know that there's been some significant gaps in achievement during the pandemic, and I thought these numbers would be a lot different. It's like it just printed all over again. Just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember White, for those questions about our data. I mean, obviously, we haven't taken PARCC assessments most recently. We do have some data on AP assessments. We do know that we have more students taking AP courses and participating in AP tests, and then we also have more students passing our AP tests. But we also know that there's still more work to do, which is why we are leaning in on a system of multi-tier supports, which will help us meet students where they are, provide a joyful learning experience welcome them back into a inviting space, and then start to provide additional interventions and supports as needed. We believe that this is a strong plan to provide supports for those students who have performed well over the health emergency, but also, again, those students who may need additional support academically or social emotionally. But we continue to monitor and track these data points very closely.
So I'm glad you spoke to social and emotional supports, and we've heard from testimonies from so many different witnesses about the mental health supports needed. And I noticed that a special education psychologist position was reduced by 1 at Anacostia High School. And again, we're not trying to focus on any particular person or positions, but that concerns me as we talk about the services needed inside the schools, and we're eliminating these positions.
Yeah, so I don't have the backstory specifically on the Anacostia situation. I can say that we have added over 20 plus positions in mental health support. We're pleased the budget reflects an addition to schools as a part of our school-based mental health model, and then also additional investments in training. But happy to lean in further and understand more about the plan specifically there for Anacostia.
And I see it said 25 additional mental health services mental health providers. Do you know where they'll be placed, how you plan on placing them?
So that is based on need in each school's population. So I can't give you exactly where all of those individuals will be assigned, but they do include clinicians such as social workers and psychologists. And that would be spread throughout all of our schools across all 8 wards.
Thank you. Back to you, Chairman.
There'll be another round. Councilmember Silverman, followed by Councilmember Lewis George.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chancellor Farabee. So I think it's accepted that over these past 15 months, there's been both learning loss and an impact on social emotional development for our students. And it seems like high dose tutoring is what is being presented in this budget as the most innovative solution to addressing learning loss. Mr. Chancellor, I spent 2 rounds of questions with the superintendent, and I am still murky about how high dose tutoring will work. But she had to answer for LEAs. For all of them, you're one of them. So, Mr. Chancellor, can you explain to me how DCPS will implement high dose tutoring?
Yeah, so I appreciate that question, Councilmember Silverman. I had an opportunity to listen in on the previous discussion. I think what I would add as additional context that's important to note is around the need to provide this in different ways. So high dose tutoring can be as intensive as one-to-one. And for some of our students, that's what we will need to do. And that can occur during the school day. It's important to note if it occurs during the school day, it should not compromise the traditional instructional time for students in their Tier 1 grade level content. It could be small group, which is another level, which would depend on the student's needs. I think what's also important to note is that the groups may vary by standard. So we may be working on fractions and decimal for a couple weeks, and then the next couple of weeks is off to a different topic. And so I think it's important to know that they're very fluid based on what students have mastered and where they need additional support. And again, these sessions could occur outside the regular school day and also within the school day as well. Okay,
Here's what I'm struggling with, Mr. Chancellor. So the mayor's put $13 million into this, is my understanding. And the question is that too little? Is it just right? Or I can't believe it could be too much. But given that I still don't understand, like, does this mean that every student at Malcolm X Elementary, for example, is going to have a one-on-one tutoring time? Like, I still don't understand what we're purchasing. I accept that this is an intervention that has had proven results. And if it has, then what I would say is, well, let's buy a lot of it. But I don't understand still who's doing it, how frequent it is, how many kids are going to get it. I mean, can you fill in some of the details for us on that?
Yeah, I think the most important note to respond with is it's going to look different for each student. So we all don't receive the same prescription. So if you think about our multi-tier system of support, it is designed to look at a number of different metrics to determine what response would be needed to support each student, which is clearly needed, especially during this time period where we want to meet students where they are. So for example, a student at Malcolm X, they'll look at their data in their multi-tier system, and the data available may determine that 1 or 2 students at a grade level may need one-to-one tutoring. It may determine that 10 students may need to be in a small group. They may be utilizing a partner as well that will push in for additional support. So I think it will look very different for each student, which will be driven by their grades, attendance, our assessments, while we're also looking at our social emotional data as well, which includes where they are in their behaviors and responses to our surveys. So it'll be a multitude of data points that we will look at that will determine, but each student's prescription for support will look different based on the individual needs that they have. And I think that level of tailoring and customization is critical to our recovery process.
Okay, and who is making this assessment? I mean, I am not an educator, I admit that, but my sense is kids have fallen behind by 1 or 2 grade levels, and we're all unique and we're all different, and I get that. But I think there are, in the main, there's kids who are in, let's say, 3rd grade who are largely only reading on a 1st grade level. And like, shouldn't the intervention basically be the same? I mean, I just have to say, if this is our big intervention that we're going all in on, then I'm a little concerned that it still sounds very undeveloped. In that, well, we're going to assess every kid and what they need. Well, how long is that going to take, and who's going to do the assessment? And this is something we need to do quickly, don't we?
Yeah, so DCPS, I'm glad you asked that question, because DCPS has been building this multi-tier system of supports for some time. And we have schools that are actively engaged right now. And it's a big part of the professional development that our teachers have received this year. And there's already evidence in our application that this is helping inform our decisions. So for example, you asked, who's making these decisions?
Yes.
Around supports, it's the people, adults that are closest to students. So of course, we always lean on our parents and guardians to help inform, but our teacher teams and our school leaders will ultimately be making these determinations. And they will be doing that in cycles. So if you are supported through one-to-one tutoring, that may be for a period of time, but that will transition based on the data that the school receives on your assessment and your performance. So it's very fluid, but the training on the systems and how to evaluate the data has already been provided, and schools are prepared to move forward.
So let's choose a classroom at Bunker Hill Elementary in Ward 5. How are we going to determine how many high dose tutoring slots they need? Like, how is it, has the assessment already been made that we need, let's say, 20 high dose tutoring one-on-one slots and 3 small group sessions at Bunker Hill going in? Or is that going to happen when the kids hit the ground in August? Like, and what happens, what if a parent says, I want high dose tutoring for my child? Do they get it?
Yeah, so it's not based on parental request solely.
Okay.
So we want to ensure.
You could.
Yeah, it's a consideration. So we would look towards the parent or guardian if there is a particular gap or need for acceleration that would be considered. But you asked, like, what are schools looking towards? So the school teams and administration at Bunker Hill is already looking at a dashboard of their students by grade level and by classroom. This dashboard provides context into where there is need for enhancing mastery, where there may be gaps in learning. They are utilizing that data to group students and provide supports. That's already happened through our reopening community core teams who have provided time for planning for the summer. So who we're inviting to our summer programming is very strategic and intentional. And that's based on the data dashboards that I've just referenced. How we will do that next school year will be the same process, is that we will be scheduling students for one-to-one tutoring or small group tutoring based on the dashboard that schools have. And we have a myriad of assessments that we utilize that as a part of this dashboard. And again, staff have been trained on how to utilize this data to plan our interventions.
Okay. The superintendent said that a lot of this money is going to be granted to community-based organizations. So there could be variability in terms of the outcomes of the success we're seeing. So how are you going to measure that? And are we going to make changes? Like if we don't see that students with one group are moving, are increasing their literacy and numeracy skill sets, like what do we do?
Certainly, we will make adjustments. You know, if the prescription that we prescribe isn't getting the results that we need and want, desire, we will make adjustments. And these adjustments will be made in cycles. These cycles are typically anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to determine if progress is being made. As a part of this multi-tier system of support, there is a progress monitoring tool, again, back to the dashboard that schools will be using. This is also being monitored by our instructional superintendents and our cluster support model as well.
Is 13 million enough?
Well, we will know as we get into this school year and as we continue to monitor data. So for example, the majority of our ESSER 3 funding is in front of us. We've allocated additional dollars to school for the summer and for the start of the school year, but we may determine that we may need to invest more in some of the supports associated with our multi-tier system of supports. So that's to be determined. But the reality of this is we know that our students will have different needs, and this system allows us to be responsive and meet them where they are.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George, followed by Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Chancellor Farabee.
Good afternoon, Councilman Lewis George.
Thank you. Chancellor Farabee, let's talk Ward 4 and capital funds. I'm really glad we were able to accelerate the Truesdale, Whittier, and LaSalle Backus modernizations. Also in Ward 4, we've got my Roosevelt High School Rough Riders and Roosevelt State Mustangs, which share a very overcrowded building. Their combined enrollment is at 140% of the building's permanent capacity. From what I was hearing earlier in earlier testimony, we're making additional investments to address overcrowding in Ward 3, including the construction and purchase of 2 additional facilities. But when schools are overcrowded elsewhere, what's the answer for them? Wait your turn? And for me, that's not equity. And so what I'm asking for is an equitable investment to support the needs of students in other parts of the city as well. And so what are we doing to support them? What's the plan to make sure Roosevelt High School and Roosevelt State can continue to grow and thrive? And are there any plans to move the state program to its own facility?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I am also excited about the ability to accelerate Truesdale and Whittier to support those school communities. And I don't know if you had a chance to visit West that we're opening this school year. A phenomenal new building that will be open to families. We definitely recognize that there are capacity challenges at Roosevelt. The good news is that Roosevelt and Roosevelt State have both seen increases in their enrollment. And as a result, we are finalizing a plan to resolve some of the capacity challenges that we see there. So as soon as we're able to share that information with you, we will share that with school leaders and the public, but we do believe that there are ways to resolve that. And again, we'll be providing more details in the future.
Is one of the considerations for the state program to get its own facility?
It could be. That is something.
I'm going to ask for it to be.
Understood. We've heard that from the school staff as well. I think the only thing that I'll add here, Councilman Lewis Joy, that's important is the state campuses include many adult learners. And so given that adult learners do have access to virtual learning that is different from traditional students, I think it's important for us to see how that plays out, because we did hear that many of the students who have been learning remotely that are adult learners intend to continue that format. And so I don't want us to assume that all of the students that we had in person prior to the health emergency will all be in person next school year as it relates to adults. But yes, I think having a separate campus is a real consideration.
Awesome, thank you. Can you outline the swing space plans for the Ward 4 schools with upcoming modernization? So, and I want to thank you for responding to my letter that I sent on May 12th on the topic. But I'm still wondering how we achieve the acceleration of Truesdale and Whittier modernizations without additional swing space. In my letter, I suggested that DCPS inquire about buying or leasing additional space. I did a little ride around our ward. And so I want to know and suggested some properties. So I want to know, did DCPS inquire about leasing or purchasing the former Hope Lamont Public Charter School building at 6200 Kansas Avenue Northeast, the former National Children's Center building at 6200 2nd Street Northwest, or the former Episcopal Center campus at 5901 Utah Avenue Northwest. Have you inquired about this? If not, why? And I'm asking because we have buildings in very poor condition that are out of compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and we have to get that completed as soon as possible.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm going to ask Chief Davis on our operations team to speak to the work that we're doing in terms of looking at swing facilities. The short answer for me is yes. We inquire about all facilities that help us accelerate our modernization. When we can utilize facility and land and property we already own, that's the most ideal because that's typically the most cost-efficient way to handle that. So I'll wait a moment to see if Chief Davis can speak. Sure, but go ahead.
They're hopping on. So I inquired about those three properties, but I understand we do have some unoccupied DCPS buildings in the Center City area as well. What are the plans for the soon-to-be former Banneker site on Euclid Street, the former Garnett Patterson building, and the former Washington Met building? Are those are there set plans already for those unoccupied DCS buildings?
So I see Chief Davis has come on the line, so I'll let him speak and then I'll follow up. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, and sorry about the delay there. It always takes me a while to get joined in. So I think I heard the question, what we're doing with the sort of the center of the city open facilities.
Well, so there's three properties I asked you all to inquire about leasing and buying for swing space for the modernizations of the 3 Ward 4 schools, Truesdale, Whittier, and Lamont Riggs. And then I also asked, what are the plans for the current unoccupied buildings in the Center City area, the three locations?
Great, thanks for repeating. I'll start with the first one, obviously. We certainly have inquired, and we're always looking at the acquisition of property. The first thing I would say is we were able to actually accelerate schools in Ward 4 without acquiring property. So the first thing that we always do, just from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, is try to maximize district-owned properties to the extent feasible. Leasing is something that is obviously very expensive. It is a year-over-year and typically a one-time cost. A district-owned facility means we can reuse it over and over.
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, right now we just don't have that swing space. We have that one building where it's going to be utilized. So we have to. You have to lease or purchase.
Yep. So currently, you're probably aware, but Dorothy Height will be going into Sharp Health next year, which is utilized for Swing Space West has been there. But I mean, that actually segues into your question in terms of what we're thinking about for the Banneker, former Washington Met and Garnett Patterson buildings. As I mentioned, we try to utilize district-owned property, and those are district-owned properties that will give us the ability to accelerate projects and utilize them as swing space. So we're finalizing all the plans, but it's safe to say that some or all of them will be used for swing space at one point in time. It's important that we accelerate as much as we can. In terms of acquiring additional property, I could sit here and say I would love to, but we obviously need to work within the constraints of our budget. We obviously have a lot of money. We're lucky to have the capital money we have, but it's not limitless. So acquiring property tends to be for a targeted reason, like, you know, we're opening the military road school, which wouldn't have been good for a swing space, but it allows us to, you know, open up more early childhood seats. But it's something we're considering, but it's, I would say, not an area that we're focused on from a fiscal responsibility. Well, for swing.
Okay, just to follow, you know, I'll continue to follow up with you all on that. I would like to see soon sort of the, I guess, in Chairman Mendelson's homework bucket, if you could include sort of the unoccupied building plans, as well as any inquiries you've made into the locations in Ward 4, that would be really helpful. The proposed capital budget includes an increase to the HVAC repair line by $9.4 million in fiscal year 2022. Can we also get a list of which schools are scheduled to have HVAC repairs with this additional investment? And I want to be clear, want to put on the record, are we still on pace to fix the Powell Elementary School HVAC system this summer?
Yep, so Powell is on track. Contract has been awarded, so they will start as soon as the last day of school lets out. So Powell will actually be having their summer acceleration programming at a different building to give us free reign of the building to work on the HVAC. Yeah, we're happy to send in the spend plan is typically a follow-up question that we get from you all. So we can send the spend plan. I actually think the HVAC is a little over 12 million. In our capital budget. But we're happy to send the school specific breakdown to you.
Okay. The proposed capital budget includes $3 million enhancement for ADA compliance. Can we get a breakdown of where this is going, including which schools are getting new elevators? Does this include Whittier and Truesdale?
It includes Whittier. So that's part of the FY22 budget to do the elevator installation. We had actually planned to do an elevator installation at Truesdale, but after conversations with the school leadership prior to
does this budget include funding to install covered walkways to the Brightwoods demountable classrooms? This has been an issue for years, and I'm hoping we can finally get it done.
Yeah, you won't see it as a standalone item. That's something that would typically fall into our GM 121 major repair category. It's sort of a general project. We have an estimate in hand that we're working through. We're trying to refine that. The actual wood decking, that the floor surface is actually being replaced as we speak. So that'll be replaced and fixed by the end of June. We're working through some wood delivery issues. But
last question with my 1 second. Can you break down the 1.5 million in costs for school name changes? What all does that entail?
Just one more quick thing on the Brightwood covered walk. I know your time's short, but it's actually not a capital expense. So we'll have to utilize PAYGO funds and swap those to an operating expense. So it's not a purely capital expense to construct a wood covered walkway. So it'll be a PAYGO expense. The 1.5, we can send you the breakdown, but generally it is to make any facility changes as a result of the DC Faces working group suggestion. So there's been suggestions in terms of name changes for schools. A lot of names are, on the school face, or, there's branding across the school. So we have money allocated to do any facility modifications to accompany any name changes. So if we're changing from school X to school Y, we need to make facility changes to include the new names and remove any mention of the previous name. But we can send in the school breakdown. There's a lot of schools in there.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I hope you're grabbing all of these assignments.
Actually, I have to confess that I didn't. So I didn't. But Chancellor, I trust that you and your staff made note of the requests.
Yes, we have made note of the request.
Okay, and Councilmember Louis George, since I've disappointed you, if you send me the requests, I can, before the end of the hearing.
Will do, thank you.
Patrick Davis, did I hear you say that there's money budgeted for school name changes?
Yep, so $1.5 million is in our small capital construction budget. As I mentioned, that is to align with the DC Faces recommendations, obviously the mayor and the chancellor's final determinations on which schools will have name changes in consultation with you all. But there are facility adjustments needed when we're doing name changes. Whether there's flooring that needs to be replaced or, branding on the front of the school. So there is a general pot of money allocated to support that effort.
Okay, and that's in this small cap.
Correct, yeah.
Budget. I'm keeping Councilmember Che, and she's next in line. Councilmember Che?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good late afternoon, Chancellor. This is a subject I discussed with the mayor last week, and you've heard lots of discussion today, but I'm going to raise it also, and that is whether librarians should be a non-essential position. We have ample studies showing that librarians have a direct positive impact on student achievement. So I want to ask you, do you think that school librarians are not essential to students' educational development?
Yeah, so as I shared earlier, I believe that they are essential to the work that schools provide for not only library services, but they can be critical to literacy development as well. But at the same time, we do recognize that schools have found value in having flexibility with their budget. So I think there's some tension obviously here with the flexibility that schools have and also which positions should not or should be flexible. And as I mentioned earlier, that is something that's under review.
Okay, and as you do review that, I think it should be noted that ensuring funding for a librarian for every school, you should take into account, and we're experiencing this, in Ward 3, the difference in cost that we've been able to determine between a librarian and a library tech. Remember, we had another hearing and I asked you, who are those people? What do they do? Well, they don't add value to the educational aspect, but the difference in having a library tech and a librarian is $28,000. So we shouldn't have the budget so constrained that principals are forced to make a choice as to a position that you yourself, as the head of the DCPS system, say is actually essential. So as you go on and you think this through, I think there's really only one clear answer. Okay, I do want to turn to something in Ward 3, and that is the budget with respect to replacing funds for the Stoddard addition. The money was in there, then it was taken out, and now the mayor has replaced it. And I want to thank you and the mayor for that. We appreciate that. Now, there are some problems though. I understand that I've been told that DCPS thinks that the only way an addition could be situated is to add a third story to the school building. And that approach actually will only result in 4 new classrooms when in fact we need 8. So it's not clear to me at all. And so if you know, I'd like to know why we think we have to do it that way. Why the lot, the spaces on Stoddard's lot, why is that off the table? Or why not considering the parking lot where the trailers are located? Because this is supposed to be a replacement. And the east side of the building between the school garden and the building, I'm not saying that these spaces are ideal, but I think they are spaces presumably where we could build that addition and we wouldn't be forced to accept 4 classrooms when we need 8. Do you have any observations about that?
Thank you, Councilmember Che, for that question. It's a great opportunity for us to provide some clarity on where we are. What you describe is not accurate solely, so I think it's important to have Patrick Davis speak to the details and what we're thinking about for the starter, and we're excited that we're able to convert some of the temporary space there to permanent space. So Chief Davis, I'll turn it over to you.
And Chief Davis, I have had the good fortune to deal with you over many years now, so good to see you.
Likewise. Yeah, so there are a number of options that we will look into, and we'll certainly bring an architect on as part of the project, and they will provide things that we probably have not even thought about yet. But there are a number of options. The option you explored is certainly one of them. That allows us to maintain existing play space. So that's the most efficient, way to build while we're thinking about the entire site. We would build a superstructure and build up. But there are other ways we can look at it. You mentioned the east side of the building. That's certainly a possibility. The parking lot's another option. The other option we've been looking at is, taking basically a part of the play area and then down to the play space. There's a significant grade change. So there's a lot of site work that would be needed there. But anyways, the short answer is there's a lot of different things that we're looking at. We obviously want to maintain as much play space as we possibly can. Obviously, you have the benefit of having the parkland next to you, which is a good thing. But as the enrollment grows, we obviously value outdoor space as well. So we don't want to just take over every square foot of outdoor space as we're thinking about this. So we need to be efficient both with money, but also with property as well. So, but we're still in the early phase of this, and there's certainly a lot more thinking to go, and you'll see a whole lot more.
Well, good, because, again, only getting 4 classrooms when we need 8 is obviously not ideal. And also, I don't know if thought is being given to this, but as you're thinking about it, whether we could use the addition for non-classroom space. And in particular, I'm thinking about, and I'm sure you know Stoddard well, its cafeteria. It's really small. And so we could turn the cafeteria into a classroom or classrooms. Or special space or something like that, and have a right-sized cafeteria in the addition. Are you thinking about variations like that in context?
Yeah, no, we would treat it as a overall look at the entire building and not just plopping on a new construction. There are a few areas, the cafeteria, right, is small, and it will certainly feel even smaller with additional students there too. So that's certainly something we'll look at. Another area that comes to mind as I'm thinking is they have an oversized computer lab, which, to be honest, is maybe a little antiquated from what we're doing now in terms of computer instruction. That's next to the library. So there are some interior spaces that we would consider. But we're in the very, very early stages of thinking here. So what I want you to leave with is there's more time to think through this, and we'll certainly explore options and see where the money takes us, and then what we're able to do with that money in terms of building an efficient building and maintaining an official site. We can't guarantee that every single projected enrollment, all the students can be met. We're going to evaluate how to do it efficiently and try to maximize the addition to the extent.
And we have to figure also that Stoddard now has to go on site with its art and music classes because of a Fillmore being given over to the Hardy Middle School. I want to, in the time remaining, I want to talk about this Foxhall School to be located, at Hardy Park. I'll say at. As you probably know, the neighbors nearby are greatly concerned about the loss of park space. And now DCPS has provided some sketches of what a new school might look like. And those sketches, as far as we can make out, have a very minimal footprint with respect to the park. So one of the things I want to ask is DCPS committed to ensuring that the new facility will be minimally disruptive to the park as possible? Is that for you, Patrick? I don't know who, Chancellor, anybody, Chairman?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to the current thinking, to the terms of design, but that is a fair statement. We are trying to minimize impact on the park. We've had very good and robust conversations with DPR. I know there's an active park project there, and we certainly do not want to impact and take away from that project or resources that are allocated there. So the footprint we're imagining is quite a small footprint that would only eat into a small portion of the DPR land, and actually not a portion of the property that is heavily programmed as part of the new redesigned. I think we're talking 20,000 square feet total. So it's really not a significant portion of the parkland. And we've been in contact with DPR for over a year on this, and really integrating with their thinking in terms of their project as well. Because it's going to benefit us as well. The students will be able to utilize that parkland as well. And as we were talking about Stoddard, we really value outdoor space for our students and having that space. So maximizing that benefits us as well. So we'll be as efficient as we possibly can and not disrupt.
Okay, 2 things in the remaining moment here. When do you all anticipate making a decision on plans for the school, and including the Georgetown Day site that was acquired? And with respect to Old Hardy, is there any thought being given to co-locating, like we do at Stoddard, the new school with the DPR facilities? That's something that's being explored?
Thank you, Councilmember Che, for those questions. So I can't say enough about the community working group that has been helping us with engagement for some time since, April and March. And we're pleased that we are able to receive a report from the community working group as early as this week or next week. And we will consider the recommendations that we've experienced great engagement. And I've had the pleasure in listening in on some of the sessions and recommendations and feelings that members have of the public about our facilities. And I think there is some strong interest of how we could utilize both the Foxhall and the MacArthur site. So once I have the recommendation from the working group, I'll be able to share more about what our thinking is and then ultimately provide a recommendation to the mayor of how we should go forward.
Okay, and I know my time is up. Just quickly, the issue about perhaps, or at least considering, co-locating at the Hardy site, is there anything being thought about for that?
Yeah, I can't speak to that today. I think we want to, ensure, one, that our principles of having strong feeder patterns are reflected in what we do and then maximizing the space that we have. So once we have, again, those recommendations, I can share back what our thoughts are, and then ultimately we'll make a recommendation to the administration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, so this is a second round, 10-minute round. I listened as Councilmember Robert White asked you about the impact study or analysis that was being done by American University. Your answer wasn't clear when he asked who's paying for AU's work.
Right, so we are essentially getting the study done at cost to AU. Which is why we're extremely grateful for their service in agreeing to do this. And they've been a great partner throughout this evaluation. And again, this is no cost to DCPS.
So what does that mean at cost to AU?
I mean, any cost for the time and the resources of researchers is being assumed by American University. Those are not costs that have been transferred to DCPS.
So DCPS is not paying a penny for this.
Correct. And it's important to note that we thought that would be important to ensure that there was no misperceptions around DCPS influencing the results of the research if the research was completely done at the cost to American University.
My time's getting eaten up here. Now, I have twice asked if you would provide us with the data and corresponding materials that you've received. And you've twice said yes, and I've twice not gotten anything. Do I have to ask a third time?
You do not, Chairman. We've actually had a conversation among staff about sharing that with all of council members, so you should anticipate receiving that as soon as today.
Okay. Please explain how DCPS classifies functions in the Central Administration Office. How do you determine which functions are considered school support versus central administration?
Yeah, so there are different ways in which we utilize our FTEs. So central administration includes approximately 172 FTEs, which includes function related to procurement, human resources, and then finance. Then we have central office that are school support positions, which is approximately 787 FTEs, and this includes curriculum instruction and technical assistant. And then there's school-wide supports, which are supports that are budgeted centrally, but they are school-based, which include our food service, athletics, and other related services. So the breakdown is about 12% of the central budget is in central administration, about 57% is in school support, and then 31% in school-wide supports.
My recollection was that Central was like 2.8%. Did I just kind of make that number up?
I think what you're describing is the totality of the central budget compared to the entire DCPS budget. So, for example, our central service budget.
So you gave a different percentage. What were you? What was
I was giving you the percentage breakdown of the categories of central office positions, because I think you asked about what's the difference between central administration and other central office positions.
Okay, so those percentages were based on number of positions.
Yes, those are based on the number of positions that are in the central office category as a whole.
So the folks who develop the reading curriculum, for example, would that be central administration or school support?
So that would be school support.
Even though it is for the school district as a whole?
Well, it is for the school district as a whole, but some of our curriculum supports are very unique to the school model. So for example, for our dual language program, there are very specific supports for that model. For our IB programming, there's very specific supports for that model. So that is not considered a school-wide support because those services often look very different. However, the same team who develops the English language arts curriculum for schools is the same team. However, the training and the curriculum supports that they provide will look different.
And those are all school support?
Correct. All of those are school supports that I just
So like
referenced.
instructional superintendents?
Yes, instructional superintendents would be considered school supports.
Stepping back and looking at your budget from, I love this kind of metaphor, from 30,000 feet. What is game changing?
Yeah, so our year, is really rooted in students coming back in a welcome environment. And I think what's game changing for us is not only what students are going to experience over the summer, but the way that we've thought about the first few weeks of school. For example, schools will not do assessments the first week. They will spend lots of time renorming and reconnecting with students and staff. And so I think what's really unique and exciting about this year is we've been really thoughtful around how to welcome our students back, understanding that there's been trauma and that there's been many days where students haven't been in our building. I mentioned this before, and I just have to mention it again.
Don't use up all my time.
Yeah, I won't use all your time. Just quickly, our emphasis on our whole child development, the science of learning, and our anti-racist work is also a tremendous game changer.
So I think of game changing as going from at-risk kids being at 20, 25% proficient to at-risk kids being 40, 50% proficient. That's what I think of as game changing, where we really have changed the outcome for public education in our system. Do you disagree? Or what's game changing in this budget in that perspective?
Yeah, so I think as you describe, the train of thought that I was speaking from is from our strategy. And our strategy gets us to those outcomes. And I think the most important thing that, again, we can do is meet students where they are in order for them to realize the type of progress that you just described. And given our investments and where we're spending our time to ensure that we can deliver on one-to-one tutoring where it's needed, is dramatically different than what we've done before. Our systems for differentiating and customizing supports is stronger than ever, which allows us, again, to meet students where they are. And ensuring that there's a nurturing environment for students to return to is how we get those results. And I think that those strategies will yield positive gains, not only in academic supports, but I'm very confident also about the social emotional development. One of the, it's interesting, when we ask these line of questions, we focus primarily on academic outcomes. And I will tell you, in all of our surveys, in all of our conversations and focus group, our parents and students have reminded us consistently that the wellness and the mental state of our student is just as critical, which is why our dual approach for social, emotional, and mental health supports and trauma response is also as critical as our academic supports. And those two coupled together positions our students well to recover and recover strong and accelerate learning in such a way that our students continue to be college and career ready. Now, it'll take some time. I don't want to, sell a promise that we're going to recover for 15 months and 5 days or 5 weeks or 5 months. But this will be a long but steady process in which we'll continue to meet students where they are and be responsive to the trauma that they experienced over the last year and a half.
I guess I just don't think of that as being game changing. I think of, I hate to use a sports metaphor, but changing the outcome of the, gosh, I hate to use it, the baseball season from losing more games than anybody else to May and winning more games than anybody else to September and winning the World Series. That's game changing, not that we're going to change some personnel so that 5 years from now, maybe we'll win the World Series. The narrative provided by the executive for the FY21 supplemental budget notes $18.4 million of savings internally at DCPS from, quote, natural savings achieved primarily because of the operating posture required by the COVID-19 pandemic. It includes savings to the first 2 semesters of athletic offerings, overtime substitutes, and enrollment reserve, and vacancy savings in central office, unquote. Would you follow up in writing with a detailed breakout of the savings achieved in each of the categories, including the exact location in the budget where these savings will occur? Exact location meaning, I think it means at the program or activity level.
Yeah, we're happy to follow up on those questions. But as you described, there are services that we were not delivering on that were budgeted for as a result of the public health emergency.
Okay, well, do I need to repeat the question or did your folks?
I think we got it, but I do want to get back because I love sports and sports analogy. The Washington Nationals don't win the World Series unless they change their strategy. Because if they would have kept doing what they were doing prior to the early phase of the seasons, I don't think they get to where they are. And what you're hearing from me is we're dramatically shifting our strategy to produce the outcomes that we all want to see and that our students recover and they recover strong.
Councilmember Charles Allen. To be followed by Councilmember Trayon White. I went through this as like a broken record. To be followed by Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson, you're up.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor Fairby, I just want to briefly touch on the CIP. And frankly, I just want to talk a little bit about PACE. The law that guides the capital improvement plan, which before any of your folks try to mansplain me on this, I wrote this bill, so I'm familiar with what's in the law. I'm pleased to see that DCPS has implemented the law with fidelity and that we have the first 17 of 32 schools are now in the CIP. And my understanding is that according to the timing, DCPS is set to update the ranking list this September. Excuse me, not this September, September of 2022, my bad. Is the DCPS budget sufficient to ensure that you can conduct the update to the ranking list in time?
Yes, the budget is sufficient.
Okay.
And like as I mentioned in my testimony, this budget allows us not only to accelerate, but again, also maintain all of our current plans.
Right. Okay. I wanted to check in on that because my understanding is that the first ranking list came to the council about 6 months late. So we just want to make sure that we can meet the statutory deadline for that. The second question is around the backup documentation for the projects that are currently in the CIP. In the responses to the council and the pre-hearing questions, DCPS noted that the backup documentation will be made available for each project. Or I see Mr. Davis on here. Do we have a timeline on when that is going to be available?
Yeah, it's actually drafted. It's just working its way through its final review process. So I'd imagine in the very near future.
Okay. If we could just get that before we, get to council markups, that would be great. Okay. Chancellor, I want to switch to talk. That's all I had on capital. See, pace makes it easy because I don't need to argue over who goes when because we have a list and we're sticking to the list. And I saw that we received the list of the small cap projects as well. And I know that Councilmember Lewis George had asked for the updated list for FY22. So if you could provide that to the committee, that would be really great. I want to ask a little bit about ESSER. In between my first and second round, we got an email that provided just the overall school budget numbers that have been updated to include what ESSER money that they're going to receive. And so my understanding is that about 56 million of those ESSER dollars are going to schools. The remaining is sitting in central office.
As I mentioned earlier, the majority of our ESSER 3 funding is actually in front of us. So we've allocated a portion of those dollars to schools, approximately close to $20 million. That is primarily for stabilization of school budgets and also to ensure that no school has a decrease year over year. And we also provided an additional round of budget assistance that yielded approximately $6 million of additional funds to schools. So we wanted to ensure that there was a rich and robust engagement process before we made a determination about the utilization of the remaining funds.
Yeah.
And when I talk about ESSER 3, the allocation for ESSER 3 is $191 million.
Right.
And we will allocate those additional dollars throughout the next year or years. And we've already gotten some top line feedback. I referenced in my testimony. Families are really looking forward to in-person learning 5 days a week, the ability to provide small group instruction, as we talked about today, before and after school care is another consideration. And then also the social emotional development that we talked a lot about today. So all of those are consideration, but again, we've allocated about $20 million of our ESSER 3 out to schools already.
Okay. This is like one of those struggles in terms of transparency. So I imagine you as a LEA have to report to OSSI as a state superintendent of education of how you're spending your ESSER dollars. Some sort of spend plan that they report to the Department of Education, yes?
Yeah, that is correct. So the Department of Education has requested that each state agency provide guidance to LEAs on the spend plan, and the spend plan is also required to be made public.
Yep.
So we've already released our preliminary spend plans for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, and we'll do the same for ESSER 3 as well.
Okay. Are those on the OSSI website?
You cannot, I don't know if they're yet on the OSSI website. I know you can find them on the DCPS website. So you go to the dcps.com website, you can find all of the information of how that's been planned, and then also how the ESSER funds have been reflected on school budgets.
Okay. And how often are you going to be required to update that? Because I'm a little concerned in that, like, we, the council, as appropriators, right, you have all of this ESSER funding that you're saying you're going to spend, but you can't tell us how you're going to spend it, where you're going to spend it, and when. So at what point do we find out what happens with that money?
We will follow all of OSSI submission deadlines for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. We have not received a schedule of those dates yet, but we will continue to keep a public facing posting of all of that information on our website in the interim.
Okay, well then let me ask you this. As DCPS was contemplating its budget for next school year, did you all like DCPS with your families do a needs assessment around before and after school care?
Yes. So let me go back. So I did get a note from one of our team members that we do have a due date that we can speak to. So there's a June 30 due date, and that requirement is that information will post by August. But yes, we have done analysis on the out of school time supports. We also have asked our out of school time partners to submit to us plans that consider equity and access. So for example, if there's a need to provide a sliding scale or some type of support for families that may not be able to have the dollars financially for out of school time. And a consideration is also a use of ESSER dollars for this effort as well. But we have heard loudly and clearly that there's a lot of interest for full-time learning for the next school year, and that a part of that should be the inclusion of before and after school care at levels pre-pandemic.
Right. Okay. Because like we go through this every year where, well, so let me ask you this. Do you feel confident in terms that DCPS, the schools that are offering after school care, have enough seats to meet the need?
Yes, I'm confident that we've had the seats to meet the need. I think what we will continue to evaluate has that changed because of families' work status of the health emergency. Are more people working from home that they don't need before after school care? Are more people in need of that? I think that's still to be determined, and we'll continue to evaluate that. The good news is we have a strong slate of partners who are at the ready to expand. And we also have a number of PTAs that have been actively engaged in before and after school partnerships as well. So I think we have the infrastructure to expand as needed. We also have been very thoughtful, and there's been some question about, I know schools that have had 21st century grants that maybe were Title I, not Title I. We recently submitted waivers, and we're pleased they got approved to get another year of extension for those schools that may be losing their Title I status. So that will be helpful for those families as well. And then we'll also continue to monitor the need-based programming as well. You know, I think what's another final point just to add here, not to utilize all the time, but you know, there's also a need to couple the academic and social emotional support with the before and after school programming. So that those offerings are coordinated and they allow us to utilize the data that we're collecting on students through our MTSS dashboard and inserting that into the programming that students are receiving when they're not in the classroom.
No, okay. I was letting you go there because I just want this to be on the record, because it never fails. Every year we get emails from schools, we don't have enough slides, we're missing 100 slides, we're this, that, third, whatever. What we know now is that, number one, you've done a needs assessment, however preliminary that it may be, but you feel like you have some sort of handle of what the demand is going to be. I imagine it will change because you'll have some schools where families are changing their minds and are deciding, okay, we're going to do the in-person and we're going to fully commit to that. But I also want on the record too that it shouldn't come back to the council as we don't have enough money to fill the slots, because I know now central office has ESSER funds that could be used to meet the need of any individual who's looking for an out of school time slot. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't anticipate, you know, the financial resources being a barrier, but we also don't have limitless funding either. So, you know, I think it will really just depend on demand. And as quickly as families can share those needs with us, we can be responsive, which is why we are giving families as much information as we can at this point about what to expect for next year to inform their decisions.
I'm out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Silverman.
Excellent. Mr. Chancellor, I want to go back to a statement you made about what parents indicated they wanted in surveys. I think you said this to Chairman Mendelson. And then from what I heard in your answer to Councilmember Henderson in this last round, it sounds like parents want DCPS to address learning recovery, to add additional social emotional supports, and have adequate slots for before and after care. Is that fairly accurate?
Yeah, I think those are themes that are accurate, but I think above all those are just the need to have 5 days a week, full-time in-person learning. Lots of families, self-included, have been waiting to have that experience for our young people, and it's something that we're planning towards.
Okay, fair enough. You did say that. Thank you. So let's so we're, as you said, we're going to bring people back, so that's covered. Let me talk a little bit more about the learning recovery. So in these surveys, do parents say they want to see this happen through in-school learning or out of school time?
So we heard that they wanted to be as it was at pre-pandemic levels. So we didn't hear, we want all the learning to be, during the school day, or we want all the learning to be after school. I'm not sure if that's the question you're asking. But as it relates to out of school.
Clarify that. I guess when I'm talking about learning recovery, I'm talking about things like the high dose tutoring. So it sounds like there hasn't been a decision made whether that happens in school or out of school time.
Got it. Got you. I'm following now. So I think what we heard mostly from families is, as I mentioned earlier, like, I want someone to know what my child needs and understands where they are, and then create a plan for them. And that plan be very customized and tailored to them, because everybody's experience has been different. What we also hear is that, for some students, they got a leg up, and families want to see their learning accelerated. And then we've also heard that my child may be behind, and I want them to be with their peers. So I think it will vary by student. And so I think what we hear consistently is, no one size fits all approach is the right way to think about the recovery process. It really should be a very tailored approach, which is something that we're prepared for.
Do we see any differences between wards? Like, one big difference we had over the pandemic is that largely parents, we heard in wards 2, 3, and parts of 4 wanted to go back, whereas parents in other parts of the city were reluctant to send kids back to school. So do we see any of those big trends in the survey?
We do. I think the experience of the COVID-19 health emergency has been different for each community. And so we do see some differences in perceptions of COVID as relates to the vaccine, health and safety protocols. And so what we do see is that, more of our families of color are interested in learning more about, how the buildings will be safe, and there needs to be clearly more confidence building there. And I think what we hear the most is, the ability to get into the buildings, see the buildings, understand what all the health and safety protocols will be is important to our families. So I think that's the primary difference that I think would be something that I would call out. But families agree that students need to be in school. I think what they are interested in different ways is how that will be done as it relates to health and safety.
I'm going to interject. So I wasn't talking about perceptions in terms of health and safety, but you said, like, the number one thing that I remember in another round of colleagues' questions, you said that social emotional was like the big issue that parents wanted to address. But as we just talked about, COVID hit Black and white communities differently. It hit people differently across the city. So in terms of that, do different groups of parents have different perceptions about what the social emotional needs are? I'm just going to make the stark case. Does Lafayette tell you in the surveys that this is the social emotional needs they think that their students need from this past 15 months, as opposed to, well, I'll use Bunker Hill or Malcolm X Elementary. And how do we then tailor to those communities? Because as you said, it's not one size fits all. So the way COVID was experienced, let's face it, in wards 2, 3, Upper Chevy Chase, Ward 4 was a lot different than in wards 5, 7, and 8.
Yeah, I don't think that there's differences in the way they see the trauma response. I just think that for our families in Ward 7 and 8, the health and safety protocols were really important. In terms of the trauma response, I can't think of a trend across communities. I think just recognition that while we are very concerned about the academic needs of students, let's not forget about the social emotional supports that were needed as well. And I think that transcends across socioeconomic status and also race and ethnicity.
Okay, let me get to something more specific, which is something we talk about every year, the at-risk dollars. So it looks like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, the at-risk dollars are being used again to cover the cost of some required staff per the comprehensive staffing model. Now, that is not my understanding of how at-risk dollars are supposed to be implemented. That it's supposed to be a supplement, that it brings additional enhancements to a school, to a student, and to their school because they are at risk. So are we using these funds again for basic staff, and why are we doing this? Why aren't we using it purely as supplemental dollars?
Yeah, so we have not changed the way in which we utilize our at-risk funding for fiscal year 22. The comprehensive staffing model is designed to address equity and equality in resources, and it's a model that's built on ensuring that there's access for the same resources across all schools. And as a part of that, we heavily invest at-risk dollars into to ensure that schools have what they need. We do recognize that that is not always the best approach, and it could be done differently, and is one of the reasons why we continue to reevaluate that model. We had intentions of modifying the model. However, given the complexities of the health emergency, have decided that this fiscal year was not the year to do that, but we continue to engage with members of the community to help us rethink and potentially reimagine what our budget allocation model could be.
Mr. Chancellor, I want to clarify what your answer is here. So are you telling me that no at-risk dollars were used for required staff as per the comprehensive staffing model?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as required staff.
Staffing needed for, as required by the comprehensive staffing model.
So there are
funds used for staffing.
Yeah, so there are supplemental positions that schools receive as a part of the comprehensive staffing model that could be supported with at-risk funding. So for example, that's after-school programming, could be a reading teacher, a reading specialist, an interventionist, assistant principal, additional guidance counselor, a school mental health professional. So there are a number of different supplementary positions that are received and allocated through the comprehensive staffing model that are funded by at-risk dollars.
Okay, I wish I could pursue this more, but I have one more question. So English language learners, I think it's, again, universally accepted that they suffered loss during COVID because you couldn't be in person. It's really hard to learn a language remotely. So what are we doing in the budget, this budget, to help this population of our students?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because it is a group along with others that may have unique needs that we think about. So first comes to mind is we are providing a strong summer support for our English language learners that are dedicated to their needs. We also have expanded our summer programming specifically for newcomers, which is something different this year. So we're particularly focused on those families that are new to the United States that may be language learners. And then we also are providing stabilizing dollars for language learning staff, similar to what we've done with school budgets, to ensure that our itinerant teachers, our centrally based language learner staff is maintained, even though we anticipate a decrease in that population. So despite enrollment, which is a primary driver, we still are maintaining itinerant language learning staff just in case there's a need to do so, and then also be able to access funds if needed to expand those services to those families.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to go back to Ward 4, but also tag on to what Councilmember Silverman has started. I have some additional questions about the at-risk funds, particularly as it relates to how are we in compliance with DC code. So DC code says that at-risk funds are to be supplemental to the school's gross budget and shall not supplant any formula, federal, or other funds to which the school is entitled to. But having reviewed the submitted budgets released last week, I noticed some problems. So for example, attendance counselors. The comprehensive staffing model says every high school gets one, but Coolidge doesn't have one, and Roosevelt paid for both of theirs with at-risk dollars. Another example, assistant principals. The comprehensive staffing model says every elementary school over 400 students gets one assistant principal, but assistant principals at Raymond Elementary and Ward 4 are paid for with at-risk funds. So my question is, within the comprehensive staffing models, does DCPS distribute funding per student first and then allocate funds for at-risk, ELL, and special education status? Or are those lumped in with each school's base amount? And how do you ensure these dollars are supplemental if they're allocated alongside base enrollment funding?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's one that's rooted in a monetary, I think, model of funding schools where you would be funding students solely on a dollar amount. That's not how we allocate. We actually allocate on a position allocation, and many of the positions that I just described, whether it be interventionists, reading specialists, are indeed supplementary in our view. So again, I just want to reiterate the point that the comprehensive staffing model is a position-based model, not a school-based budgeting model. Now,
okay,
I'll be the first one to acknowledge that there's lots of value to having a school-based budgeting model, which is something that we are exploring. I think that does in some way provide some greater clarity on the issue that you're raising here, but that's not currently the DCPS model and haven't been so for a period of time.
Okay, so I know in 2019, the Office of the Auditor released an audit on this topic, which found several examples of at-risk funds being used to pay for base level positions called for in the comprehensive staffing model. So why are we having such a hard time complying with this law? There's clear evidence that some schools aren't getting the supplemental at-risk funding they're supposed to. And so I guess, how do you ensure these dollars are supplemental? If they're allocated alongside base enrollment funding, what are we doing to change this?
Yeah, I'm aware of that study. And as I mentioned earlier, again, I think the challenge is it is a position-based model. It is not one that is based in a per student, per pupil allocation based on student profile. And so it is not a one-to-one, you get these dollars, you get this allocation to your school. We actually look to ensure that each school has the positions needed to support their population. And schools do receive supplementary staff as a part of the comprehensive staffing model. Again, I mentioned a couple of those. I'll share again. Some of our interventionists, specialists, social workers, additional clinicians could be allocated to a school based on their need. But also in the same time, recognize that that is complicated for the public and others to follow the allocation at risk, and it's something that we are continuing to reevaluate and anticipate a shift for fiscal year 23.
Okay, and I'll just say that it is difficult for the public to understand, but also it feels very much like our at-risk students, our English language learner students, and our special education students are being the funding that's supposed to go to support them are being shortcutted, in this process, which is only hurting them more and hurting their schools more. And so we have to solve this. And I think the auditor's report gave some recommendations. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I'll go back and see what we can do on the council end to make that happen.
Duly noted. I want to be clear to just, if I could just have a few seconds, Councilman Lewis George, it's just, that's not our only source for additional supports to schools. So we target budget assistance. We target other supports specifically to schools based on the at-risk population. So for example, our acceleration dollars were weighted based on the number of students in the building that identified as at-risk. So there are many other ways that we utilize that designation to provide schools with additional resources.
Okay. We've had a few questions about school librarians in next year's budget, and many of my colleagues have already talked about it. My question for you is, next year for the fiscal year 23 budget, when DCPS is planning to have a new budget model that's not the comprehensive staffing model, do you plan on making school librarians a required position in the new system?
Yeah, we haven't made that determination yet, but it's clearly a concern.
Okay.
It's a concern that I share. And as we move into that process, it's something that we will continue to reevaluate. That season will be upon us shortly. So we anticipate in the coming months be able to share a little bit more about what families should expect for the comprehensive staff model. But I want to be really, really clear on this one, that I so appreciate the council engagement on this topic. It's an important one. And I don't want anyone to take away from this conversation.
I heard you're a son of a librarian.
Excuse me?
I heard you're the son of a librarian.
I am a son of a school librarian. So I just want you to know it's not a conversation that we take lightly.
Yeah.
It is a model that I inherited and have not modified it, but it's something that I watch closely, and it's something that we will create a path forward for as we think about the fiscal 23 year budgets. And I will be meeting with the school librarians, if not this week, next week, and we will engage in an ongoing conversation with our school librarians as well.
Okay, I want to get to digital equity. What line item in the budget covers the Empower Learners Initiative within DCPS? I didn't see it. And I want to also understand how many students use their own devices this past year, or I guess put another way, how many students did not rely on DCPS for a laptop or tablet this year?
Yes, thank you for those questions. So we use primarily ERSA funding to support our technology efforts. So we're investing $38 million in technology supports for the 21-22 school year. That's $12.8 million for student devices to get us to one-to-one. That's 5.7 for teacher devices, so they get updated devices. And this is a big number. 16.
Where is that in the budget? Because I literally.
So it's in our ESSER budget. So
it's in the ESSER budget. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and all of the ESSER is on our dcpsbudget.com. But the one that I want to lift up is the $16.7 million for technology support, which means we're going to have a 40% increase in technicians that go out to schools and support them.
How many new students devices is DCPS purchasing in the fiscal year 22 budget? And then how many new teacher devices is DCPS purchasing in the fiscal year 22 budget? That's within the funding you're talking about?
Yes. So for example, with the students, we are purchasing devices that will complement the devices that we already have. So
Okay.
we assume a 30% loss, and we consider that the new devices that we purchased this year, we anticipate that number will be about 15,000 student devices that we'll need, and close to 5,000 teacher devices that we'll need to deliver on where we want to be for this upcoming school year. We've already started that procurement process. So
Okay.
we're very confident that we'll have that technology as the school year starts.
Okay. And I know the warranty process for lost or accidentally damaged services says students can get a new device from their school's contingency inventory. How big is each school's contingency inventory?
Yeah, so that is correct. We do have a warranty, which allows us to replace devices easy. We're trying to take the burden off of that from schools, so they don't have to worry about managing that. In terms of how many devices schools have on site, I couldn't give you an exact number, but I would say that schools have closer to about a 5% contingency within their inventory. And then centrally, we have about a 10 to 15% centralized inventory that we can deploy out to schools as needed.
Okay. And the proposed budget shows zero funding in fiscal year 23 and beyond for technology modernization and school IT infrastructure upgrades. Why is DCPS not budgeting for these costs in future years? Don't smart boards and school internet infrastructure still need to be refreshed in the future?
Yeah, they certainly do. So DCPS is investing over $20 million in our network infrastructure. We will have many of those dollars reflected in our ESSER funding. And then we also have some upgrades for networking in our federal ESSER dollars as well. As it relates to our CIP, we make those requests on an annual basis. So those are zeroed out each year, and then we'll make additional requests in the future years to come. We have the needs. And again, the 2.45 million in upgrading infrastructure is in the CIP, along with the other federal dollars that I referenced earlier.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I only have a few questions left. Hopefully we get like a 5-minute round. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
Okay. Keep your fingers crossed. The Chancellor, your staff was good enough to send us the school-based budgets. However, they don't show funding sources. And this discussion makes me think that we need to get from you your completely revised and proposed FY 2022 budget, including the ESSER funds. It has to include all sources of funds. How soon can you get that to us?
Yeah, so the team will turn around that as soon as possible. I anticipate that's something that we can,
doesn't work.
Yeah, so I anticipate we can get that to you today. If we can't get that to you today, our team will follow up directly. We have that information. It is reported publicly already, and we're happy to send that over.
Okay, your team should know what I'm asking for because it's the budget in all of its detail, right down to the program activity, and I think there are levels even below activity level. And we need to have the funding sources. We need to have all of that because that's what the council budgets.
Understood.
How much, you can follow up in writing on this question if you wish. How much total funding has DCPS received under the federal ESSER 2 funds, under the federal ESSER 3 funds? How much of the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding is being budgeted in FY 21, in FY 22, in future years of the financial plan? So that sounds like a question to follow up in writing.
It is. I can give you some high level. So ESSER 2 was approximately 86 million. ESSER 3 is 191. Keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, the majority of the ESSER 3 funds is in front of us because we wanted to get more input and engagement before we made decisions on how that should be allocated. ESSER 1 was primarily used for a lot of our health and safety work. and technology early on to help us get devices out. But we're happy to share in detail all of the fund sources between ESSER 1, 2, and 3, what's been allocated, and then when they'll be utilized as it relates to fiscal years.
Okay. And I have a question on high dosage tutoring. You may have touched on some of this in your answers to other members. Will tutoring be offered at every DCPS school?
Yes. So there are acceleration dollars that schools already have for tutoring, and it will be offered at every school. Schools will be primarily relying on their staff for these services, and they may also utilize trusted partners that we have a relationship with as well.
Have you determined how many tutors will be at each school?
So that will be determined based on the data for our students and their needs. So that's, again, a very fluid number. So don't want to give a specific number at this point, but I will say that it does reflect serving approximately 19,000 students over the summer in our summer programming. But what we will need all throughout next school year is still be determined.
Well, how are the schools to start day one if they don't know?
Right, so schools will start with all of the data that we have collected from this school year and over the summer. But that number may increase or decrease throughout the school year based on students' performance and then the population at each school. And just to give you a flavor, in our MTSS model, we've already modeled out that for our tier 3, which is the one-to-one tutoring, we anticipate that will be about 5% of a student's population. For tier 2, which will be our small group tutoring, we anticipate that will be anywhere from 10 to 15% of a student population. That's on average. Now, for some schools, those averages may be much higher or lower depending upon the needs of that population.
How are schools determining which students will need high dosage tutoring?
Again, they determine it through our MTSS data. And again, that stands for our multi-tier system of supports, which includes assessment data, all of the performance data from this school year, and it also includes social emotional data we collect on students as well. And attendance, I know that's another area that that is of interest to both of us. Attendance is also a part of our MTSS dashboard.
Have you yet determined whether the tutoring will be solely through the CBEs or the teachers at the school?
It will be primarily through staff at the school.
So that means additional staff at the school, not the existing staff.
It could be existing staff at the school. It could be additional staff at the school. Of course, we are, as I mentioned earlier, we're increasing the number of staff in building. And then it could be partners. But what's the most ideal is we exercise much of our admin premium, which is what we utilize to pay teachers additional funds for providing tutoring before and after school, weekends, and over the summer. And again, these are individuals that work with the students on a daily basis and are likely the most knowledgeable about what the students' needs are.
So if the tutors are not staff at the school, because you said some may not be, will tutors be managed at DCPS Central?
Yes, so there's a screening process for any partner to provide service in the DCPS school. We look at their data, we look at their training, and then we approve them for service. And then schools ultimately make the decision on which partners that they decide to collaborate with.
I must have blinked. So will this be school support or will it be the local school budget? Will it be managed out of central? I'm talking about the non-school teachers.
Yeah, are you speaking specifically to the dollars or actual the partners? So the dollars will go to schools on their budgets if you're asking specifically about the dollars. If you're asking about who manages the people, we manage the partners centrally, and then schools decide if they want to collaborate with a partner and which partners, and then those partners are activated for that particular site.
Will you be utilizing CBEs or CBOs?
So it could be a combination of the two, but we primarily rely on individuals that we have relationships with, and we know that they have a history of strong outcomes, and we have a wide range of partners that we work with. So for example, we have a long-standing history with City Year that provide core members that provide services directly to students. We have a long history with organizations like DC Scores, Literacy Lab. So there are a number of partners that we have a long history with that also have had a history of strong results.
I know others asked about digital devices. Will all and so this might be repetitive, will all educators be provided with a DCPS digital device?
Yeah, so every teacher will have a device, and we're updating devices to teachers that may be out of cycle. But the expectation, again, yes, teachers will have a device that they can utilize.
When will student devices be administered?
So we'll have a distribution process at the beginning of the school year, prior to the school year, where devices will be issued to students who need them, or devices will be refreshed.
That's prior or at beginning of the school year?
Prior to of everyone who's enrolled, but of course we have students that may enroll the first day school or thereafter that we may still be issuing devices.
Will DCPS complete the Empowered Learners Initiative this year with every student in grades 3 to 12 having a device?
Yes, we will complete the Empowered Learners Initiative with the 21-22 school year, with completing our goal of students having a one-to-one device in grades 3 through 12.
The Committee of the Whole held 2 hearings on DCPS school security, as you know, and hopefully those hearings help DCPS think about strategies and best practices to reimagine security at DCPS schools. What will be different about school security in the coming year?
Yeah, what's different is we have 18 schools that are leading the way with a pilot that will utilize a portion of their security budget to rethink the roles of adults in the building. In addition to that, we have training that we've enhanced, and I mentioned some of this earlier around cultural competency, language access, as part of our trauma response strategy that's also embedded in the training. So I think that the big strategies that we're excited and looking towards this year is the pilot of repurposing funding and the additional training that we're providing the staff.
Dual enrollment. How many of the new dual enrollment opportunities will be in schools in Ward 7 or 8?
So right now, our primary dual enrollment option in Ward 7 and 8 is Bard Early College. Bard provides students the opportunity to earn an associate's degree along with their high school diploma as well. And then, of course, students at any high school can participate in any of our other dual enrollment programs with other partners such as Trinity, UDC and the IC dual enrollment program that's open to all students.
So you mentioned BARD, but Baloo, for example, a student could take advantage of the dual enrollment program that you have. It sounds like citywide for high schools.
Correct. Yeah, a student at Anacostia could take advantage of all of the citywide dual enrollment program.
I have several capital questions, and then I think I'll be done. I don't know if Councilmember Che touched on this, or she might have touched on this, but I'm not sure she asked it this way. The mayor has proposed to restore funding for the Stoddard Elementary School modernization. The project page notes that a new addition will provide additional permanent capacity to meet the projected enrollment at the school. But last year, the mayor proposed a new Foxhall School to address that issue. As a result, the planned budget for Stoddard and Key were eliminated last year. There were concerns from the community about how the new Foxhall School would address urgent overcrowding now if it wasn't going to be completed until FY26. And so the council shifted funding for Foxhall forward by 2 years so that the project could begin in fiscal year 21. Is this project consistent with the PACE Act? If not, how could this project being the Stoddard modernization? If not, how could you justify this addition?
Yeah, so there is money in the budget to address Stoddard. And yes, as a part of the PACE Act, it allows us to address overcrowding and relieve overcapacity. So that's one of the reasons why we are considering additional site at Foxhall and the MacArthur site, and also why we included money in the CIP for Stoddard as well.
Councilmember Allen asked me to ask 3 questions. Stewart Hobson Middle School capacity expansion. So $1.5 million reprogramming. We've been talking about capacity issues at Stewart Hobson for quite a few hearings. Can you describe how the $1.5 million reprogramming will be used and how many additional seats will be created?
Chief Davis is best positioned to speak to the question here, so I'm going to turn it over to him to speak to Stewart Hobson.
Yep. So just to clarify, the 1.5 million is to address the overcrowding issue and HVAC issues. So it's addressing both of those things. But we anticipate we can get 3 additional classrooms in Stewart Hobson. There's obviously not a lot of land on the property to build out, so we'll be modifying a few spaces inside the existing footprint to create 3 additional classrooms, which would get us, between 60 and 75 extra seats.
Between 60 and 75?
Yep.
Somehow this seems like a bargain. If this is both HVAC as well as
yeah, it's not a complete HVAC replacement. It is replacing components of the system that are failing. So it's not a full replacement of the system. And then the interior modifications, it's certainly less expensive to do that than any sort of new construction or renovation. So a lot of it's purely just demolishing a few walls and a little bit of reconstruction. So it's certainly not the most costly exercise we'll go through.
Brent Elementary School has been a tough one for years with an aging building that's way over capacity. It's one of those schools that got an early phase 1 modernization years ago that left many needs unmet. And together with the overcrowding there, working on ways other than stacking up trailers on their blacktop to solve this problem. There's what, $60 million for fiscal years 25 to 27 to fully modernize and expand Brent. Can you explain the timeline and swing plan?
Sure. Yep. So as you mentioned, there is some overcrowding issues, and we did add an additional modular trailer to the property this past year to address the short-term needs. But the overall plan as part of the modernization will be to build to roughly a 575 student capacity. They're right around 450 right now, but based on projections and historic patterns, we think we'll easily get to the 575 number. And the project, you mentioned the tight site and the constraints there, but we've already done some feasibility analysis of how to approach that project, and it will involve some selective demolition of the existing structures and reconstruction in a very efficient way. But we were able to do it within the budget that's allocated in the CIP, and also within the fiscal year that's allocated. The addition you guys had loaded last year, the funding was loaded through council. We kept the project in that position, again, in alignment with pace because of the overcrowding challenges. If we had, followed the traditional pace order, they would actually have been back a little bit, but given the overcrowding issues, we did put it in that spot to try to get it done quicker given the projections there. And in terms of swing space, we are planning to utilize another district-owned facility. It'll be within a short drive of Brent. It's likely going to be at the Emory facility, which is pretty close to here at central office and less than a 15-minute drive from Brent.
Emory.
The Choice Academy used to be there. It's currently housing some administrative functions.
I'm thinking of just off of North Capitol, am I right?
Yeah, it's close. It's just south of McKinley and Langley.
Yeah. Third question. Councilmember Allen was pleased to see the addition of modernization funds for Tyler Elementary School, $30.5 million in fiscal years 26-27. Is that the full cost of the project, or will there be additional construction year in FY28? And do you have swing site identified for Tyler?
Yep. So all of our projects have a 3-year funding cycle. So the first year is typically design and planning and some early construction demo work, and then 2 years of construction. So Tyler would receive an additional year of funding in FY28 once that budget loads next year. And then yes, we do have a plan for Tyler swing space. The current thinking is we would extend the modular campus that's currently being used by school within the School of Coding.
Is that up at Spingarn?
Yeah, it's a field between Spingarn and Phelps.
That you see right now is being used by Coding.
Correct. Brown will follow them after that.
Swing site location for Brent, Tyler, and J.O. Wilson. I just asked about Brent. I just asked about Tyler. J.O. Wilson have not been identified yet as far as we know.
J.O. Wilson would also use the trailers that Goding's currently use. They would go in there before Tyler.
I'm over my time. I think I wore out all of the council members except for Councilmember Louis George. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you. My fingers stayed crossed, so I got 5 minutes. That's wonderful. Chancellor, I just have a few questions left. One, I want to ask, this has come up, school nurses. Do all DCPS schools have a full-time registered nurse on site going into the new school year?
Yes, all schools have a school nurse assigned to their building. However, sometimes school nurses are shifted around.
That's what I was asking.
Excuse me?
That's what I was asking, because I know some schools have full-time registered nurse on site, and then some people have part-time coverage. So I just want to get a sense of what does that look like?
Yeah, thank you again. And let me begin that just by recognizing our school nurses. They've been phenomenal this year in their supports. They've been great with helping us with our asymptomatic and symptomatic protocols, with testing for COVID, and just being responsive throughout the health emergency. There is a full-time in-person being assigned to each building, so I can confirm that. When we think about the services, they are in the building majority of the time. However, Children's National, which manages the nursing contract, does move nurses around, or sometimes there are centralized nurse activities that they need to participate in, and the reason why a nurse may not be in the building. But the majority of the time, there is a full-time nurse in the building assigned to each school.
Okay. If we could get, does DCPS school use nurse technicians or someone working over the phone?
You said, does DC Health utilize what now? I'm gonna make sure I understand.
Does any DCPS school use nurse technicians, i.e. not a full RN, or someone working over the phone?
So we have utilized a number of different models for our health services this year, which included contracted staff that's been complementary to our school nurses. And, and we do use telehealth as a way to provide services to students and families. And we've had nurse techs this school year and primary care technicians as well.
Okay. Okay, and is for school security, want to touch base on that. I know with a few questions. Is DCPS planning to renew its contract with SAMS for contracted security this year? And what is the dollar value of that contract for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22?
Yeah, thank you for the question on school security, Councilman Lewis George. So we will continue in our contract for the upcoming school year with the school security. And then once this school year is complete, we will reevaluate where we will go for next school year. But the total spend is approximately $22.5 million for security.
Okay. And I know the police Reform Commission recommended that DCPS sort of stop outsourcing the school security. And I think many school leaderships have expressed interest in having a more consistent, direct relationship with their security personnel. So just to understand, the total expenditure right now is 22.5 million.
And be clear, the breakdown of that 22.5 is approximately 18 million of that remains directly at the school level on school budgets. And then we have about 4.5 in central costs, which covers things like athletics, extracurricular events, and other activities that are more centralized and managed centrally. We do, again, we do have this contract for another year, and we'll make a decision on what will happen in July of 22 in terms of the future for how we'll go forward. But we're excited to learn a lot about the pilots of the 18 schools that are really leading us through a new way of thinking about school security. But I will say this is that we do hear from our students that they do see our security staff as trusted adults.
Right. Is that something DCPS can bring in-house?
So currently we're managing the contract. When you say in-house, it meaning that they become DCPS employees?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly an option. There's some pros and cons to that model.
Okay.
I don't think we have enough time today to just kind of roll through some of those, but it is a consideration.
Okay. The last question, we talked about teacher turnover and impact already. I know the committee asked its pre-hearing questions for a turnover report for all school-based FTEs for every school. And I didn't see an answer to that question. Can you say sort of why we don't have an answer to that question and whether you have any data available to share at this moment?
Yeah, not sure why have that data. I think in personnel, there's always confidential nature of some of the data requests and some privacy, but can have the team give you a written response. Where we are, top line, Councilman Lewis George, is we do see more retirements this year than usual. which is a national trend. I think in any profession, when people have been at home as long as we have, and there's a tendency to want to, maintain that lifestyle. So that's presented a unique challenge for us in our staffing. However, we did really well in going into this school year with our retention, and we saw very little shift in staffing. We also are at a point now where we're hiring less principals. So we have less principal transition as it stands right now, and schools are going through the panel process for hiring for principals right now. And then principals are heavy into their hiring for teachers right now as well, to get ready for the 21-22 school year.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm out of time. Chairman, thank you for additional round. And Chancellor Fairby, look forward to working with you for our Ward 4 schools. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate the visits out to the schools. The staff at Roosevelt really appreciate your presence. And I know Principal Ralston and the staff there is excited about this summer and next school year.
Oh, yeah. The enrollment is growing.
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George. See, if you stick around long enough, you and I were the survivors. Everybody else has given up. Or maybe when the chancellor gets back to his office, he'll say that he was the survivor.
I'm in the office.
Chancellor, the most important thing to follow up is getting the revised budget that reflects all the dollars, as I indicated before, but you're also going to get back with regard to the FY21 supplemental with greater detail on the 18.4 million savings. You're going to get back to us regarding the ESSER funds. And you are going to get back regarding Councilmember Louis George's question for information on swing space plan for Ward 4 schools. I don't know that that's an exhaustive list, but that's what I have here.
Thank you. We've noted those items and we'll work with our agency partners to get you that as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you very much. Before I adjourn this hearing, I want to note that the Committee of the Whole has now had 5 hearings on the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st. Our 6th hearing will be this Thursday, 3 p.m. Hearing testimony regarding the Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, and the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. And our 7th hearing will be June 25th, where the Committee of the Whole will have a public hearing on the fiscal year 2022 Local Budget Act. That's the entire budget. The fiscal year 2022 Federal Portion Budget Request Act, the fiscal year 2022 Budget Support Act, and the fiscal year 2021 Revised Local Budget Emergency Adjustment Act, otherwise known as the supplemental. Council scheduled to, or the Committee of the Whole scheduled to mark up the budget on July 20th. The time is now 5:40 in the afternoon. I want to thank all